Testing, 1, 2, 3. Just give me a heads up when you're online. We're good, okay. We're still waiting for a few students to arrive here, so they're probably going to arrive a little late, but we'll go ahead and try to get started for this morning. Let me get a little water. Good morning to our students in here. Hi students, good morning. Good morning. Oh, that's great. How about you guys at home? Good morning. Okay, that's good too, okay. I know there's some people around the country. In fact, I've also got some notes from a few people who are actually overseas. And I can really admire them for getting up early or staying up late to be part of what we're doing and going to school this weekend. So if you have one of our books, why, the book will help you a little bit as we go along. But again, I would say get a little piece of paper out there and a pen. One of the things I want to remind everybody is that I'm always available. So if you have questions you want to send me, probably can't answer them during class, but you can email them to me to santa@nationalsanta.com, or you can text me, which is to my phone number, which is 631-871-4901. Okay, and that way I can at least try to get back to you with some sort of answer on any questions you might have. Anyway, right now I want to give you a little update. Okay, this is day one of the school. It's a 2-day school. The agenda is online at our website, but I'll tell you a little bit about what we're going to try to cover in just a few moments. I want to thank our hosts. Our host today is Christmas Dreams. We're in one of their facilities. This is actually the church at what, 434? Yeah, Church of 434. And but they started Christmas Dreams. And Christmas Dreams, their ultimate goal is to have a complete indoor theme park. Good morning. And who do we have here?
Is this a book?
This is the book for the course. And your last name?
Lynch.
Lynch, okay. Okay, I'm going to get you. Neil, there you go. You have 2 books. You had that one too. Okay, there you go. He's been here for an hour. He was even walking his dog outside, and it took you this long to get up here to check in. My goodness. Okay. Anyway, I do want to thank Leanne and everybody else here at the school, and of course Jeff, who's the pastor for the church and everything, for allowing us to be here. This is our 3rd time, I think our 4th time teaching, but the 3rd time we've actually done a live stream, and it made it available free to Santas and Mrs. Claus all over the country. So again, thank you, Christmas Dreams. And sometime tomorrow, probably right after lunch, I'm going to have Leanne come up and tell you a little bit about Christmas Dreams, because one of their goals, like I said, is to have an indoor amusement park for children with disabilities, but also particularly children who are terminally ill or very seriously ill. Their chance to visit with Santa, to have a Christmas experience 24, or not 24/7, but 365 days a year. Yeah, I know you don't want to stay up too late, do you? But 365 days a year. Currently, they do have a 40-foot mobile unit that they take to hospitals around the country and bring the visit with Santa and Mrs. Claus and Santa's helpers to hospitals. They actually bring the trailer into a hospital area, set it up, and the children in the hospital can come out and see Mrs. Claus and do some fun things, and then get to visit with Santa in his little man cave inside the mobile unit. So it's quite good, and we'll talk about that tomorrow during the session. So thank you, Christmas Dreams. Okay, let's get to work here. Let's talk about the fact that right now, for those of you watching, we have 140 days, correction, or 180 days until Christmas, 181 approximately, but 140 days until Santa arrives. Yes, that's basically around November 13th, when Santa will be arriving at shopping centers in various locations. Some Santas actually start work right after Halloween. I mean, boy, boom, they drop them right in. And there are even a few places that kind of squeeze Santa in before Halloween. When they, example, if you went to Dixie Stampede or maybe a place down in Orlando or something like that, they might have photos where they would take group photos and things like that. They might have Santa come in early. So when you get that picture taken, you could then have a picture for your Christmas cards or to send to friends and stuff like that. So some Santas do start a teeny bit early. And how many of you out there have started planning now for Christmas in July? Yeah, we've got a lot of Santas doing stuff, and some of them are also doing it quite patriotic because of the 250th anniversary. So again, they're doing a little bit of a red, white, and blue, but no red suits, no heavy fur or anything like that, because it is summertime. But it can be really a great experience working at a water park or other little venue during the month of July, and sometimes even into August and things like that. So we do have some Santas doing that. The bulk of Santa's starting work will actually start the weekend before Thanksgiving. That's when they usually drop into most of the malls and stuff like that. And then, of course, we have and that is the Santas that work in the malls and such. But about 80% of the Santas in our community start work right after Thanksgiving. That's when they start getting calls for private parties and special events and things like that. What I'd like to do right now, and this is just for those of you at home, if you want right now, you can go get a cup of coffee, because I'm going to take a little time here to let all of the students here in the room introduce themselves, tell us their name, their hometown, how many years they've been performing, where do you perform, what do you hope to learn from the class, and of course, we want you to keep it brief, don't get into too many stories. I'm the only one that's supposed to tell stories. Okay? And do I have a volunteer who wants to start? Nobody? Well, I guess it's you.
Okay. Frank Gundaker, I live in Punta Gorda. I haven't performed as a Santa since the 80s when I was a bar Santa for 7 or 8 years in Atlanta. And that was a different type of performance. Copious amounts of alcohol were involved and things like that. Anyhow, and I'm hoping to learn how to be a more public Santa.
Okay. Welcome. And behind you?
Oh, hey, Roger Latham. I now live in Lake Worth, Florida, which is about 3 hours south of here. This is my 8th year being a Santa, and it started off as an accident. That's a whole different story. But my main performance is at Palm Beach Zoo. Still working on the contract for that, but I also do home visits and some breakfasts at daycares, several other private events like that. What I hope to learn, I've been doing it for a little while, and I've talked to a lot of different Santas and a lot of other big-time pro Santas, and I'm always up for learning anything new that I haven't heard before, and from other Santas that maybe do things a little bit different, or at least just little tips and tricks.
Okay.
We can all kind of learn from each other.
You mentioned you were at the zoo. Do you get to take photos with some of the exotics?
Only a couple times. As the keeper has come out up to where Santa's chair. And it's more or less like a mall kind of a setting to where I'm there for a few hours on the lines and what have you. But every now and then, maybe twice a year, a keeper will come up. The serval, I think is what it is, the cat that stands about that tall when they're sitting.
Uh-huh.
It's like a leopard. That was one of the coolest things. A couple tortoises, and they brought otters out of the water. Stay away from them.
No boa constrictors?
I've had some cool opportunities.
Okay, next to you.
Dennis Reed, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and I've been performing since I was 19 years old. Not, I've had a 30-year gap, but I went to Hawaii to run the Honolulu Marathon, and I was the only haole, so they made me Santa. And then about 5 years ago, the Santa at the mall in Myrtle Beach got sick, and they needed a replacement. So I did that for 3 years at the mall. Then they tore the mall down, and then, so I'm doing parties and
Okay, great, great. Angel.
Hello. Hi, Santas. My name is Angel. I am probably the youngest person in this entire room right now at 24 years of age. So I am from Auburndale, Florida. Believe it or not, I've actually dressed up in the red suit for the last 5, almost 6 years now. I started
Okay.
right out of high school. I mainly do home business for just for my families and my closest friends and my coworkers and their children for their Christmas parties and their house calls and all that stuff. Um, while I have done this for quite a while now, I am hoping to learn something new from the other Santas, some things that I've never heard or seen before, and I'm hoping to go from within the family to hopefully to the back of the family.
By the way, after class, maybe this week, give me a call because we have some other young Santas in the industry, and it might be good to network because you can find out from them the challenges they went through, things that they did to help them move into serving the community, and that's very, very important. Next to you.
My name is Martin Stepbach. My wife and I, Mrs. Claus, moved to Brooksville, Florida 32 years ago so we could be closer to Rogers Christmas Village. And she finally convinced me last December to become Santa Claus for the Brooksville Main Street Shrub. That grew into visits at kindergartens and PTOs, and now this year I already have 15 events booked, and the business is growing quickly. So I'm here for the next 2 days to learn how to be a better business Santa and a better Santa.
Okay, only 2 years now, huh?
No, 7 months.
7 months. Okay. Wow. That's fantastic. That's fantastic.
I had a gray beard until I left.
No, you do.
Have one better than some.
Yes. Okay. But yours is all natural, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Some of us have to have an account at Sally's. Yeah. Okay. We might be able to help you on that this weekend. Okay. In front of you.
Okay, I'm Ronald Johns. I've been, well, I'm from Greenco Springs, Florida, about 2.5 hours north of here. I'm a member of the International Brotherhood of Rooster and Santa. I happen to belong to the Palm Tree Santa chapter here in Philadelphia, presently. I've had years of deployment, approximately 7 to 8 years.
Okay.
I've been to several other schools. There's not a time in which I've attended that I've not learned something new. And I want to continue to increase my knowledge, and I feel like it's important for me to share the experiences that I have and the things that work and the things that don't work, things that give me the most joy, the most feeling of accomplishment. It's really been blessed to be a part of this wonderful family.
Thank you, Ronald.
Where do I perform? Uh, I started off with a daughter-in-law who was a photographer. She convinced my wife to have me to come and be a Santa for her. From there, I went home. I got on Gig Salad and Bash and some of these other places, and it really took off from there. I've performed corporate events, restaurants, charities. I've got some charities. I do a lot. My passion really is with home visits. There's nothing compared with that personal relationship that you establish and grow with young children. Uh, that's one thing that you're going to learn is once you become a child Santa at the age of 2 or 3, those families are going to want you back because they're going to want you to be the same Santa that was there last year.
That's a very good point. That once you visit with the family, if they like you, they will have you back again, year after year after year after year. When a child has an entertainer come to a birthday party, they might have Barney one year and Spider-Man the next and Power Ranger, different people every year. But at Christmas, it's always Santa. And the families want the children to believe, so they want the same Santa every year. So if you've got a booking, good chances are they're going to rebook you, without any real heavy work at all, so you can spend your time finding other bookings. Yeah. Okay.
And it's the same thing with photographers. They've got their own clientele that they bring in year after year, and they're gonna want the same Santa.
Right.
Their photos.
Mhm.
Now, if you go into a home and you look at the refrigerator, and you can look at that, and they're gonna point out to you too.
There's all the pictures.
This is the year that he was 5, this is the year he was 7, this is the year that he was 8, this is the thing.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Personal
Right.
with other families.
Photos with Santas are benchmarks in families' lives. Yes, go ahead.
I'm Clint Gresham. I'm from Ocean Springs, Mississippi, down on the Gulf Coast. I've been doing Santa for about 8 years, trying to keep up with my wife, Mrs. Claus. Been to a couple of kids' schools and learned a lot. Like y'all said, you may learn more from the other Santas, than anything. Been a member of groups down there, and I guess what I want to do is I got one more closet that I want to fill with Santa stuff. So and I thought I'd be the youngest guy, but thanks.
Okay. Go ahead, sir. How many years is this, Santa? 6 years, okay. Wonderful.
Hi, I'm Salty Santa, or AKA Neil Beach, out of Searchlight Beach, South Carolina. I have two characters. I'm Santa Claus, and I'm also Salty Claus, Santa's brother from the sea, older brother. And I'm in a resort, and I am known in the resort as Santa Claus. Little children bring me rocks and gifts, and I visit with them and talk to them maybe 65 days a year. Um, I've been performing for, this will make my 8th year, and I have major commercial accounts that hire me, but my real joy is giving back. And I used to be a registered nurse and was taken out because of my heart. And so I just like to give back. Recently, Christmas Dreams has picked me up as one of their Santas, and it's fulfilled a dream of mine to be able to give back part of my nursing combined with my Santa Claus.
Wonderful.
So I'm here to learn anything I can so that I can inspire.
Right. Yeah, you have an inside view as to what the families and the patients are going through before you do your work. So that's very, very moving. We have a couple more people coming, and they're late. So I know that someone sent me a note, and they're a caregiver, and they said that they'll be a little bit late because they have to take care of someone. So if you see people wandering in during as I'm talking, you'll know why someone's coming in a little late. We won't penalize them at all. We'll just try to hopefully get them caught up. Okay. Most Santas, when they get started, it's what we call the reluctant Santa. You weren't planning on it. Someone came to you and said, hey, would you be the Santa for my photo studio? Or would you be Santa for your granddaughter, their daycare center? Things like that. Sometimes they go to you and they say, gee, Bill, you're really funny around the water cooler. You'd be great as the company Santa, and they make him the Santa. Or they come up to you and say, gosh, Gary, the suit fits you. They figure he's got that nice tummy and he could do it, right? But they weren't planning on it until they got into that room and those children. And the children create the magic in their imagination. And it's really, unique that you can walk into the room. And in fact, you don't have to be real bearded. You could be wearing a theatrical beard. You could be a woman. We have some ladies that do some work as Santa, and they can dress up. They put on a beard and a wig, and they go into a daycare center, and the children create the magic. They create the illusion, and that's where we get the reluctant Santas. By the way, my experience, my first visit as Santa was actually December 23rd, 1969, Vinh Phuc, Vietnam. And that's, excuse me, I forgot to turn my phone off. And that is probably one of our Santas probably calling me. I'm trying to send it to message. Okay. Yeah, again, people will call me because they're out on the road out here somewhere and they're lost. So, sorry, can't help you now. Anyway, this has been Phuc, Vietnam. The beard was Barbasol shaving cream. I notice my microphone, every time I turn to the left, it gets a little stronger, so I'm going to try to readjust it a bit so it's a little bit better. Anyway, that was my first experience. A year later, I'm going to college, and I get a job at Bullock's department store in California, which is part of Macy's, and there I am sitting in the chair on the set. And this is, here's another shot of me with my baby face. But that's what it was like in 1970. And most of the Santas back in those days were hired through Western Temporaries or a temporary agency. You didn't have to have a beard. You just had to be, willing to work, the hours and wear the beard and the wig and everything else. And that's what they had at Bullock's. So anyway. This is the official start here. I get a little bit of music and everything for you. School for Santas, and it's based on my book, Behind the Red Suit, which is this book here. And we're celebrating our 24th anniversary and 6,000 diplomas presented as of this year, which is really unique. I was inducted into the Santa Claus Hall of Fame in 2011. And I'm very proud of a lot of the things I've done. I've been Santa just about everywhere. I've done TVs, I've done films, I've done commercials, but the basic work. I've done mall work, I've done department store work, and I've done tons and tons and tons of home visits, corporate parties, things like that. But God has blessed me. I've been able to continue on. I just celebrated my 78th birthday, so I'm really happy that I can still get around and do a lot of things. That means I've started my 79th year. The day after your birthday, by the way, you start the next year. So if you just had a birthday, like my case, 78, 79th, I'm on the way now. And boy, it's going to be fun next June when I celebrate my 79th birthday. The next day I can say I'm in my 80th year. It's hard to believe. But again, God has blessed me and helped me do a lot of different things. Okay, why is Santa School? Why would any of you want to tune in on the video that we're having today in the live stream? Why would you guys, come here to the class? Why would you want a Santa School? Well, there's a lot to learn as a Santa Claus. Now, you can learn a lot of things from books. And there are a lot of, I brought a few samples of some books here that you can read. You can find different books in the library. You can go online and buy stuff from Amazon, different books and experiences of Santas. Great things. And there are thousands of books and stories. There are also a limited information on the internet. Tons and tons of information that you can find on the internet. There are Also networking with others. How many, now you mentioned you belong to iBurbs and Palm Tree Santas. Anybody else network with an association? We have a couple people here. I'm sure some of you at home watching are networked with your local or regional Santa Association or one of the national groups, iBurbs or Forbes or something like that. Some of them are networked through some of the booking agencies, like Nationwide and stuff like that. But there's networks that you can meet other Santas, share experiences, share ideas, also their resources to answer questions. Where do I find a good dry cleaner? Where can I get my my fur replaced, or my fur turned pink? How do I get it white again? All kinds of things like that. This is where other Santas can help you out from your networking, okay? Now, 90% of what you're going to learn, though, 90% does not come from the books or the internet or networking with others. It comes from sitting in the chair, putting on the suit, and getting the experience. It's just like driver's training. That's only about 10% of what, you get the basics, you get the laws and regulations, and you get a little practice driving. It's not until you get out on that turnpike that you really learn how to drive and become aware. And recently, as a senior, my insurance company, like a couple of years ago, sent me a note. They wanted me to go to driver's training again because I was a senior, and seniors need to get extra awareness. Basically, not so much about where we're driving or how we are driving, but how to be aware of other drivers, because our attention span is different. And we have to be cautious about these people cutting across lanes in front of you, stopping too quickly in front of you. So they're trying to update seniors on different ways of driving, because our reactions are maybe a teeny bit slower or things like that, My reactions are slower? I'm good. Anyway, 90% is going to learn while you're sitting in the chair. No one can be a Santa or Mrs. Claus just because they have the look, the shape, or even the wardrobe, okay? Or in the case of some of us with the real beard and stuff. You can only be a Santa or Mrs. Claus if you've got it in your heart. And unfortunately, I've actually had times, and I know some other Santas have the same thing, we have met other individuals who wanted to be Santa, but all they saw was dollar signs. And their personality, their attitude, their demeanor was not Santa. And really, we had to advise them, maybe you need to look somewhere else, another career, another thing, because they didn't have the right gifts to make a Santa visit, special. And that's what we want. It's got to come from the heart. And if it isn't from the heart, the kids know, the parents know, the families can feel this stuff. So again, you got to have it from the heart. On our school schedule, we have 2 days here. We're going to cover things for you. Today's first day, we're going to cover who you work for. That's the first thing we're going to cover. Then we're going to get into the basics of being Santa. Then the goals to success. What you need. You need to set some goals. You need to have a little bit of a focus on where you're going and what you're doing. Then we'll get into talking, the basic work, working with the children. Because our number one job is the children. Yes, you're going to have families. Yes, you're going to do stuff with companies and corporations and associations. But our basic job, no matter whether you're working at a mall, a shopping center, or doing a private party, your job is the children. You're taking care of the children, okay? And we'll talk about working with the children, talking with the children. Because it is a visit and it is a conversation you have with them. It's not just you asking a question and then giving them a little trinket and getting a picture taken. Sometimes you have to have the communication with them, because you want that child to feel that somebody listened to me. Somebody, I asked Santa for a certain gift, or I brought him a problem and he answered it for me. So you have to have a communication with the children. So you have to know how to talk with the children. And then we'll talk today about your image, your wardrobe, maybe even tease a little bit about your beard and your mustache and things like that. And by the way, I might try to squeeze in somewhere a little training on styling a mustache, or maybe curling a beard or something like that. And we may end up doing that maybe tomorrow during lunch or something like that, when it's not part of the regular class agenda. But I'll ask Mark to leave the cameras on, one of the cameras on anyway, and maybe we'll do a beard styling so some people can see how we do it. Anyway, tomorrow is the second day, and on the second day, we're going to cover the basic information about setting your fees and marketing. That seems to be a big question, particularly newer people like Angel and others. You know, maybe you haven't done it a little bit. A couple other people said they've only been doing it a year or so. They want to become more professional, more business-like. Again, setting your fees is always that big question. How much should I charge? You know, I don't want to charge too much. I want to fit into the pocketbooks that the families can afford and things like that. And so how do you set those fees, and how do I promote myself? How do I tell everybody, hey, I'm here, hire me, have me come and be your Santa, you know? And then, so basically starting your own Santa business. Then we're going to talk to you how and where to find that work. So once you got the marketing materials, you need to get them circulated. Who do you call on? Who do you ask? How do you get the information out there? So basically working for yourself again. And then we're going to talk a little bit about entertaining and virtual visits. These are other sources of income or revenue that you can get. Some Santas can enhance their appearances as Santa Claus by doing some entertaining. Maybe you're a singer or something like that. Maybe it's just adding a little storytelling to your visit. But again, it can make it more entertaining for the families and things like that. Then we're going to have a quiz and graduation. So for those of you at home, we won't have any, I was going to say have a number 2 pencil ready, but you guys here, we'll have about 50 questions on what we've talked about for the weekend. And if you answer the questions correctly, you'll get your diploma. And I'm just kidding. Okay, it's a fun quiz. We'll do it at the end. But the whole idea is trying to remind you that you want to keep track of things, make notes if you have questions and things like that. Again, like I said earlier to all of you at home, make notes if you want. You could send me an email or something like that, and I'll try to answer your questions. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to do the smart thing and turn the phone off, because it'll ring again soon and I won't be able to do anything. There we go. The phone is off. Okay, so let's move on and talk about School for Santas and get going on what we're going to do here in the classroom.
I am Santa, I am good. I am here to train each of you to become a real Santa Claus. Give me a ho, ho, ho. Ho, ho, ho.
These guys come in all sizes, big, fat, old.
Well, if this isn't the sorriest bunch of recruits I have ever seen.
Yeah, we got to train them for snowstorms. So we got to train them for water hazards. We got to train them for, chimneys. We make up little songs.
I am sticky, I'm in pain. Because my is a candy cane.
We are making Christmas here.
There are 2 things that come out of the North Pole, elves and reindeer. Which one are you?
I'm an elf.
My job is to mold them into Santa Claus.
You're not an elf, you're a Santa Claus. This is a reindeer. Jingle all the way.
I'm tough on these guys.
And from now on,
We give them snow. We give them chimneys that are a little bit too small. I mean, sometimes these guys turn on each other. It gets pretty ugly.
not fight on Christmas.
How do you like the kids? Well, I can take them or leave them. It's, kind of...
Is that real fat? Are these real boobs? Okay. Next.
And then Christmas arrives.
Get up, it's Christmas.
Yeah, it's a proud day for me.
Go! It's Christmas!
Jingle, soon gonna jingle, the bells that'll tingle all your troubles away. Everybody's waiting for the man with the bag.
I hope you enjoyed that. It's a cute little piece. By the way, you can find it on the internet, Santa Academy. It's a video that was actually a teaser or pilot for a movie. The movie was never made. They actually brought together a whole team of Santas, both real bearded and theatrically bearded, to Fort MacArthur down in San Pedro, California, and filmed all of that. And then took it to the studios and tried to talk the studios into making a movie about how Santas are trained. They didn't get it made, but it ended up being parts of commercials and things like that over the next couple of years. And of course, this little video piece that was quite unique. A lot of fun. Okay, here comes the fun part. Give me a ho! Ho! Give me a ho ho! Ho, ho! Give me a ho, ho, ho. Ho, ho, ho. What does it mean? Merry Christmas. Good. Everybody's all woke up now, right? Okay. Okay, let's get to the origins of Santa Claus. I did put a note out on the internet, and I put it out to all of you when we were getting ready for the class, that I don't cover the full origins of Santa Claus anymore. I used to have a whole segment at the beginning of the school. It was about an hour long. We recorded it, thanks to Mark and the guys here and the gals here, and it's on the internet. It's on YouTube. And you can look at it, anybody else can look at it. So if you go to the internet, and it's a special 1-hour session on YouTube, National Santa. So it's on the National Santa channel on YouTube, and it's a 1-hour video. And there's other videos on there that I've done, and blogs and things like that. But the history of Santa Claus is on there, and it'll say session 1 for the school. So it is on the internet. Okay, and that's the history of Santa Claus. Santa's known by many names. It's an evolution. St. Nicholas, Father Christmas, we got Grandfather Frost, we got Père Noël, we got Bobo Natale, we've got Weihnachtsmann, we've got Kris Kringle, Sinterklaas, and of course then Santa Claus. In fact, Santa Claus is the Americanization of everything, because Sinterklaas was actually what the Dutch had in their New Amsterdam. Remember, the Dutch bought this big island and from the Indians for, what, $23 in beads or something like that. And, of course, they made that New Amsterdam. Later, the British would take New Amsterdam away from the Dutch and rename it New York. The island was known by the Indians as Manhattan. And, of course, when the British took over, they issued a rule that everyone will have to speak the King's English. So nobody could call him Sinterklaas anymore, and he became Santa Claus. So that's a little bit of the history, a little bit of it. But again, you can find a lot of it on that video, and again, on the internet and other videos and things like that. So it is quite good. St. Nicholas was a real person, born around 280 AD, lived to 345 AD. He was born on the Mediterranean coast in a town called Patara, and later would move to another area where he became the bishop of Myra. Myra is now known as the city of Demre. So if you get to visit Turkey and you get to the city of Demre, there's a beautiful church there. Outside the church, in the plaza, there's a beautiful statue, but not of St. Nicholas. It's of Santa Claus. You know, in other words, because the area is not that Christian anymore, they decided not to have St. Nicholas. They put Santa Claus in the town square. But the church is still there, and of course, for tourism, the people in Turkey love the fact that St. Nicholas was born and was part of the history and the culture of Turkey. Resources on history you can find. Again, the library and the bookstores. I said there's thousands of books and things out there about it. You also have the internet. And one of the things on the internet that's really good on the history of St. Nicholas is the stnicholascenter.org. St. Nicholas Center is now headquartered in Washington, D.C. They actually have a museum of sorts there with lots of information and such. But again, they have lots of history on St. Nicholas. And they've had scholars and other people put together different pages on different elements of the history of Nicholas and his life and what he did, where he traveled, and his impact on the society and impact on the world. So it is quite good. YouTube. There are documentaries on YouTube that are quite good. Two of the ones that I really like are The History of Christmas, and this is part 1, and it's narrated by Harry Smith, and it's quite good. It actually tells you a little bit about, of course, Santa Claus in New York, but the fact that Christmas actually was a reason they created the New York Police Department. There's a whole story about it. A lot of partying went on in the area of New York, and sometimes on Christmas Day, the parties got out of hand. And the night watchman on the street needed help from other night watchmen and other people. And after one year when the parties got really out of hand, they decided to form a mutual support society of the night watchmen. And that eventually evolved into becoming the New York Police Department. So there's a nice little piece in there. Also, The History of Christmas Part 2, and that is by Jack Perkins. Remember the old biography series? Well, Jack Perkins did a biography on St. Nicholas, and that's History of Christmas Part 2. So that's available on, again, these are all on YouTube. You can watch them and view them. The Christmas Encyclopedia by Tanya Gilovich has lots of cultural information about Christmas and the customs in different countries and different things, that type of thing. It's out of print now, but you can find it. You can go on eBay and other places, and sometimes bookstores, these old bookstore sites. You can find a copy of the book. It's about 1.5 inches thick. It is a little pieces, just like a regular encyclopedia, not a whole chapter on things, just little pieces. But it's a great bedtime reader. In other words, you can read a little piece here, a little piece there, set it aside. And if not a bedtime reader, somebody told me it's also a good bathroom reader. So it gets to be kind of fun. The Santa Map by Hedberg Maps is a great item with lots of information. It is out of print now. I do have a few of them at the house. You can also find them there's a few stores. I know that the big Bonner's Christmas store up in Michigan, they bought the last 300 copies of the map to sell at their store. It's a $9.95 type thing, but again, if you need to get one, I can probably get you one. But maybe you can find one online also. And it is like the old National Geographic's map. Tons of little pieces of information all over the map. Talks about the history of Santa Claus, St. Nicholas, and the other names, Jewel Thompson and all that, in the different countries. Customs in each of the countries. A little bit about Santa's wardrobe and its evolution. There's a little segment in one place where it talks about the stocking and what each item inside the stocking means. So wonderful little pieces. The Santa Map by Hedberg Maps. Okay? And the last item, I have a support link on the School for Santa's website. If you go to the menu bar at the top, it'll say support. And I have listed on, when you click on that link, you'll see a page with all kinds of the links on it. I have links on a lot of the things I talk about here in the school. Tomorrow when we talk business, I'll be talking about setting your rates. There are spreadsheets to help you set your rates. There are samples of contracts. I have tree lighting songs. I have poems. I have links to these funny videos, like the one you just saw with the drill sergeant. So they're nice little pieces in there, but these are all things, and they're available to anybody. You don't have to pay to get any of these. They're all downloads that you can use to help yourself out. Additionally, I also have on there handy hints that you can give to families when you're getting ready to come to their house, how they can prepare for your visit. Handy hints that you could send to a company to teach their employees, or tell their employees how to set everything up for Santa's visit. What happens when you go to a company and there's 200 kids? You're not going to control the kids. You want the people at the company to do it. So you give them this handy hint sheet, and it tells them how to set things up so they can control all the kids, so you can do your job of just meeting with the kids and taking pictures. So lots of little handy hints. They're very nice to have. Give me a ho! Ho! Give me a ho ho! Ho ho! Give me a ho ho ho! Ho ho ho! What's it mean? Merry Christmas! Excuse me. By the way, if you belong to an association and you go to dinner one night with the group of the association, you could do the same thing, and at the end, instead of saying Merry Christmas, you could say Palm Tree Santas, or whatever group you might belong to. So it's a kind of like a flash mob, but very quick. Okay, so kind of fun. Okay, starting with the basics. As I mentioned earlier, everything that we do with the children is the same, whether it's a company party, a community event, a corporate event, a mall event. The work with the children is almost identical in every single event that you do. And that's what we're going to talk about today, okay? Your job is to give everyone a memorable visit, in particular the children. And if you take care of the children, the parents will be happy. because you fulfilled what the parents have told their children they're going to see. They're going to experience a visit with Santa. Santa's going to ask you if you've been good, so you want to remind him you be good. Again, the parents are trying to instill in their children good behavior. So they kind of, it's like a guilt trip in a way. Santa knows if you've been naughty or nice, right? So they want their kids to reinforce to Santa that they're good. So again, it's a memorable type visit, okay? The best and most memorable Santas and Mrs. Claus must be jolly, healthy, smiling, understanding, loving, sparkling, all-knowing, responsible, smiling, alert, honest, humble, dependable, smiling, concerned, serene, clean, and smiling. Yes. Okay. Now, these are just handy little hints. You notice I mentioned smiling quite a few times. The other thing is the average age of the Santas is about 63. Okay? And sometimes as we get older, our mouth seems to drag a little bit. Just look at it. Look at yourself in the mirror in the morning when you get up. Look at other people around you. If they're your age group, generally we all have a little bit of a downturn on the shape of our mouth. It's very natural. But we have to be smiling. So you've got to train yourself to get those cheeks up a little bit and be more smiling. Sometimes it's not easy to do a smile, but it's a little easier to maybe have a little more of an open mouth where you're kind of like a, just, you don't have to have the teethy smile, but a little bit of a, like a, just a little bit, okay? But that makes it nice. But you have to have all of these things. And you have to be humble and dependable and concerned and serene, clean. All these things are important, all of them, okay? And this is not just the first time, okay? But every time you meet with the children and the families, the 250th time, the 500th time, even the 1000th time, you've got to be that way all the time with them, okay? And it has to be every single day. And if you have a real beard and you look like Santa 24/7, 365, even if you're not wearing red, guess what? You've got to carry the image. You've got to remember, no matter where you are, they're going to see you. Don't cover your beard. You sit back there covering it. And it gets to be, a little bit of fun sometimes because you don't realize that there's somebody over there holding their camera up, taking a picture of you. I always love that, though. My peripheral vision, once in a while, I can see that person holding that camera over there. And I can sit there and go, surprise them that I knew that they were shooting a little video. Are you exciting? Are you energetic? That's the whole thing that we're talking about. That's part of the smiling. Or are you just a nice grandparent? You don't have to be a cheerleader. You don't have to be bouncing around and all. I mean, I'm a bit of a peacock, okay? But we've got a lot of Santas that are really just a nice grandparent. They're warm, they're friendly, they talk to the children, they bring the magic to them. You don't have to be the super outgoing type person or anything like that. But if you're outgoing and personable, that helps, okay? You definitely need to be kind and approachable. You need to be alert. In other words, getting plenty of sleep. You don't want to be sleepy, nodding off while you're sitting in the chair, okay? And you must be mentally and physically ready to do the visit for the day. And that's one of the unique things about Santas. We're all, like I said, average age 63, but most Santas seem to, even though they have their regular work and everything like that, when this Christmas season comes, we seem to pick up a little bit. When either it's the adrenaline going or we're just more excited about it, but we seem to have more energy as we go through the season. It's amazing, though, because at the end, on December 26th, we all kind of go, oh. Just remember when you go, oh, don't let the bugs and stuff get into you. Because what happens when you relax, sometimes your immune system relaxes. You don't want your immune system to relax. So again, always have something planned to do the next day, whether it's cleaning up and packing or going off to visit relatives or doing something special with Mama Claus, do something. Don't just sit around, don't go to sleep and sleep for 12 hours or something like that. You know, take care of yourself. Anyway, but you've got to be mentally and physically prepared for the whole season. And that's the unique thing, to see how the Santas do that. It's amazing how they push through and they work these 10 and 12-hour days and do all this wonderful stuff for the kids. Part of it is because we like doing it. We enjoy doing it. There's an excitement in doing it. It's like we're rock stars. We are. We're going out on stage, you're performing, and the adrenaline gets up, and you go out and you do it, and you have a great time doing it. Okay? So again, that's the neat thing about all the work that we do. Now, Santa and Mrs. Claus, oops, I hit a button here the wrong way. Let me go. Let's try that again. Santa and Mrs. Claus. Okay. You're a fairy tale illusion. Again, the kids have read about you in the books. You need to be realistic and sparkling and exciting. It is a personalized and magical experience, as I just mentioned. You're bringing to life all the stories and legends that they've read about in books or seen in films and TV. You need to listen to them. You need to answer their questions, okay? And then you also have to create those keepsake photos, those photos they put on the refrigerator or up on the mantle and things like that. And you have to do all of this in just a minute or two. The visits are not that long. Maybe a little longer when you're in a home visit or something like that. But most often it's just a couple minutes you have with the children. And you have to accomplish all of these little things here. So that's where the training and the experience, you know, it's like driving the car. You get used to it and it's almost natural to do it. As you get more experience in your work as Santa or as a Mrs. Claus, you become more comfortable working with the children, and you learn how to be able to keep the crowds moving, but yet give them everything they need so when they leave you, they're excited, they're happy, they're comfortable, they're satisfied that they've had a wonderful visit with Santa. Okay? And it is a personalized visit. Okay? You start with a friendly welcome. Show an interest in the family. You know, if a little girl's got a cute little dress on, isn't it nice to say, oh, that's a lovely little dress? You know, who got that dress for you? You know, and usually they'll say, Mama got it for me or Grandma got it for me. But again, it's a different type of conversation because they're thinking, the first thing you're going to ask them, have you been nice or naughty or what do you want for Christmas? You're asking them a question they weren't planning on, and they like it. And a little boy comes up and he's got some neat sneakers on or some neat shoes, and you comment on his shoes. It breaks the ice a little bit. The other thing is, show an interest to the family. The parents are with the kids. Maybe the children are a little nervous to see you. Why not reach out and offer to shake hands with Dad? You know? Or kid around with Dad. Say, my goodness, you've gotten so tall. I remember when you were maybe about that big. And the kids will laugh. You know? Again, it breaks the ice. It makes it more personable. And that's one of your jobs when you're doing it. And again, you have to squeeze all of this little stuff in that minute or two visit. But it's not hard to do. It's very, very simple stuff to do. And yet it can make that getting them to sit on your lap and get the pictures taken and talk much, much easier because you broke the ice by kidding around with Daddy. That type of thing, okay? Make them feel you're doing the visit expressly for them. For that moment or two, that 2 minutes they're with you, make them feel like you are spending that whole time just for them. Forget about the family that just left. Forget about the people that are still waiting in line. Focus on the family that's with you at that very moment. That's going to make the visit more special for them. So again, make them feel that you're doing this just for them. Okay? How about being attentive and listening? Again, attentive and listening. Listen to the children. By the way, I wear hearing aids. So I have my hearing aids, I've got them tweaked and tuned, particularly for children's higher voices. I also have a little microphone I can clip on my shirt, or I can even give it to a helper who can talk to the parents, and I can hear them on that in my hearing aids. So it's a handy, handy thing. But again, attentive and listening. I want to hear what the kids say. And the other thing is, sometimes they ask you questions that have nothing to do with toys, have nothing to do with, you know, what you thought you were going to talk about. They'll bring you difficult questions. They'll ask you about fixing a divorce. They'll ask you about helping get grandma well, because grandma's very sick, you know, and other very serious questions. So you have to listen to them that you heard it, and then, of course, guess what? You got to give them an answer. So later when we talk about difficult questions, we'll talk about that later today, but how you can answer them, and even if you don't have an answer, how you can at least say something to them that will make them feel comfortable that at least they confided in you. But this is all part of being attentive and listening to the children, okay? And of course, the last item is encouraging good behavior. We keep track of the naughty and nice list, so one of the things we've got to do during that visit is ask them if they've been good, you know, and make sure that you've got the kids acknowledging to you that they've been good, because that's part of their reinforcement, that they told Santa they were good, you know. And parents, of course, will, you know, remind the kids. They'll keep, you know, edging them on you. Remember, you told Santa you were good. Don't get into mischief, you know, that type of thing, okay? There are 3 goals for Santa and Mrs. Claus. Number 1, know who you work for. It's very important that you know who you work for and what you're doing. Now, you think, oh, yeah, I know all this stuff. No, there's more to it than just what you think, okay? And we're going to talk about that. Know the best ways of creating a magical moment, of creating the memories that they want, okay? And number 3, know the audience. Know who the people you're talking to. You know, you're coming into an event, you're working in a mall or a shopping center, you know you're going to be meeting families from a very broad spectrum of the community, all different income levels and occupations and things like that. But if you're in a daycare center and you know the children in the daycare center are all from a homeless shelter, you know you have to talk to them differently than you do the kids in the mall or in another location, because these children are probably not going to get PlayStations and bicycles and scooters and things like that. They're probably going to get more practical toys or gifts that come from Toys for Tots or something like that. So you don't want to get their expectations too high. So sometimes you don't even want to ask them what they want for Christmas. Maybe what you're going to do is promise them a surprise Christmas morning. But again, you have to understand and know what they're expecting. You know, I've done daycare centers where those children were only expecting a Hot Wheel, the Hot Wheel they got in their McDonald's meal. You know, I mean, I'm serious. These kids were not expecting anything, you know. So you're going to get things like that. And it's very touching. You know, you want to do more for them, when you know, and you can't. Somebody was mentioning they do Ronald McDonald House. Again, you know your audience. You're going to go into a Ronald McDonald House. You're going to be talking to the families, and they're going to be asking you, can you help their son or daughter who's in the hospital get better? You know, and that's not part of Santa's magic. You know, Santa's magic is toys. He doesn't fix illnesses and things like that. But it's heart-wrenching sometimes. But you have to be able to handle those things. But knowing the audience is very, very important. Very, very important. So let's talk about who do you work for. Okay? This is important. When I first started teaching my school, Thurston James was a Santa, worked out in the Sherman Oaks Galleria in California. And he, at one of the Santa events, talked about who do you work for. And it was a very eye-opening type of thing. This was before I'd written my book. And when I started writing the book, I talked to him about, you know, putting this in there. And he'd actually shared it with another gentleman to put it in his book. So he said, oh, yeah, go ahead. It was actually something somebody else had taught him years earlier. But anyway, who do you work for? Okay. Number 1 is the children. Is that easy enough for you? Okay. Number 1 is the children. In fact, the number 1 rule is the children, but then, of course, you have number 2, the parents. Okay? If you had a third boss that you work for, who would it be? Huh? Mrs. Claus. That's a good one. That's a good one. Okay. How about the photo company? Whoever the photographer is that hired you to work the event, whether it's working for your daughter or working for a mall or whatever, photographer has certain things they want done. So you have a responsibility to them, like a boss, to give them what they need. Now, if I had a fourth boss, who would it be? Well, in this case, it's whoever put the event together. It could be the mall, it could be the city hall, it could be the whoever hosted the event, the party at ladies' home or something like that. In other words, you have a responsibility to whoever booked you for the event. Okay, even if it's a nonprofit event where you're not making any money, you have responsibilities to these four bosses. Okay, so let's talk about them real quick. The children. Okay, number one rule when you're working with the children, okay? The number one rule is you are there for the children, okay? That's the number one rule, no matter what you're doing. If you were working an event and somebody came up and interrupted you and wanted you to do something, say, wait a minute, I'm busy right now. I'm here for the children right now. Maybe when I'm done with the children, I can address your item, but right now I'm here for the children. You can use that to tell people to bug off. Excuse me, I mean to kindly wait until you're done. And it happens, because other people have other agendas. They don't think anything of coming up and trying to interrupt Santa and telling Santa to stop, because Santa is such a nice, forgiving, nice person. He'll stop everything and let the kids wait, right? No. Our job is the children, okay? So you're there for the children. Rule number 2, okay? Always remember this, by the way. Now, rule number 2. What's rule number 2? Anybody been in the military? You don't remember rule number 2? Rule number 2 in the military is always see rule number 1. Yeah, so basically, this is the number 1 rule when working with the children. Okay. The children, you're there for the children. So, while you're there for the children, remember, you're continuing the legend of Santa Claus. Everything those children have learned about you. They've heard about you. They've seen commercials, they've seen films, they've seen the movies. So you represent everything. So if they remember something that was from the Christmas Chronicles, you know, or they remember something with Tim Allen and, you know, Santa Claus the movies, or any other movie, or some cartoons, or maybe it was a book. Maybe it was Polar Express. Maybe it was Night Before Christmas. Children have all these little things they've heard about you, and they have probably heard more things and maybe even forgotten more things than you know, because they get all of this stuff. So this is where you have to do a little studying and make sure that you know little bits and pieces about all of these different things, these movies and stuff like that. And if you don't know much about those movies, be able to dazzle them with your brilliance. And, you know, in other words, when they do ask about them, you can, you know, in other words, say, oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about, you know, and just move on, because maybe you don't know what they're talking about. But it's called white lies, I think. You know, in other words, we just gotta sneak by them. I say, dazzle them with brilliance, baffle them with reindeer dust. You know, so but you're continuing the legend of Santa Claus and Mrs. Claus, okay? You got to stay in character all the time. Can't be out of character. We've had Santas that would do an event at a community event, and they would go change while they're at the event, and the kids would see them leave in their T-shirt or their tank top shirt. You know, not right. You'd never let the kids see you out of character. Never. You know, if you have to wait till they're gone, you wait till they're gone. You know, I am one of those people, I will always wear a nice white dress shirt underneath my Santa jacket. Okay? It may be soaking wet, but the thing is, I can take my coat off. I still look kind of dressed up because I'm in a white dress shirt. You know? And I can, you know, hang my coat up and get in my vehicle and take off. You know? Sometimes I actually have it set up to where I can get in the car in my outfit, drive around the block, and then take my coat off. But the thing is I never let the kids see me out of character. Never. You break the magic. And the minute you break the magic, you have ruined it for every Santa out there. Okay? You've ruined it for everybody. So remember, stay in character all the time. Okay? Your grooming and wardrobe is very important. It should look clean. It should look neat. It doesn't have to be the most spectacular suit. It doesn't have to be decorated with all kinds of trim and shiny sparkles and things like that. Just a decent suit. It could be corduroy. It could be cotton velvet. It could be wool, any type of suit, but clean and neat. And it should fit well. I think it should fit your body, okay? It shouldn't be too baggy, too loose, anything like that. And clean. Clean is very, very important. And that clean also means it needs to smell clean. Okay, that's a big problem. Dry cleaning is expensive. So again, we'll talk about wardrobe later today, but you need to deodorize your suits and things like that to make sure you're good. So grooming and wardrobe are very important. And of course, the hair and the beard too. You know, styled, looking good. Okay. Talking with the children, you listen to the children, you respond to them, okay? And you reinforce that it's being nice, okay? And doing all of this, you continue the magic of Christmas, because that's part of our magic. Our big magic is toys, but you know, the bigger magic is the full magic of the visit with the children, the experience they have, what they bring back to their family, what they take home, you know, and the memories. The visit to Santa is a benchmark. Kids remember their visits very, very strongly. There's a lot of build-up to when you finally go to see Santa. So there's a lot of preparation. It's like going to Disney World. You know, there's a lot of excitement and build-up before the family takes the kids to go down to, you know, the amusement park and stuff like that. Same thing happens with the visit with Santa. And they remember these things. Plus, they keep photos of them. Lots of photos. Your second boss is the parents. The parents have a different agenda than the children do. So we need to know that agenda. Number one, they're coming to get the picture. They want the picture that goes to grandma, that goes on Instagram, that goes wherever they're going to do. Maybe it's going to be part of a postcard or something that they mail out to everybody. But again, the parents want the picture, okay? They also want you to help reinforce to their children to be good. In other words, they told the children that you've got the naughty nice list. You know who's been naughty or nice, and so they're trying to reinforce their children to be good. This actually goes back centuries. When you went to the Nordic countries in the 15th, 16th century, the parents would be running a farm. The kids would be in the house. Daddy's out in the field plowing. Mommy has to take Daddy his lunch because he's not going to stop plowing. She's going to take it out to him so he can eat while he's plowing the field. But she's got to keep the kids from getting into mischief in the house. So what does she do? Got to be good. Because the attic elf is up there. And the attic elf will see you. And if you're bad, the attic elf will tell me. Okay? So they use the elf to keep the kids in line. It's basically guilt. You know, but the thing is that's where these elves came from, that know all the things that are going on and report back to Santa Claus. Well, the parents were using them, and they just transitioned that thing with the elves to St. Nicholas in their own culture, their own thing. So elves, there'd be a kitchen elf, there could be a pantry elf, there could be elves in different areas and things like that. So again, the parents would use that to reinforce being good. Okay, we have some new arrivals here, and guess what? We have one table in the back, we have two tables in front, so whatever you like. Okay, good. Okay. You got to work with the parents. Sometimes the parents want you to get different pictures. They want a picture of their son with you. They want a picture with the daughter, you know, but don't let them take charge. You know, don't let them try to run everything, particularly if there's a line waiting, because you got to get through as quick as you can, okay? Most parents want the traditional wardrobe, the red suit, okay? Could be with the fur down the front or the buttons down the front, but they want the red suit, the red hat, the basic thing. Some locations will have Santa in a casual look, in overalls or different things like that. But you'll find out even Santas that work casual will have a jacket nearby, because sometimes the parents want the traditional photo. So they have to go to that type of thing. Parents also have requests to get additional poses, as I mentioned. They will also want you to be a tool for discipline. Daddy comes up and says, "Hey, Santa, my son keeps wetting the bed, so please tell him if he wets the bed, he doesn't get anything for Christmas." Well, Santa's not going to be that mean. He's not going to tell a child, "You're not going to get anything for Christmas." But Santa can be a motivator. Santa could be a Tommy Lasorda, Vince Lombardi. He could be a motivator to the child by saying, "Hey, I heard you're having a little problem. You may sometimes wet the bed. I'll tell you what, if you can stop, if you can get up and go to the bathroom and not wet the bed, I'll leave you something special on Christmas morning. Would you like that? I'll reward you for doing that. But you got to get up and go to the bathroom. You can't wet the bed, and you got to keep doing it. You can't just not one time. You got to do it all the time. Okay? Is that a deal? Here, give me 5. You do that with the kids. Now, the thing is to make sure the parents overheard that too, because the parents will remind the child, "Remember what Santa said? You don't wet the bed, he'll leave you something special Christmas morning." And of course, the parent also has the responsibility. If the child doesn't wet the bed, the parent has to get that extra present for Christmas morning, okay? But the thing is, you can motivate the child not to do those things. You can't be a disciplinarian. You can't threaten a child, but you can motivate a child, okay? Parents will also come to you with that wonderful question. "Hey, what did my son ask for?" He says, "Oh, which one is yours?" He says, "Oh, he's not here now. He was here yesterday with my ex-wife." You remember him, don't you? He had a red sweater on. See, what's really wonderful is parents think we're magical. The logic is right out the window. This 35-year-old parent comes in, or 30-year-old parent comes in, and they think you're magical, and you remember of the 1,000 kids you've seen since yesterday morning, that you'll remember the little boy in the red sweater that asked for the Power Ranger. It just doesn't work that way sometimes. But if the child is whispering to you, a lot of times what they're doing is they don't want their parents who's standing over here to hear what they're asking for. Because they know if they tell you and they get it on Christmas morning, you're real. But they don't want their parents to know. They're kind of hedging their bets because their friends have told them that maybe mom and dad are helping out. So if that child whispers to you, "Hey, I want a Power Ranger," you come back and go, "Oh, a Power Ranger, yeah, what color do you like?" You say it louder, so hopefully the parents do hear what the child has asked for. But you have to play games with the kids and the parents and stuff like that. But you can help out when what does Johnny ask for, okay? Pacifier and blankie disposal. Have any of you had that, where a parent comes to you with a blankie or a little physical crutch that the child has, a little item that helps the child feel comfortable, And so something, a huggy type thing or whatever. And sometimes the parents want to wean their child from having this all the time. So they want you to take the pacifier. They want you to take the teddy bear or the little blankie or something like that. And again, it's one of those things you can graciously do and say, "Oh, I'll tell you what, I know somebody who would like to have something like this." Okay, now here's the secret. You get your helper or somebody to get that back to the parent. Because guess what? At 11 o'clock at night, that child's not going to bed. They're crying because they don't have the blankie, they don't have the pacifier, and the poor parent has to get it. And I speak from experience. When my daughter was 5 years old and we tried to get rid of the pacifier, we did it. And at 11 o'clock at night, I was driving around to every pharmacy in the area trying to find the matching pacifier. So again, you can help out on that. Now, I want to show you a picture here that's kind of neat. Some of you can see this, and for those of you at home, I hope you can see this. This is from the World Congress of Santas in Copenhagen, and a couple of the Santas there from the different countries. Now, this is a Father Christmas. He's wearing a full-length jacket with the shawl collar, and that is a traditional look in Great Britain and some of the other countries, and they wear it over street clothes. So they, in other words, just a white shirt and and slacks, and you can put the robe on over it and a Santa hat on, and bingo, you're Father Christmas. But you'll notice in this picture right here, he has some little lanyards. He has over 100 pacifiers, because one of the customs they have is that Father Christmas collects pacifiers. So it's a tradition to get rid of your pacifier by giving it to Father Christmas. This is a novice Santa. He only has about 20 on his lanyard. By the way, the giant air guitar he has is actually a giant spoon, and that is a custom in the Nordic countries. They don't have cookies and milk. They put out porridge, a porridge of a mucilage or something like that, and they have spoons. And so he has a gigantic spoon. He has a small spoons there. And what this porridge would be, it would be like, oats, and it's mixed up and boiled and everything. And they add in currants or nuts and things like that. And then usually they pour in, a cup of rum or brandy or something like that. And then, of course, who gets to have that on Christmas Eve? Daddy or Mommy. Yeah. So anyway, but the spoon is that all Santas. I taught my class in Copenhagen, and one of the things they gave me at the end of class was they gave me a lanyard for my belt and my own spoon. So it was kind of a nice, and that's a big spoon. Yeah, I didn't read that. But again, that's the custom that they had there. And by the way, it's different all over the world. If you go to Mexico, it's tamales and Dos Equis. In London, it might be sherry and a little tart. In Rome or in Italy and in France, lots of wine. Plus little treats and things like that. But alcohol seems to be quite prominent in a lot of other countries. In the United States, however, the Dutch in New York or New Amsterdam had ginger cookies, and Manhattan at that time was all Dairyland. So milk was the big thing. So milk and ginger cookies were what Sinterklaas got, which eventually, of course, became what Santa Claus got. So milk and cookies became predominant here in the United States. Darn it. Yes. Yes. Thomas Nast, yes. Clement Moore, when he wrote Night Before Christmas, or The Visit from St. Nicholas, had Santa being a bit, a bowl full of jelly. That was in his poem. Thomas Nast, when he did the illustrations in 1862, had that rotund body. Prior to that, all the other countries of the world, St. Nicholas was always much thinner. And sometimes tall too, yes. So you had that, Again, tall sometimes came from the. They did a lot of pictures and illustrations of bishops, Bishop Nicholas, because Nicholas had been a bishop. So again, always looking, prestigious, and tall was, of course, kind of, a prestigious thing. So they had him tall. But here in the U.S., boom, but again. If you look at the average height of average people in the 1812s, 1860s, 5'7", average height. You look back in history, but it's only been 100 years from the 1860s to 1960s that we added another 4 to 6 inches to the height of the average male. I don't know what the height requirements for on ladies, but I know on the males. But part of that is milk, and vitamins and good foods and things like that. So again, culturally. But anyway, that's the look over there. By the way, wooden shoes. Here's a young lady back here, and she's got wooden shoes on and striped socks and such. But again, that's kind of the look. But it's unique to meet the different people from different years. It's amazing to meet the Russian Grandfather Frost, Father Frost, and their outfit, which is gigantic with gigantic shoulders, very just a military almost, but it's just gorgeous outfits that they have. Yeah. Okay. Moving on here. The photo company, boss number 3. Okay, the photo company, they're looking to have Santa. They usually hire the Santa, okay, and that's very important to them. They want the Santa and all of the staff, everybody they have working with them, to work as a team. The photographer may come from one place, the Santa helpers from another place, the Santa from another place, and you're all thrown together and you start work the day after Thanksgiving. You've never met each other before, but they want you to work as a team. Hopefully, if they can get all of you together beforehand, it's nice to at least meet everybody before you actually start work. But a lot of times it doesn't always work that way. Okay, they want you to get the photo first. Photo company wants the photo first so that while you're talking with the children, they can take care of the sale and get that out of the way and things like that. And what is 5 seconds? Have you heard that term before? This is when the best pictures are taken. Okay? 5 seconds. Let me move that back. The kids come up to you. Spontaneity is very, very important. Okay? If a child is nervous, if a baby, you're not sure whether you're going to get a good picture with the baby or something like that, you want to get the picture taken quickly. But this means that the Santa and the photographer have to be on the same page. Photographer's got to be ready to hit that button the minute, you know. And nowadays, with digital photography, sometimes they can do bursts of pictures. So maybe they don't get the exact one, but if they can get 5 shots, boom, 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 maybe get one that looks good. Additionally, you may want to train your helper or somebody, if the baby, they're afraid the baby's going to cry, have the helper tell the parent how to bring the baby up to Santa. Sneak the baby up to Santa. You know, if Santa's sitting in his chair, mommy has the baby, the idea is mommy keeps the baby facing her, talks to her baby while she walks to Santa, sets the baby down, and then moves away while the photographer grabs the picture. But you have to do the whole thing in 5 seconds before the baby realizes that they're in a stranger's arms and starts crying. You know, it happens. So you have to do these little tricks. And sometimes it's not just a baby. It could be a 1-year-old, 2-year-old, 3-year-old that's afraid of you. You have to work out different things. We're going to talk about photo sets and seating with the kids a little later. By the way, you notice that I'm always saying a little later, but we'll get to it today sometime. Anyway, so 5 seconds. The photography company wants you to fulfill all the needs of the family or the customer, and of course all their needs to get the sale taken care of, if there is a sale or something like that. Who's in charge when you're working with a photo company? It usually is not Santa. It's the 22-year-old photographer, or the manager, or the cashier, or somebody like that. It's usually not the Santa. The family thinks because you're the oldest person on the set that you're in charge, but it's really not that way. Okay? And of course, photo companies want everybody to be efficient. This is why it's good to know the photographer, to work with the photographer. A lot of Santas have told me that they actually have built up really good relationships and actually have trained the photographers with some of the techniques that they've learned from themselves, or maybe they got suggestions from other Santas of some tricks and told the photographer how to do it. You know, one of the things we're going to show you a picture of in a while is catch and release. You get that child that's squirming and doesn't want to be in your lap, and maybe they're screaming or crying, and the parent says, I want the picture anyway, you know, and you're sitting there trying to hold the child, and the child wants to get away, and so you get the picture, and you tell the photographer, oh, get ready for a catch and release. And catch and release is where you set the child down, and you know the child's going to run to their parent. So as the child starts to run to the parent, you sit there and go, and the child is going, you know, but you're sitting there behind him going, you know, it's a great little picture, you know, because the child is bailing, getting out of the scene and everything. But if the photographer catches that moment, that's the keepsake picture. That's the Instagram moment, you know, fun type things. But photographers have been good at catching some of those special moments. Okay. Boss number 4, your host, your sponsor, the mall. They created the event. They've organized the event. It may be that they were just, boss told them to set up the company party and they put it together. Maybe it is the mall that's hired you, you know. It depends on the different thing. But again, they put it all together. Whether it's a paid job or a volunteer job where you're just helping out, you know, or something like that, respect the person that put the thing together like they were an employer, okay? You also want them to respect you like you were an employee or a contractor or something like that. But again, remember that they are the one that put it together. They're in charge, okay? Even if you're a volunteer, think like an employee or a contractor. Send them an agreement. How many of you have a contract or an agreement or some sort of email that you send to people when you've got a booking? Okay? Send them the same thing. It may have $0 because you're volunteering, but the thing is you want them to understand what you're doing. When we talk about contracts, we're going to talk about that, how you take and send that out, and you put in it, you know, you're going to be there for an hour and a half, and you're going to arrive at this time, and you're going to leave at this time, and an hour and a half, and my fee for the hour and a half, and you put in that dollar amount. And I always recommend you put in your highest rate for that hour and a half because you're not getting it anyway. But you want them to understand that is your value. You are worth as much as an attorney. You know, what's an attorney charge for an hour now? 100, 200? I mean, some of them are up there, you know. You put that down there, and then you put 0, that you're donating it, and you're 0. But the thing is, they know you're worth $200. Plus, when you do a volunteer event, remember that sometimes you can get other bookings on a charitable event. So remember that. And now when someone says, gee, we like the Santa that was here at the event and everything, you know how we can get a hold of them, and they can refer you, and they could probably even tell them, yeah, but he's $200 an hour, you know, or whatever your fee was, okay? So you do that. But again, this is very important that when you're working with a host, that you respect them, and you get them to respect you too. You're not worth 0. You know, you're worth whatever your hourly rates are, okay? Now, we've revised this since I gave you the 4 bosses. And somebody actually gave us one of the bosses that you have that might be new. But number 1, who do you work for? Okay, number 1, I always look at the man above, okay? Everything that I've accomplished in my life, what I'm doing, is because of the direction he has let me follow, the roads that he's put me on. Okay, number 2, it's Mrs. Claus, your partner, your spouse, whoever you've got. You have a responsibility to somebody. I have one Santa says, well, I'm not married anymore, but I got a daughter. Yeah. You're responsible to somebody, you know. Okay, then you get into the children, the parents, the photo company, and of course the host, the sponsor, the mall. So we do have these different bosses and things like that. Okay, and this is the time when we're going to take a break. We're going to keep the screen up here. It'll be about 10 minutes, everybody. I'll let you go get a cup of coffee, visit the necessary little room down the hallway, and we'll be back soon. Nickel? I had. Oh my God. Okay. Let me use something here. One second. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's take our seats. Okay, everybody at home, come on. I hope you got your cup of coffee. You're all set to go. Have your little snacks on the side there. Wish I could have the snacks. That'd be kind of nice, you know. I'll wait till lunchtime. We're having lasagna for lunch today, so it should be nice, okay? Okay, let's get going here. Thank you very much at all.
All right, toddlers, we got some learning to do here. My nephew brought home another book the other day, just burns me up. Now they want to politically correct up Christmas stories so they don't offend nobody and everybody everywhere can enjoy them. So this is a story formerly known as "'Twas the Night Before Christmas." It is now called "'Twas the Night Before a Non-Denominational Winter Holiday." It was the night before a non-denominational winter holiday when all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The neutral gift sacks were hung by the chimney with care in hopes that a non-specific holiday figure would soon be there. Children of every race, creed, and nationality were resting all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar-free plums danced in their heads. When out on the lawn there arose such a clatter, I got up out of bed to see what was the matter and to see who was violating the neighborhood sound level ordinance. But what to my wondering eyes did appear but an emissions-free vehicle, an 8-size challenge reindeer. Holiday figure was so lively and quick, I knew in a moment it must be Holiday Figure. He had a broad but normal face and an advanced-sized belly, and he laughed, "Lady of the evening, lady of the evening, lady of the evening." You believe that? What in the world? You can't even say ho, ho, ho no more. What kind of comic crap is this? I don't care who you are. His name is Santa Claus, and he cracks deer with a horsewhip, breaks into people's houses, drinks rum and eggnog, and looks like Uncle Jesse from Dukes of Hazzard. End of story.
Yeah, that's a cute little piece. By the way, that's like 15, 16 years ago, at least. I understand he still does a little bit like that in his comedy act when he travels around. But again, this is before we were using that term woke, you know, that they were doing it. But the funny thing is before he did this, there was a period where down in Australia they had told the Santas down there at Myers department stores and other locations around there, they came in for training, and they were told that they could no longer say ho, ho, ho. And I'm serious. This is what they did in the training. A group like this right here now, with the group of you sitting in a room, you can't use ho, ho anymore. It scares the children, and it's demeaning to women. And that's what they told all the Santas. And the Santas are going, what? Yeah. Every child knows Santa says ho, ho, ho. It's been going on for a long, long time. And we said, no, you can't do that anymore. And the next day it was in the newspaper that they had announced that all the Santas at the department stores cannot say ho, ho anymore. And the public outcry was just terrible. People said, what are you doing? You're changing everything at the department store. The kids are expecting Santa to do. And they said, well, Santa was holding a baby, and he did ho, ho, ho too loud, and the baby cried. So we're not going to do it anymore. And, of course, the demeaning to women. And so anyway, the department store said, we didn't teach the Santas that. And the reporter said, well, here's my tape recorder from the class. You had me in the class to teach me how to be a Santa, and this is what you said. So the next day it was in the U.S. newspapers, and it went worldwide. So all of a sudden, Jay Leno and David Letterman actually did a top 10 Santas. And I got a call, and I had to get 10 Santas in New York City, all real bearded, to go to Letterman. The guys loved it too, because they all got $750 each to do one line. Huh? Yeah, and so again, in fact, they wanted one black Santa, and we lucked out. We found a black Santa in Brooklyn. He was the only one that had a theatrical beard. The rest of the Santas all had real beards, but it was a fun thing. And I had 10 Santas who were all my best friends for that year, because they all got paid. I wasn't one of the 10, because I was actually in California at the time. But the thing was, it's nice to be able to do little things like that once in a while for your friends. But anyway, it was crazy that type of thing would happen. The funny thing was, about a year later, they actually had a situation where they wanted all the Santas to do stand-up photos, because somebody had, at a mall somewhere on the East Coast, had said that Santa had touched the children the wrong way. So they decided they'll have all the Santas do stand-up photos. The kids will stand next to Santa. No Santa's sitting in Santa's lap. Yeah, that lasted about 3 hours. The parents wanted pictures of their kids sitting in Santa's lap. You know, so again, tradition holds a very strong base in what we do. And if you look at pictures going all the way back into, well, you know, Edmund Gwynn, you know, the pictures of him in the 40s, even before him in the 30s, it's always the same thing with the department stores and things like that. Nice chairs, Santa sitting there, receiving the children, sitting on the lap, talking to Santa. And of course, in the 40s and into the 50s, they started adding photography, which of course added a whole new thing to it. And we'll cover that again later. So anyway, welcome back to School for Santas, everybody. And to get everybody woke up here, give me a ho! Ho! Give me a ho ho! Ho ho! Give me a ho ho ho! Ho ho ho! What does it mean? Merry Christmas! Okay, so we got everybody woke up now. Let's talk about Santa going to work. Okay? And we talked about your 4 bosses and everything you're going to do, but that's all before you actually get there. If you actually start working, you need to know all those things about those bosses and who you're going to work for and what you're supposed to kind of cover while you're doing it. But we've got a lot of details to get into now. Details on how to get to work, what you're going to do when you're at work, and then also all the details about with the children. Greeting the children, meeting with the children and the families, talking with the children and things like that. So let's talk about Santa goes to work. Okay. There are 5 basic steps, okay, to your going to work. Number 1 is your arrival and your greeting to everybody, okay? Your arrival is very, very important. You need to make it prestigious. You want everybody to know you're there. Santa doesn't, we don't just arrive in a puff of smoke. We usually got to come from some other place. You know, wherever we dress, maybe we parked in the parking lot, have to come in, whatever. But as you're coming in, if there are people there, you've got to have presence as you come in. And I think you need to parade in or walk in some way to, you know, remember, you're a rock star too. You're the celebrity of the day, okay? So you've got that part. The next thing you have to receive and welcome the children and the families, and you have to sit the children with you to get the pictures. We got to cover that little part. And then you have to get the picture, the all-important picture, the document that it happened. That day happened. That's that benchmark that the family keeps track of. You mentioned the refrigerator with the pictures and stuff, right? Okay, people can look at those pictures and they can remember certain highlights. That's the year Tommy got his first bicycle. That's when Susie got her Barbie dolls. You know, people remember those key points of when they see those pictures, you know. There one family, they said the picture, oh yeah, that's the year that was his first visit to Santa Claus, and he threw up. I didn't want to hear that, okay? But, okay, it happens. Children get nervous. So you have to be prepared for everything when the children are coming to see you. Taking the photo, then, of course, talking with the children. And this becomes a very important thing because this is where we have to cover all the details as to what they want for Christmas. Have they been good? You know, all those little things like that. And sometimes you're going to get asked those questions that are difficult to answer. So you're going to have to, you know, a lot to do in talking with them. Okay? It's a conversation. It's not a one-way street. Okay? And then after the basic visit, you definitely have to have some sort of formal goodbye. You want them to feel good as they leave. Remind them to be in sleep on Christmas Eve because you're going to be coming. They got to be asleep before you can deliver any toys. Little things like that. But a formal goodbye, okay? So, and then of course, all of this is in a matter of minutes. Matter of minutes. It's even the difficult questions you get asked. You've got to answer those in a matter of minutes. You don't have time sometimes to spend, you know, with a child or a family or anything like that. Yes, you have a question back there.
Yes, sir. You keep saying all in a matter of minutes. If you're working a private event at someone's house,
Okay.
how long are you planning on staying?
Okay. Now, a good point. His question was, when you're doing a private event or something like that, how much time do you have? Okay. Let's start with the mall or shopping center. It's usually a minute or two. I mean, Cherry Hill at one time had in one of their handbooks, it was a 20-second visit. You know, but you got 2 children, that's 40 seconds or something like that. It all depends on the line and also how fast does that cashier work. Because sometimes they don't want a line of family at the cashier. So there are different pacings. And you will work out your own pacing, okay? You'll also find out there are going to be days when there's a long line waiting and you got to move things faster to keep the line moving. And, you know, but again, you don't want to rush anything. And there are days when there's no line and you can spend more time. Okay. If it's a home visit, home visits are completely different. And one of the things I recommend when you're talking with the people about booking a home visit or company party, you find out how many children are going to be there. And then you multiply by 3 or 4 minutes per child. Now, you're not going to spend 3 or 4 minutes per child, but that gives you your total time. So if they tell you they've got 20 children, 3 minutes is what? An hour. So that means an hour visit. That's going to give you time to get in, do an arrival, an entrance, sit down, meet with each of the kids for a couple minutes, take a picture, maybe get siblings together or families together for pictures, maybe go take a picture with grandma, maybe even read a storybook in that hour. So in other words, I have you budget 3 minutes to kind of cover the whole gamut because you're only going to spend a couple with the child. And if you have 2 kids, it's almost, maybe at 1.5 times. Instead of 2 minutes, it'll be 3 minutes with 2 kids. But the thing is you will work out your own paces and stuff like that. But that I'm giving you that to budget it. So as you're booking, so when a person calls and they want you for an event and they're going to have 20 children, and you tell them whether that's an hour visit, they says, well, I can't afford an hour. Can you do it in a half hour? Well, yeah, I probably could, but I wouldn't have much time to visit with the children. We'd just take pictures. The thing is now, if there's 20 children, it's not their family. So the thing you can immediately turn around with is to say, well, it sounds like you have a couple families sharing this. Okay, so you just split the cost up. It's cheaper than the mall. People sometimes, balk at the fact that you give them a fee for an hour when they don't realize that if they've got 20 children there in an hour, and that's 5 families or 6 families, you divide that fee up, and all of a sudden it's cheaper than what they would have paid at the mall. So again, it usually works out okay. Yes, go ahead.
From an old business, if I had an hour book, not doing Santa, but there's, an hour before and an hour after, up and down and tear down, what is your average?
I never charge the pre or post times. In other words, I have to figure out my whole thing. So you would have to figure out. Yeah. In other words, you would have to figure out your. Now, you're talking setup. So you bring in props and set up. You have a sleigh or chair or.
Well, no, I'm just trying to get an idea because I know that regardless of what you're doing, there's travel time, there's time for prep.
Correct.
So an hour
Correct. You are correct on that. In other words, oh yeah. Example, I get up in the morning, I'm going to go do an event. I have 1 hour alone, which is shower, style, dress, out the door. I budget an hour for that. And then I got driving time, and then the event, you know. So again, but my fee, my 1 hour fee, I know is covering all that. Okay, so you have, that's where you have to figure out that item. The other thing is tomorrow when we talk about setting rates, we'll actually talk about how you figure some of that out. Also finding out what the competition is charging and things like that. You know, you come up with it. But in most cases, most Santas, when they come up with a fee, their fee is based on the fact they know they got to prep and they got to drive time and everything else. I also include in all of my rates when I quote somebody mileage. Now, if they're close to my house, it's this rate. If I find that I got to drive 50 miles to them an hour, then I'm going to add money because of the distance. But I quote them the whole price. I don't say it's $120 plus $30 for my 50-mile drive. You know, I just quote them 150. You know, so I would do that. So again, we'll talk tomorrow on rates and playing with all that. Okay, but getting back on all of this here, everything we have to do, we've got to do it in a matter of minutes. But again, you can figure out what your minutes and things are going to be. I have one more question.
I was just going to say, with photographers and the parents both that I've worked with, a lot of these parents are coming to realization that they can get a much better quality picture by going to a photographer.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to give them 15 minutes rather than waiting in line for 20 minutes and then have 2 minutes in a chair with a crying baby that's not going to be able to get a good shot.
Plus, during that 15 minutes, the photographer might take 40 pictures, and they can go through a whole gamut. It used to be that when we had negatives, they would only take so many pictures. But now with digital photography, they can take tons of pictures. The family can sit there and pick out the 5 best or 10 best pictures they want in their portfolio, and they get the best thing. Plus, the photographers can do bursts, or when they hit the button to take a picture, they actually get a little window. And if, I don't know if you've ever seen this on your phone sometimes. You look at a picture on your phone, and you'll see a little bar down below of the same picture, and you can move back and forth in it. So example, my wife, a lot of times, she blinks, okay? But I can take and move that to the point where she isn't blinking. So I get pictures of her where she isn't blinking. So again, you can, but photographers, because of the new technologies and everything, they can pull things out of pictures that are fantastic. So again, it's great. Okay, let's get into these 5 items. Number 1, Santa's arrival and departure, okay? Parade to your set. This may be where you're coming in from the parking lot. It could be from a dressing room and you got to get to the chair and the set or whatever. But I think Santa should kind of parade, strut, whatever. If you got a walking stick, you use the walking stick. If Mrs. Claus is with you, you can be arm in arm, you know, and you're going to your set, you know, and you're doing your ho-ho-hos, you know, it's great, you know, and it makes it nice, you know, and you keep moving. You don't stop. Because the minute you stop, a line will start. Because people want to get their pictures instead of waiting in that line over there. You know, so you got to go to wherever the photo set is. But again, parading to your set is a great way to add to the pomp and circumstance of what you're doing. You know, you're strutting a little bit, and I like to think that Santas are like peacocks. We're all dressed up in bright red. We're strutting a little bit, you know, and you know, that's why Santa's a chick magnet. I'll tell you about that another time. Okay, parade to your set. Act like Santa's a rock star. That's very, very important, okay? You can use Merry Christmas or Season's Greetings or Happy Holidays. Use all of them. Even if somebody has a little bit of a, you know, aversion to using Merry Christmas all the time, mix it up. But you can use everything. I don't think you have to be told you can't say Merry Christmas, okay? Merry Christmas is respected by so many people, and it's respected by other cultures too. They know what it means. You know, it's just people who want to pick on Santa. Sometimes Santa is like on a pedestal, and there are people out there that want to throw rocks at him. They want to knock him off the pedestal, you know. And so again, things like that happen. But use all the different things. I did the Hollywood Parade for 20 years. And in the 20 years, it's the Hollywood Christmas Parade. Now, Hollywood is a very liberal area. And again, that would be Merry Christmas. You would think, well, they're not going to have me do that because they're liberal. No, no, no. They respect it. It's also a bit of business, you know. In fact, all the movies you've ever seen and all the major stories you've ever read about Santa Claus, 80% of them are written by Jewish artists and writers. It's, you know, it's a very unique thing because it's a popular cultural item. They write about society. They write about life. And those things become movies and films and stories. And in Hollywood, they know that too. But when I was in the parade, on the sleigh, right on the big dash on the sleigh, I had Merry Christmas in about 12 different languages. I had it in Korean and in Vietnamese and Japanese, because as I go down the parade route, there are different areas, you know, that you go by. Lebanese is over here, the Vietnamese are on that block over there. So I could say Merry Christmas in their dialect, in their tongue. You know, so it made it quite nice for what I'm doing. Plus I threw in Happy Hanukkah, you know, and Happy Holidays and Seasons Greetings. So I did them all and nobody ever stopped me. You know, it was great. It was great. Okay. Having an escort or an assistant. Depending on the venue you're at, where you're working, you may want to have somebody help you get to your set. Now, sometimes Mrs. Claus can escort you. That gives you a bit of an assist. But sometimes, if it's a crowd, if there's a lot of people, if you don't know exactly where you're going. I've had events where it's a new venue. I'm only going to be there for the one day. I've got to get from the parking lot to wherever I'm going to be, and there's already 500 people there. You want the host to have somebody take you, hold your hand, and take you to wherever you're going to work. Okay? If you're arriving at an office building, you want someone to meet you in the parking garage or wherever you get out of the Uber or whatever and take you to the floor or wherever you're going to work. Because invariably, if you're going through a big crowd or you're going into an office building, other people will think that you're possibly there for them too. And they want you to stop and take pictures with them. But you've been paid to go to the 12th floor to be with that company. So by having their employee or their escort with you, they can kindly say, oh, he's going to the Wilson Company party or something like that. And the other people will understand. But the other thing is that escort or assistant, they're the bad cop. They're the ones that say, no, he's not stopping. He won't say it that way, but the thing is, you keep moving. You know, you very kindly say, hello, Merry Christmas to you, but we do have to keep moving, and you keep moving, you know. If you were by yourself, again, and I've had this situation sometimes where I got stuck and I didn't have an escort. I have to be very courteous and say, oh, hi, how are you? Well, I'm going over to the big set over here, so come on, follow me over there, and I keep moving. I don't stop. I keep going. You know? One of our Santas in Georgia and I went to the Coca-Cola Museum. Anybody been to Atlanta, Coca-Cola Museum? Okay, we were guests of Coca-Cola, and we went through the Coca-Cola Museum, and we came, and we got there early, because we met with the curator and some other people before it opened. So now, when we're leaving, we've had our free samples at the exit, you know, and now we're going out, and we go out into the plaza, which is right outside, and it's a beautiful sunny day, and there's 500 people having lunch on the plaza, picnics and everything else. And we're in the parking garage across the plaza next to the aquarium, and we got to get there. And the two of us had to walk through the plaza to get 500 people to get to the parking garage. And we just had to keep moving and keep moving and keep moving. So we saw that there were steps at the end of the plaza, just to the parking garage. So we said, okay, when we get to the steps, we'll stop and pose for pictures. So that's what we did. By the time we got to the steps, we had about 100 people behind us, all with their phones and everything, ready to take pictures. But, you know, Glenn Heal was the other Santa with me. And so we had a lot of fun that day. But again, we didn't stop in the middle, because we knew if we stopped in the middle, the line would form there, you know. And the big problem you have when you have a big group like that, you want to stand there. Everybody wants to come up and do solos, you know, and it's a little hard to do it. So basically I said, okay, we're right here. Okay, actually, now all of you, I want you to turn around and look that way, set your phones up to do a selfie, and we'll be in the background waving. So that's what we did to get all of them to take pictures with us and do selfies with us. But they're down there and we're up here, and then we escaped to the parking garage. So you learn these tricks over the years. Okay. When taking breaks, sometimes you might need an escort also, particularly if you have to go to a bathroom, and if it's a public bathroom, the escort is the guard outside the door while you're inside to make sure nobody else comes in. You know, you don't need kids or other people coming in when you're in the bathroom. I also recommend you use the handicap stalls. Especially, I'm one of those people, when I take a break, even if it's just a 10-minute break, I like to get into that stall, take my coat off, and air my armpits out, and cool off a bit before I put the coat back on. That refreshes me. And you have to think about that, because you've got to go back out in the set. Isn't it nice to cool down, a radical cool down, cool off a little bit, put the jacket back on, check everything, you know, make sure everything's right, and then head back on out. But having somebody guarding the door and making sure nobody else comes in and interrupts you is also very important. You know, you don't need somebody trying to peek under the door. Oh, it's happened. It's happened. One Santa said he was in the bathroom using the urinal, and a child came in and grabbed his leg. Santa! Yeah, so you have somebody guard the door, make sure you're safe, okay? And then at the end of the day, it's also important. When you're doing an event and you arrive at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, whatever, at 9 o'clock and you're leaving, it's different. At 8 o'clock, whatever, at the end of the evening. If it's a mall or a shopping center or a big community event, who hangs around at the end of the event? The teenagers, a few families and stragglers and stuff. But the thing is they become a little more obnoxious than the group that you saw at 4 o'clock. And the thing is having someone escort you to your car or your vehicle is very, very important. Because again, they're the bad cop. They're helping you get to your car. You know, I like it when they give me a security guard, you know, with a radio, you know, just in case. If it's at a mall or a shopping center and you're working, who's worked malls? Anybody? Okay. Or worked at Bass Pro or someplace like that, you know, big crowds, there's people late in the evening. You got to get from the location out to your car. Having that escort's very, very important, because as you're walking out there will be customers or obnoxious teenagers who will want to interrupt you, want to get pictures with you, want to hassle you, whatever. Now, I have a philosophy about teenagers, by the way. One teenager can be a little creative and obnoxious. 2 of them get a little more obnoxious. Put 3 together and one of them turns into Eddie Haskell. Okay? And they challenge each other to do stupid things. So again, it's best to have the escort. Makes your life a lot simpler. Okay? And any of you at home who don't know who Eddie Haskell is, watch Leave It to Beaver. Yeah, Eddie was the neighbor kid that was always causing little problems. Oh, hello, Mrs. Cleaver. Bye, you look lovely today. Crazy. Okay, Santa's greeting. Now that we're parading into the mall, going down the road or anything, what's your greeting? I mentioned the season's greetings and the happy holidays and all that. But your ho-ho-hos are actually your number 1 greeting, okay? Everybody knows the ho-ho-ho. Babies know it. Children know it. I have been to foreign countries where I'm not known as Santa. I'm known as ho-ho. Yes, that's because it's so predominant, so well known. You need to have a good ho-ho-ho. You don't have to have the strongest voice in the world. It doesn't have to be the deepest voice in the world. Mrs. Claus can have her own ho-ho-ho, okay? But again, you want to have different levels for different situations. Maybe a louder one when you come in the parade. You know, it's ho-ho-ho-ho, Merry Christmas, everybody, you know, and your voice is, you know, bolder, okay? But maybe the children, you know, that's the large group. Okay? Then when the children are coming closer to you, you bring it down. It's, ho, ho, ho. Hi, guys, how are you? It's so good to see you. Merry Christmas. Come on in and say hi to Santa. You know, that's as the children approach. Now, when they're sitting in your lap or you're holding a baby, it becomes softer. Hi, how are you? Yes, yeah. Have you been good? You know, or if they're sitting on your knee, again, have you been good? You know, but you have it softer. It's personable, very personable. You get where I'm coming from? How many of you have grandkids? You wouldn't use the large ho-ho-ho with the grandkids, would you? When they're sitting on your lap? You don't want to scare your little ones. It's the same thing, okay? So small one holding the children. Now, when the kids are gone, you bring it back up. You can have a louder, you know, medium kind of, you know, ho, 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 ho. Hi guys, how are you? People walking by. Maybe there's no crowd at all, and they're, you know, just people walking around the set. You can use a different level to whatever it is to communicate to the people walking by. You know, I remember working in one of the malls. We had every morning around 9 o'clock, the silver sneakers would come through. About 30 ladies, a couple guys, but they'd all come through with their strut, you know, with their, you know, going through and everything. And I always be saying, hello girls, how are you? And that was always a fun thing. It's improper, right, to call someone girl, right? No, the little ladies love being called girls. Oh, little girls love being called little ladies. So you can switch it around because it's a term of endearment. It's not being derogatory. It's not being negative. I don't know why some people think we're trying to be negative. You know, we're trying to make fun for everybody. Okay. Welcoming the children. Now, once you're into the set, you're on the set and everything. Now you got to welcome the children. Now remember that 5-second rule I talked about, because you're going to want to remember that. That will be key to a lot of pictures you take, trying to get the pictures as soon as you can. Now, it may not be 5 seconds. Maybe the kids coming up to you are 5 or 6 years old, they're older, and they're not afraid of you or anything like that. But the spontaneity of the moment sometimes is better. They're coming in to sit with you. Get the picture as quick as you can before they really settle in, before they, you know, kind of realize it, you know, because they're concentrating on how they're sitting and what they're doing and everything. And then you say, look at the camera and smile. And they do that, and all of a sudden the picture's taken, okay? So sometimes you can get the best pictures in those first moments that they're with you. Then you can get into the conversation and the discussions and even names, that type of thing, okay? The best photos, again, are taken in the first 5 seconds, okay? Always say hello to the family. And like I said, if the father or mother or the parents are with them, whoever's with them. By the way, it may not be mom and dad, okay? Could be grandma and grandpa. It could be dad and a girlfriend, mom and a boyfriend, you know, partners, different things. Families are not the same as we always think they are. They're always different configurations. Sometimes instead of saying parents or mom and dad, say folks. You can use different ways of greeting them and saying hi to them, you know. Again, wokeism has come about and has taken it away. But, by the way, did you hear that Disney has now changed back their announcements at all the theme parks? You know, 3 years ago, they basically put out a new thing is that they no longer would say, they would, instead of saying ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, would say, welcoming all of our guests here to the Magic Kingdom. Is this, you know, from Mickey and the gang, welcome, you know. But they've changed it back now. So now it's ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you know. So it's back to the old announcement, which is great, you know. But again, always say hello to the whole family, okay. Keep your hands in the photos. Very, very important. In fact, one of the things I recommend, and again, some of the photo companies do, is that you always have on some gloves. Okay. Now, some Santas don't wear gloves. Anybody here not wear gloves? So everybody here in the room wears gloves. But again, gloves are great because your hands show up better in the photo. Okay. And if you have a little boy or a little girl on your lap and you're taking a picture with them, the glove is going to show up in the picture. You can get your hand around a shoulder, you know. I don't recommend hands under the arms, okay, under the waist and everything. Around the shoulder is better, you know, that type of thing. You can have a hand on the shoulder. With the baby, you could have a hand on the underneath and a hand on here, or maybe a hand underneath here, and you hold the baby like this, and you've got a hand on the tummy, but the gloves are always showing. And they always show very, very nicely and look good in the pictures. But nobody is going to be confused if your hand is not showing. By the way, if you can't get your hands around them, bring your hands back in. That means they're old enough and strong enough to sit on their own. They don't need, you know, your hand on the shoulder to hold them in place, you know. And then what I do is I generally will take and kind of point or do something like that. But again, I'm always wearing gloves, you know. By the way, I wear a Santa ring, and I have my Santa ring sized so that I can put it over my glove. I think it'll work. Let me check. There's my glove. So I can take my ring, and I can slide it over the glove. So the ring is in the picture. So it makes it kind of a little nice look. But the same ring will fit on my hand. And I have to wear all my rings now on this hand because now I have arthritis, and these fingers are all bigger. I got to buy new rings now because my fingers are bigger. Crazy. Arthritis moved in earlier this year on me. So new resident in the body. Okay, so hands in the photo. Have your helpers help you. How many of you, when you're working, have a helper or someone with you? Anybody? How about you folks out there? You have helpers? Your helpers can help you. And the simple thing that they can do is they can ask the children their names. They can ask them their names before they even come up to you. And then the helper comes to you and says, Santa, here's Tommy and Susie. The helper has now made it easier for you to know who the children are. Excuse me, I'm going to take a little drink of water here. Anyway, so the helpers can help you know the children's names. And you eliminate that awkward question. And it's always fun. A child comes up to you and you say, oh, hi, what's your name? And they say, can you guess? And there's always a smart young little boy or girl that will say, guess. You know, and it gets to be a little hard. But the funny thing is, through the school, and this is, again, 24th year of doing the school, I've had so many Santas tell me different techniques that they have used to get the children to fess up what their name is. And basically, they play games with the kids and get them so frustrated the kid yells out their name, you know. So it's one of those things where he says, well, you know, guess my name. Oh, let's see, Susie. No, oh, okay. Abraham, you know, or just throw out, you know, crazy names, you know. One Santa says, oh, I use Klingon names. Klingon names, you say, yeah. You know, Giscom, you know, Giscom. No, my name's not Giscom. Yeah, Giscom. And they say, no, my name's not Giscom. Yes, it is, it's Giscom. And he says, no, my name is Stephen. And he says, oh, I'm sorry, Giscom is Klingon for Stephen, you know. Or they do the same thing, but instead of Klingon, it's elf. Okay? You go, Santa, what's my name? Giscom. No, my name's not Giscom. Yes, it's Giscom. He says, no, my name's Stephen. He says, oh, I'm sorry. The elves, to them, Stephen is Giscom. So in elf language, your name is Giscom. You know, you can do these things with the kids and they believe it. You know, and you make up names off the top of your head, just, you know, whatever you want, you know. Have fun with it, you know, and you get the kids' names. Now, in addition, now the helpers can give you their names, but if you can't, you can come up with your own names, okay? Let's see. Control your ho-ho-hos. Remember, don't use the loud ho-ho-hos with a baby or something like that. You don't want to scare anybody, okay? But you can have, you know, decent ho-ho-hos. Once you've got the welcome with the children, a little bit of ho-ho-hos, the kids are coming up to you. Now you've got to seat them. You've got to get them positioned for a photo. And again, this is all again in those first, 30 seconds or so of a visit. You just, really quick, like, you know, they come up, you got to get, they're ready to get seated, but you got to do it quickly, okay? So CDM photo setups are important. Now, if you have babies, usually the mother's going to bring the baby up. Remember, when you're holding a baby, you've got the baby in your arms. You might have one hand underneath, one hand on a tummy. Tell you what, I'm going to go ahead and put the gloves on so you can kind of, since we talked about gloves a few minutes ago, and you'll see where the gloves go easily. Okay, so now I have a hand under the baby. The baby is right here. The baby's head is up here, and I got a hand on the tummy. That's a proper way to hold a baby. The baby is well cradled in your arm, okay? Now, but the key thing you have to remember is you sometimes have to tilt yourself forward a little so the baby's face is not laying down, the baby's face is up. Because you don't want to take a picture of the baby's nostrils. Okay, you want the baby's face facing the camera. So you're holding the baby in such a way that they can do it. Now, if it's a tiny baby, remember you may have to be tilted back a little bit. You don't want to tilt the baby so far forward that their head is going forward. It's not good for their neck. Because they haven't developed, sometimes their neck muscles aren't that strong yet. So, but again, you want the baby well positioned. Okay, the other thing is, when you're holding the baby, you don't have to do cheese. You don't have to sit there and go. Sometimes the better picture is when you're kind of looking over at the baby. Okay? Now, you don't have to look straight at the baby. I recommend what we call a 3/4 or what they call cheating to the camera a bit. You're holding the baby, and your head is tilted somewhat towards the baby, but the photographer is going to get a good part of your face, and your eyes can be kind of down towards the baby. So you can do that for a picture. And that's good, okay? If the baby's asleep, okay, invite the parent to put the baby in your arm anyway. You'll hold the baby while the baby's asleep. And then you can pretend you're asleep. You could tell everybody to be quiet. You know, different things. We even had Santas who actually have laid down on part of their set and laid the baby on their tummy. Just like they were at home. And the baby is just laying there sleeping. And it's a beautiful picture, you know, because the baby's hearing the heartbeat. You know, it's just a neat type of fun thing. But again, you have that type of picture. Now, sometimes the babies are a little bit older. Say the baby's 3-4 months old, but you're still holding them. You could even hold them sideways, where you've got their back, you got their bottom, and you can hold them like this, and you can be looking at them. But you want to you don't want them straight where they're facing you, and the camera is this way. You want to angle them a bit. So the thing is you're angling their body a bit, your body. Again, the whole idea is if there's two people in the picture, we should be angled a bit. Everybody understand that? In other words, we're both angled. We don't have one of us this way and one this way. So you angle both of them that way. So again, you're angled a bit, the baby is angled a bit. So you have that type of thing you can do. I'll show you a picture in a few minutes, and it's one where I was holding a baby this way, but the baby was, you know, almost, you know, horizontal to the camera. So again, it's different ways. But babies can be a lot of fun for pictures. The older they get, the more you can put them on your knee or hold them that way. I've had some that were 6 months old, maybe a year, where I've actually sat them on the knee and that type of thing. It just depends on how big the child or how small the child is. That makes it more comfortable for what you're doing. If they're preemies, little tiny ones, again, it gets to be fun. If mommy comes up and the baby is having a bottle, and she says, oh, we got to wait, I'm giving her bottle right now. Well, give me the bottle. I've had Santas that show me this. They hold the baby, they're giving the baby the bottle. And again, that's that magic picture. It's going to be a benchmark. Now, here's a neat trick. You work with your photographer, and you tell your photographer, on the count of 3, I'm going to pull the bottle out. Grab the picture, okay? And you go 1, 2, 3, and when you pull the bottle out, you move it just a little. And you've got the baby, you pull the bottle out, move it over like this. What's that baby going to be doing? The baby's going to be there going, and it's going to look like you're getting ready to put the bottle in. So it again, makes a great, great photo. But it takes teamwork, coordination with the photographer, you know. And again, you can do it over and over and over. Yes. That is a problem, and again, that's why a lot of times you're supposed to have an extra coat nearby. You need to have shot wipes, things like that. If the baby, and again, depends on how you're holding the baby and everything. I've had Santas who've been lucky enough. The problem is when it gets in the fur. On the velvet, you can take and rinse the velvet off and clean the velvet sometimes and be good for future things. When it hits the lap or the fur, then you've got other little problems. And again, it stops everything, shuts everything down, because there's a sanitary thing you have to take care of.
So you still get paid, or like, let's say it happens 30 minutes into a 2-hour session?
Well, the thing is hopefully you're going to be able to clean it up a bit and come back. You don't end everything. You need to be. Yeah, I keep an old suit. In fact, when I first started, I had a really cheap suit, but always had that in the car. Suit in a box. You ever seen those? Suit in a box. No, I don't have it on the set, but I have it in the car. I've gotten a damp lap, but I've always had lap pads and stuff like that. I'm trying to remember, even in my early days, the pictures I had at Bullock's. I don't remember ever having a wet lap there, But again, nowadays the diapers are pretty good, example, if you see a mother coming towards you and she's going, it usually means that diaper is pretty loaded. Yeah. So again, you have to watch out on that. Okay, so baby photos, of course, they're the most popular. Sleeping babies, baby with a bottle, and again, when you're doing community events, or not community events, private events, you can do other baby pictures. I've had pictures where I'm walking the baby. The little, the 1-year-old that's just started walking, mama's walking him around. I've taken the place of mommy and walked the child, and they're taking videos and pictures as I'm walking the baby. The baby is trying to walk towards mommy, who's taking the pictures. And it's magic. And the rest of the people are all going, And again, these are neat things that we can do that you can't do in a mall. Doesn't always work in a mall. Okay. Toddlers and young children. Toddlers and young children generally can come up to you on their own power. And if they're not big enough to lift or to sit on your lap, I recommend the parents place the child on your knee. Let the parent pick the child up. Let them strain their back, not you. Okay? Now, also, you might want to have a stool there. Because again, a 3 or 4-year-old can stand up on a stool, turn around. With their feet on the stool, they can sit right on your knee. And their feet are 2 feet. One bottom. 3 points of contact. Anybody a fisherman? 3 points of contact is what you need to know when you're in a rowboat or a small boat or something like that, because that's going to help you from flipping or falling out or something like that. Well, if the child doesn't have their feet firmly planted on something, when they're sitting on your knee, sometimes they think they're balancing on a wire. Even though you know how big your knee is and everything, it's awkward for them. So again, having their feet on the top of a stool or something can really help them out. I'm going to take my gloves off again. Toddlers and young children, again, you can get nice pictures with. Grade schoolers, a little easier. Again, they're more competent. They've probably been and visited you before, so they know the routine with Santa and everything. Easier to get pictures with them. Okay? Teens and tweens becomes a little more awkward, not difficult, but awkward, because maybe they don't want to sit on Santa's lap. I'm too big for this. I'm too old for this. If it's a young lady, some young ladies don't want to sit on an old man's lap. There's some sort of perceived, that it's awkward, and they don't want to do that. So again, you can offer to stand up. Invite them to sit in the chair, and you're off to the side. You can do different things. And if your photographer able to move that camera around, you can do all kinds of pictures to get what they want, you know, and that makes it good. I've had it where I had a young lady sit on that arm and I sat on this arm, you know, and we you know, just, you know, together. And another thing I do is I do a lot of, let's both point at the camera. Let's both do thumbs up. Do different things like that. And I'm going to show you something new in a moment you're going to really like, because it's going to change your whole idea of how you can take pictures with kids and adults. Adult pictures are generally stand-up. Very seldom do you sit down and have an adult sit on your lap, except what he did at the bar. Huh? Oh. Yeah, oh, yeah. And I advise you, if you're invited to do an adult party, it's best to do an adult party. Be there at the beginning of the party, greet all the adults, take pictures with them before they start dancing, before the sweat stains start showing up on the guys' shirts and the hairdos start falling, and get the good pictures before that happens, and then you won't have to worry, and then you leave. Don't hang around to the second or third hour when the open bar is, you know, everybody's been having a great time, and the guys get obnoxious and the girls get frisky. And you don't need that. You don't need that at all. Mrs. Claus will not like it. Okay? Well, Santa's a chick magnet. We got to watch out. You got to watch out. Okay. Anyway, and then of course group photos. Now, with adults, you can do stand up with group photos. Again, you can get more people in a picture. You may want to have the photographer up a little bit higher and that type of thing. So let's run through these again. With the babies, be alert for those wet diapers and other problems. Like I said, if you see the mother walking, holding the baby, arm's length, you know the baby's got a wet diaper. Hopefully your helper or somebody will invite that mother to go change the baby and then bring the baby back in front of the line and get the picture taken. We'll give you, you know, because the baby's going to be more comfortable, you're going to get a better picture. Okay? Now, one Santa said that the helper was asking the mother, says, you got to go change the baby. And the mother said, oh, no, the baby's okay. Says, no, you can see the diaper is, I mean, that diaper is so big. I mean, what's the baby had? He said, well, she had her bottle, and she had some of my Orange Julius, and then she had 2 boxes of juice, and she's starting on another bottle now. Said, that's too much. The baby needs to have its diaper changed. I said, there's nothing wrong. He said, what do you mean there's nothing wrong? I said, the package says it holds 40 pounds. That's a 40-pound baby, not a 40-pound, you know. Yeah, you see where I'm coming from? Yeah. Okay, so be alert for the wet problems, okay. Remember the proper cradling, as I mentioned. Hold the baby in such a way that, you know, that people can see who, you know, the baby's face and everything that you're doing, okay? Tilt the child so they face the camera. We don't want to take pictures of nostrils. You want by the way, the baby is the picture, not you. Okay, they're the subject of the picture. So you're just furniture sometimes in some of these pictures. Okay? Remember, you don't always need to be looking at the camera either. So this is not always, again, about you where you're going, what if that baby is crying? If that baby is crying and is upset and you're looking at the camera going, it's going to be sadistic. I mean, you're smiling and the baby's crying. Like, what did you do to that baby? So you've got to have an emotion on your face that fits with whatever the baby's crying. If the baby's crying, you've got to have a sympathetic look. You know, we've had pictures where the baby's crying and the Santa is crying also. So there's different things you can do, but again, don't smile when it doesn't fit. You don't want that look, okay? Make sure the clothing is right. That's another thing. When the baby comes up to you or a toddler comes up to you, if you're not sure the dress looks right, ask the parent to adjust the clothing. You know, they want a good picture. You can't always see how the child looks. You can't see that the dress is caught or crimped up the wrong way, you know? You know, I sometimes, about the only thing I ever ask little girls to do sometimes is to cross their ankles. because that looks kind of neat in a picture when they got their feet crossed, you know. But again, it gets different thing. Now I'm going to show you some photos with babies right now. This is a picture. Again, this is from 1972, Christmas, and the little baby is wearing. Let's see, he's about a week old, maybe a little more. He was born December 13th. That's my brother. Okay, I'm the oldest of 11 kids. I'm number 1. He's number 11. Okay, and I was working at Bullock's. This was my 3rd year working for the department store, and my sisters dressed him up in a little red outfit and brought him to the store to get a picture. And again, you know, but that was what we did in 1972. Okay, here's a more recent one that I did, and again, I'm holding the baby sideways, as I mentioned earlier, and I probably would have been a little better if I had turned him a little to where he was facing the camera a bit more, okay? But again, we were taking lots and lots of pictures, so this was one. There might have been another one that was a little bit better, but I couldn't find it, okay? Here's one with the baby. Again, and by the way, all these pictures you're going to see of me holding children or talking with children, we're shooting them without a Santa chair, without a Santa set. So you don't always need to have a chair or a tree or a backdrop or anything else, because who's the subject of the picture? The baby or the children. You're the furniture. So in this case, here's the little baby. I got her on my lap. She's happy. This is, by the way, this is the little one that I walked around also. It was kind of neat. So we got a couple good pictures, and I got a nice little smile there, okay? And this is kind of what we call the yeah smile, and I'll tell you about that in a little bit too. Let's see, we've got some more children. Okay. Don't lift the children. Let the parent lift the children. Save your back, okay? Remember your proper hand placement. You know, if you need to help the child out, a hand on the shoulder, that type of thing can work out great. Try to keep from putting your hands under armpits, particularly on little girls, because then your fingers or your thumbs are in a delicate position and it's not proper, okay? Hands in the photo. Have a small step stool. A small step stool right near your set. It could be a crate, little box, could look like a package all wrapped, but something solid to stand on that you could move onto the set so the child could step up on it and then sit down on your lap. Now, I had a little stool like this. I got this at Target, okay, about 20 bucks. And it worked perfect. It would actually slide underneath my chair. And again, but a child could stand on that stool and sit down on my knee, on my lap, and be perfectly comfortable. And then when they were done, I could hold their hand and they could just step down. No problem at all, and we could move the stool out of the way. The other thing we did with the stool, sometimes the child didn't want to sit on my lap. But we could put the stool out here and the child would sit there with the stool, 3 feet, 4 feet in front of me. But the photographer taking the picture, the depth of field makes them look like they're sitting right in front of me. So we could have the child sit there. Some photographers have actually had little stuffed reindeer or horses, tricycles, things that a child could sit on in front of Santa and take a picture. So there's lots of little tricks that can be done to get a picture, and just so stools and things like that, good props can help out. Okay? When a child feels that he or she is too old, again with the 6, 7, 8 years, kids get to that period where they don't want to sit on Santa's lap. The young girls, young boys, tweeners don't want to sit on Santa's lap. And you'll see it. You'll see this young boy walking up to you, hands in the pocket type look, and he's kind of, you know, and immediately you know, your mom sent you here, didn't she? She wants you to get a picture. And they will usually go, yeah. And they said, okay, let's get it over with quick. Now, all of a sudden, you said something he agrees with. Let's get it over with quick. And then you turn around and say, by the way, you don't have to sit on my lap. You want to sit in the chair and I'll just get on the side or something like that, you know, and you can get a good picture. Now, there are other things you can do with young kids like that, particularly young boys, where and kids, where we do the yeah technique. And I'm going to go into that. I think that's coming up. Let's see. Okay, no, but not yet. You have to wait on the yeah technique. Okay, with one child on your lap, slightly angled to the camera. Now, I mentioned this earlier. I'm angled to the camera. Instead of being straight onto the camera like this, I angle my body like this to the camera, okay? I put a child on this knee right here. They're angled to the camera. So my body's actually facing that corner. The child is facing that corner. But we both turn our heads to face the camera, and we get a nice picture, and it looks very natural, okay? If you had two children, then Santa might be straight, and the children would be angled a bit. But that's basically how we try to do that. So with one child, they're angled slightly to the camera, you're angled. With two children, let me see if I can get the number 2 to pop up. Come on, where's number 2? Oops. There we go. Something popped on my screen here, okay. Stay away from being flat. With one child, you're both angled. With two children, they're angled and you're flat. With 3 or more, you have the opportunity to do different things. They're all going to be gathered around, so it kind of becomes a little bit of an arch or a little curve, you know. You try to move the outer ones in a little closer because you're trying to keep everybody close to each other. You know, sometimes like a deck of cards. I'm here, the next child is in here, the next child is in here. In other words, they're all tight together to keep the picture tight. So you want to have that type of look in the picture. Parents are added sometimes if you need to get the whole family in a picture. Okay. And the larger the group, the higher the camera might need to be. If you were doing 10 people and you had to keep it tight, you probably would want someone standing on a chair shooting down a little bit. And if you're doing 30 people or 40 people, yeah, maybe even higher to get a picture, because we're getting more faces unless only the front row bodies are seen, because everybody's so tight with each other, and all the people that don't want their bodies seen at all are hiding in back anyway. So then we just want faces, lots of faces. How many of you have been to a Santa event where you had a big group? Somebody was in Gatlinburg, right? In Gatlinburg, we had 300, 400 people in a group picture. Photographer's way up there shooting down at all of us. You know, that type of picture. But that way we get all the people. Yeah. By the way, I missed the last convention. I missed that photo. But they photoshopped me in. So I was lucky. I was doing a media interview. You know, I was locked in some room somewhere with the camera crew being questioned, all kinds of stuff. The picture was going on somewhere else, so they were able to put me in later. Okay, on the big group stuff, then I get into using the yeah technique. The yeah technique is something I learned out in LA. I was working with a photographer. We were doing photos with about 40 children and models. About 20 of the children were used for a picture where we were in an imaginary movie theater. They had all the chairs set up like a movie theater on risers and stuff. They had a light behind us that was shooting this way, supposedly like the projector light at the movie theater, and they had little bits of smoke to make that light beam show. And the photographer was right there. And she had to get all of these children and Santa focused on the camera for the shot. And what she did was an amazing thing, and I took it away from that and started using it for all of my trainings and stuff, the yeah technique. First thing is, she told all the children, inside that camera up there is an elf. And when I say 1, 2, 3, on 3, the elf's going to pop out, and I want you to look at the elf and go, yeah. Okay. Now, the reason yeah, because yeah, instead of doing cheese, yeah is more of a mouth open a little bit. If you look at any advertising, now once in a while you're going to get models that are all smiley tooth, you know, big teeth and all that, you know, Price is Right type, you know, stuff like that. And then sometimes you're going to see pictures where their mouth is open a little bit. and like they're at a party. Hey, having fun, oh. And that's the yeah technique. So all these kids are in the audience. They got popcorn, they got juju beads, whatever they're ready to do. And she's going to try to get all of them to focus on that camera at the same time, all going, yeah. Okay? But she wants it to look spontaneous. So the other thing she is, she's got, okay, let's practice. 1, 2, 3, yeah. And everybody going, yeah. I said, okay, now the next part is, don't look at the camera until I count 3. And then you look at the camera and go, yeah. So everybody look at Santa. You know, and so as everybody's looking at Santa, and it's 1, 2, 3, yeah. There's an action when they look at the camera and they do the yeah. It looks completely different than sitting there going, geez. And that teeny bit of action and the yeah comes across as action in the film. It happens every time. You'd be amazed what happens when you do this. So use the yeah technique as much as you can with the kids. I've had fun where I've had the kids, like 3 or 4 of them together, say, hey guys, let's get in a picture, okay? Okay, and I tell you what, let's do this, let's have some fun on this. On the count of 3, I want you all to look at the camera and go, yeah, but don't look at the camera. Don't look at it yet. When I count to 3, look at the camera and go, yeah. And I'll tell you what, give a thumbs up when you do it, okay? So we're gonna do a thumbs up, okay? And we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, thumbs up and yeah. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3, yeah. And it's a different type of picture. Okay, I need to give an example on this thing. I need a couple volunteers to come up here to pretend you're like the, yeah, come on. 1, 2, yeah. Who else wants to come up? Angel, come on up. You're a youngster. Angel's a youngster. Okay, who else? I need one more. Need one more. Come on. Who else? Okay, here we go. Okay, there. Okay, come on up. It's Rosemary, right? Okay, come on, Rosemary. Come on, everybody, get in here tight. Get in here tight. All over Santa. Okay, I'm in the middle. You guys are getting close. Okay. Now, don't look at the. Now, everybody watching at home, I want you all just look at the camera, and we're going to go cheese. Okay. So let's. Who's got a camera? I want you to take a picture. Okay. Maybe we'll post these later. Okay. On the count of 3, we're just going to look at the camera and we go cheese. Okay, 1, 2, 3, cheese. Okay, so that's the basic picture. Now, with the yeah technique, it's a little different. What I want you to do is don't look at the camera. The count of 3, I want you to look at the camera and go yeah, but give it a thumbs up, okay? Can you do that? Can you guys do that? Don't look at the camera. Look at me. Look at me. Don't look at the camera. Okay, on the count of 3, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay, so I do that with the kids. Okay, then the next thing I do is let's do it all again without the thumb. So the family gets the straight, just yeah picture. So look at me. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. I told you no finger. You gotta listen. Okay, but that's, you guys get the idea, right? Okay, now he's got a couple pictures. You can see a little difference, right? You see a little difference in that? But things come across different. I've had parents get done with that and they go, wow. Now, here's another thing. You're at a party. You do all the pictures with the kids. Then you invite all the mommies to get a picture with Santa. That's just for Santa's. Santa likes that. No, but now you want to get all the daddies in the picture. You try to get all the daddies to get in the picture there. And I say, no, you're my posse. Come on up, you're going to get my posse. So what I'll do is I'll get all the daddies up here with me. And we'll do that with the thumbs up. But sometimes I'll tell them, let's have a little attitude here. Cross your arms. Turn sideways. Okay. You can get in close and do a thumbs up or do a point at the camera. Okay. On the count of 3, we go. Don't look at the camera though. Count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we go. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. And you get a whole different picture. And guess what? They won't mind if it shows up on Instagram. No, if we were all just doing cheese, they would say, burn it. Don't want anybody to see that one. But when we're having fun, we have an attitude. Sometimes they do longhorns and all kinds of other little signs and stuff like that. But anyway, thank you guys. You go sit down and relax. Okay. I hope some of you at home get an idea of what I'm talking about. And of course, I know you guys are already getting the idea. But again, there's a lot of variety you can add to what you're doing as Santa that is beyond just the standard picture. And nowadays, we have to compete with everybody owning a phone with a camera in it that they can take pictures. And they're getting very, very progressive in the types of pictures they get and the styles. How many of you follow Instagram? Okay, or any of the other social medias, and you see all the different type of photos people put out there. And some of them are really creative and fun and everything else. And the thing is we have to compete with that. People want that same type of excitement in the picture that's taken in the mall or at the party. So again, be flexible, have fun. Let the kids have fun. And the kids can have fun doing and pointing at the camera and all the other kinds of things. So that's my arthritis there giving way. There we go. So that's the technique. Okay, the technique real quick. It's not saying cheese, okay? It's bright. You want bright eyes. You want to, if you're wearing glasses, okay. I'm sorry. All my ads popped up here at the same time. Let me try that again. Okay. It's simply saying not cheese. They use it in advertising and modeling and all kinds of things. You will look better. The kids will too. Your eyes will be open wider. When you go, you open your eyes wider. Your frown will disappear because now you're going, your mouth is open a little bit. That downturned frown is okay. The action movement is good. It's only one syllable, so everybody's in unison. And definitely good, with groups, okay? But again, I talked about the frown look that we have, the natural look. And when you take and do that, just opening your mouth, the frown is gone. So if you open your mouth and it's a little bit of a smile, and if you're doing it like, it's almost like a karate chop. Anybody do any combat or martial arts? Sometimes in martial arts they have you do this thing where you gird yourself a little bit and you go, you yell or you do something when you're doing your karate chop or something like that. Well, think of that way too, because you're doing it and you're going, Well, when you do it and you're pushing yourself a little bit to do it, your eyes do open wider, more white of your eye shows, and you look better. It's true. So it makes you come across better in the pictures. And that's part of your marketing, to get other jobs. You want to look good in those pictures. You want to have your smile in there. I have met some Santas who never smile. I love Phil Wentz. Phil up in Chicago. Phil is a more stern Santa, and he's great. But I've seen some Santas that have deep frowns, and they never, ever smile. And that's frightening. I don't want kids to do that. I want kids to be enjoyable, Phil's a great storyteller and does a lot of great things. He was Santa's Village in Chicago for, 20-some years. And the Santa and the Chicago Christmas Parade and everything else. But he's not the peacock like me. So he's a little more structured type Santa, kind of also like Charles W. Howard, because he follows a lot of Charles W. Howard's teachings and everything. But again, a great guy. Man has probably forgotten more about Santa Claus than I know. I mean, he's a walking institution of information on our industry and everybody. He's just a great friend too. Okay, moving on. Definitely the action with the is good with groups. Okay, always have a smile. Always have a smile for the kids and the family and everything. So sometimes that means having your mouth open a little bit, so you're not going to have the frown. Okay, so you need to practice these things. You need to work on them, so that you have that happy look all the time, or at least that approachable look, because that's what customers want. They want somebody that's warm and approachable and brings the spirit of Santa Claus to them, okay? If you wear glasses, you want to have bright eyes, You either look through the glasses or over the glasses. You can put them down on your nose, and you can look over them. Try not to look through the metal of the frame or whatever frame is on there, because it makes your eyes look funny in the pictures. So for a picture, you want your glasses all the way up or down on the tip of your nose so they can see your whole eye. Okay, that's for photographs. Okay, remember that. Okay, be part of the photo. Your interaction with the children or the person or the baby that's in the picture should react to whatever is going on. If the baby is crying, you should react to whatever the baby's doing. So if the baby was crying, it's going to be a sympathetic look, or you maybe, sometimes Santas, like I said, will make a little fun of it and pretend they're crying too, you know. If the baby is sleeping, you know, you can remind people, shh, be quiet, or pretend you're sleeping too. Different things for the pictures. And of course, the yeah technique, you're joining with the kids, having a good time, and taking the pictures and everything. Okay? React appropriately, whether crying, scared, or sleeping. Say yeah and practice what you're doing. Don't look foamy. Be comfortable with what you're doing. That's the important thing. Be happy with what you're doing. Makes it great, okay? If you work with a photographer, ask your photographer too, because your photographer will also tell you your best angles. Sometimes they'll say you'd look better from this side than that side or something like that. Okay, sleeping babies, real quick like. I talked about that. Baby with a bottle, I've talked about that. Again, with the baby with the bottle, you can hold the bottle, feed the baby, tell your photographer you're going to take the bottle out. You tilt it out, get a good picture. It looks great. It makes it a lot of fun. Sometimes you're going to get children that are a challenge. Now, this may not be a baby. This could be a 3-year-old, a 4-year-old, a child that is afraid of you, a child that is nervous. There are children that are afraid of Santa because their children have told them that you know who's naughty or nice, and if you're not nice, Santa won't bring you anything. So they're afraid of you because you are, you could punish them by not bringing them what they want for Christmas. So they're afraid, and they react that way. Their parents have made them so afraid of you that they don't want to sit with you or get a picture. Now, that's not always the case. Sometimes it's just something that evolves because the parents have told the children about what you do. The child develops their own fear. But the thing is, the child has a fear, and you need to be able to get that picture. Sometimes you have to leave the set. You have to let the child on the set, or the parent and the child be on the set, and you're gone. Now, one of the neat things we can do is what we call the photobomb. Everybody know what a photobomb is? That's where you sneak back into the photo, okay? So the child and the parent are here, you're gone. So you go backstage and you hide. Now, as soon as the photographer starts taking pictures and has their attention, you can sneak back in. But you're out of view. They can't see you back here doing this, but you're back here like this. The picture looks like you're peeking right into the picture. You're right there with them, but they don't know you're there. You know. Then what you can do is just say, "Oh, did you get the pictures you want?" Maybe you can come back and say, "I wanted to get a picture. Could I sit on the arm of the chair maybe and get one picture?" And sometimes the children will let you get back in. Sometimes they won't. It won't work. Yes. They Photoshop it together. A lot of photographers can do some unique things like that, so that does work great. Sometimes, though, in the mall situations, you don't have that luxury. That's why the photobomb works out good. And again, you can come back in and get the pictures, you know, what they want and how they want and things like that. But sometimes you get a parent with a child that doesn't want to be a picture with you, and the parent demands that the child get a picture with you. They want you to hold that child on your lap, and that child is, you know, just almost screaming, doesn't want to be in your lap. The parents are sadistic, you know, "Oh, I want the picture anyway," you know, and all of a sudden you got to get this picture. And this is where we do that catch and release picture. where we let the child go and hopefully the photographer gets that other photo, because it is rough. I've got a picture I'll show you in a few seconds of a child that is there like this. I won't sit on Santa's lap. So Santa's sitting next to her going like this, okay. You know, it made a cute photo because they both had their arms crossed and everything. So you have frightened children, okay? Crying, kicking, and screaming, again, sometimes you have to get the picture no matter what. Just remember to protect yourself. If they're kicking, you do not want them in front of you. You want them off to the sides. If they kick, they're going to kick the inside of your leg and not some delicate place, okay? Remember the first 5 seconds, as we talked about earlier, very, very important. And always have your hands in the photo, okay? Now, every Santa should have in their collection, their portfolio, multiple poses. You should have come up with ideas of faces you can make, angles, or how you want to look in a photo. Anybody here storytell? Do any storytelling or anything like that? Tell jokes? Anybody who ever do community theater? No? Okay. Thing is sometimes you have to have a little bit of flexibility to be funny or be serious or whatever fits the mode. So different multiple poses, okay? Different poses for different situations and emotions. As I mentioned, the crying baby, the laughing yeah picture. What was that? Okay. The sleeping baby, different poses. What if a lady comes up to you and kisses you on the cheek? Oh, what's your pose there? Number one, you don't want to sit there and go, oh, because Mrs. Claus will see that one and you'll be in trouble. So it's got to be kind of like you were surprised. Don't want those things. Sometimes a smile will not work, is what I'm saying. So different poses are very important to have. Okay, and it gives you more character. It spreads your repertoire a little bit more to what you're doing, And reacting to each different moment is what you have to do. Okay, so here's a belly laugh. Again, just simple. Again, simple things, but it makes it kind of fun, Okay, here's another, this is a hearty laugh, and so got my eyes closed. Different things. By the way, I had these pictures, and one of the Santas out there actually took the first one, the belly laugh, and that's his ad. In other words, in all of his pictures, he's like that, So, again, he made that a trademark for him, that type of thing. Peeking over the glasses. This is, again, for a picture, you could have a child next to you. They could be looking at something, and you could be holding your glasses while you're looking. In other words, it gives you a different look, a different pose, or something like that. And actually, that's supposedly, they say this is adding action. Even though it's a still photo, doing something in the picture is supposedly action, even though it's a still photo. Let's see what else I got here. Here's the happy baby, that little baby I told you about that was all happy. I'm kind of doing different poses with her. And then I get the next baby, and she wasn't happy. So she's crying, and I'm kind of going, ooh, So I have a different look than the happy face, okay? And then she calmed down, didn't cry, so I'm just looking at her. I'm not making a big face or anything like that, but she's the one that's making the face. She's the whole story right there in her look and everything, okay? And again, and then she did this fist thing, and so I kind of did it like an ooh, So again, it fit perfectly. Here's a young lady, and we're kind of doing the yeah technique, a little bit of that, just kind of yeah. It's not a yeah with yeah. It's just a little bit, it just has to be a teeny bit of the mouth open. Yeah. And that will neutralize the frown, okay? So it's kind of almost a straight. But then, of course, I have curls. And so the curls also lift you up a little bit, okay? This is Santa Clarence, and he's with a young lady in her 20s probably, and she's getting her picture, and he's got her doing the yeah technique, you know? And it looks like they're both having fun, and it's a great little picture. Before I move on, though, anybody knows anything about Santa Clarence? Look where his belt is. He's got his belt under his armpit, you know? But that's what he wants for the picture. You know, in other words, that's part of for that tight cropped look on the picture, okay? Here's that young lady and her brother, and they're whispering in my ear, and I'm kind of going, oh, again, I'm reacting. They're telling me something very special, and I'm, wow, okay, yeah, oh my goodness, yes. Now, if you were only going to take one picture of these two children with me, or with Santa, you might want to have them move their hand down a little so that they could see their face in the picture. In other words, sometimes doing this will work just as good, okay? But again, we were taking lots of pictures that day, and so that's what we came up with. This is a wonderful technique. We used this with one of the photo companies. They wanted to do 3 poses with every child. One was a standing, one of them was sitting on my lap. One was a standing picture, and one was where they would read a book. And they're reading the book, and I'm looking at the book. Okay, I'm not looking at the camera. And sometimes we'd actually have them where they didn't know what to do with the book, and I'd say, point to the reindeer, and they would point to the reindeer, and I'd be looking at them point. But the idea being it's a little bit of an action to have the child looking at the book and concentrating on this. The child is not concentrating on the camera. Neither am I. We're concentrating on the book. So again, it makes a neat, neat photo. Okay. Happy young baby. Probably isn't wearing any shoes. Babies are always happy when they don't have on shoes and socks. Now this is a studio photo that Donna Reinbold took, and we had the baby, as you can see where my hand is holding the baby on one knee. The little girl is just all rubber, bouncing just all over, no action. And again, so that's just my pose. And she did that, I just naturally went, oh, you know, that was my reaction. And it made a great photo, you know. These were her grandchildren, Donna's grandchildren. Here's the baby I was walking. Again, makes a great, great picture. And the video, you know, with the baby walking with Santa, that's just, you know, timeless, timeless. Then I did it with the next little girl, and that was the one you saw sitting on my lap a little while ago that cried afterwards. She did not like walking with me, okay? So again, she's crying. I'm just giving a kind of like, ooh, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Now this is a photo that possibly takes work away from us. Photo studios sometimes will set up photo sessions. They don't have a Santa, but they'll have daddy or mommy put on the costume and take a picture with their own baby. The baby's very comfortable, the baby's not afraid, and they get a cute little picture. Okay, so they do that. By the way, I've seen the same picture done where all the parent has on is the coat and the glove, and their hand is coming into the photo. And all you see is this part of the parent, you know, shaking hands with the child. But it makes a photo that somebody likes. I took these pictures a couple years ago. After Christmas, we decided to take a little princess cruise. The 26th of December, or no, 27th of December, out of Fort Lauderdale and go down to, you know, Caribbean for a week and New Year's and all that. They're great. My daughter came up with a wonderful idea that on the 26th of December, let's all go to Disney World. Do you know that's the busiest day of the year at Disney World? You couldn't get on a ride, even with the Fast Pass and all the other things. But they had photo stations all around the park. And there's the regular stations with the characters, where they have their own photographers and all that stuff. But they set up these little stations like this where you could take selfies with the talent from the parades and other things that were going on in the park. So this young lady and young man were set up by a big Merry Christmas ornament, so they took pictures. And the reason I show this is sometimes Mrs. Claus, she's in the pictures with Santa. What does she do? He's got the kids. He's doing. What does she do? You know, she has to be like Vanna White. Yes, ta-da, you know, little thing. So that's what this girl was doing. She was doing all these little poses, and she was doing toe kicks. In other words, her toe up with her leg out. As you can see, that leg. Maybe get a better picture here. Let me try another one. I can't see it there either. But she was always, you know, hands like this and everything. The young fella here was just getting into it. She'd been a pro. She's a pro. She knows what's going on. She was really good in the pictures. There you go. There's the toe kick I was talking about. It looks nice. It's kind of a neat little thing. And even if you have a long gown on, you know, full length, a little toe kick doesn't look bad. And I've even done that as Santa for some of the pictures I was doing somewhere where I would just do a toe kick, you know, in a group picture. It added more to my character than me just standing there like this, you know. And if I can't do a toe kick, sometimes I just put a foot out. You know, in other words, I just have a foot out in front, you know, do some different things, you know, to be different in a photo. So anyway, but that's what these kids did. But you can do more in your poses than just stand there. So think about that yourself, you know. And again, it makes it kind of fun. And the kids get a kick out of it when Santa does stuff they're not expecting, you know. Even their dad or mom doesn't do this stuff, and here's Santa's doing it, you know. Santa can get away with a lot, you know. So you could have a pose like that. You could lean on stuff, you know. Like I said, you know, I'm 78 now, but I can still do my little Jackie Gleason type, you know, movement, you know, da 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 da. You know. So I can get around a little bit, and it does make it fun for some of the things that I do. Okay, and again, here she is again. One more picture. I think we ought to get an outfit like this for Lauren. Huh? You think Lauren would look good in that? Lauren is on our camera over here in the corner and is helping us out today. But she is also with the trailer and everything else they do with Christmas Dreams, is one of the helpers and does a lot of stuff with the kids and things like that. A really talented young lady. Anyway, moving on. Here's one of the kissing pictures. You know, again, I was doing a big event out in L.A., and so when the media is taking pictures of me, this is the reaction I give them for the picture. I do this because I'm hoping this will show up in People magazine or something like that. You know, here's another one, same pose basically, but now I'm with Catherine McPhee and Megan Trainor. Yeah, Kiss for Santa. And then at one of the schools, I got all the Mrs. Claus in the class to do it with me. So I had a little bit of fun. So, Kiss for Santa. Okay. Give me a ho! Ho! Give me a ho ho! Ho, ho! Give me a ho ho ho! Ho, ho, ho! What's it mean? Merry Christmas! Okay. I'm going to show you some more pictures. Okay? Because there are more poses that we can do, and I want to give you some examples of what some other Santas have done, their poses with children and families and things like that. First one I'm going to show you is a sleeping Santa. This was at one of the malls. He had a large bench-type chair, so he could actually lay down in the chair, and they put the baby on top of him. And again, it tells a wonderful story. You know, how many grandparents and parents, they do that with their own baby, their own child, their grandchild. They sit there and let them sleep there. You know, it's a wonderful, wonderful thing, you know. Now, this one here is a little different. This is Eddie Nichols. Eddie is a neonatal nurse in Phoenix, Arizona. And he actually has an arrangement with 3 of the hospitals there. This is a very inexpensive Party City fleece Santa suit. But each hospital has the suit They sterilize it, put it with the scrubs and everything near the neonatal room. He shows up, puts on their Santa suit, and they get everything set up, and then they bring the babies to him. And he does pictures on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day with the children at the hospital. Their first Santa picture. But again, they're still all hooked up to all of the wires and the tubes and things like that as they do it. And this is baby Nicole. So it's a kind of a neat picture. Here's a baby bottle picture. One of the Santas sent me of how he does a baby bottle. And again, it's a neat picture. Here's a little happy baby, no shoes or socks again. Okay. And he's having a good time. Now this young lady, she's got the nervous jitters. She can't sit still, fidgety. So Santa is holding her hands down while they're taking the picture because they're trying to keep her calmed down for the picture. And it worked out pretty good. And then he got her to whisper in his ear. So that it created a little action to what was going on, and he reacted with his bit of an ooh type thing. By the way, see the ooh that he's doing? Anybody remember Car 54? Remember Tootie? Ooh, ooh. You know, just that type of little look. It's like an ooh type thing, you know, it makes it kind of fun. Okay? Every one of us can do this one. You got a child on your lap, you're trying to come up with something creative, particularly when you're doing more than just a single picture or two. You're in a home with a bunch of families and stuff. Why not invite one of the little kids to touch your beard? That's a magic moment, you know. I've actually done some events where beyond that, I've let the kids put on my robe. I have a big robe that I'll wear over my Santa suit. I'll take the robe off when I get there because it's very hot. But sometimes when we're getting ready to we do single pictures. When it gets to maybe doing families and siblings, I might take 3 kids and wrap the jacket around those kids and have a little fun with them, you know. So here's Santa Clarence again, and he's got the little boy whispering to him. And as you can see, they got the child holding his hand down so we can see a little more of the child's face. But look at Santa Clarence's eyes. You know, wide-eyed like, what? You want what? You know, it's always a bit of fun. Always a bit of fun. This is the photobomb. The little girl was afraid of Santa. Her little brother's asleep. They put the kids in the chair. The photographer took control, started taking pictures. Then Santa snuck back in and did the photobomb. And this is the type of picture that you want to do with the photobomb. By the way, for those of you who want to know the history of everything, Mrs. Claus invented the selfie. You know, yeah, that was, you know, you hold the camera up like this, and it gets rid of any double chins or things like that. It should look very beautiful. Okay, I invented the photobomb. Santa invented the photobomb, okay? And then, do you know what the elves invented? Gift cards. They wanted to lighten the sleigh load and didn't want to worry about what the kids wanted. Okay. This is a posed picture. Now, for those of you doing studio work, okay, you got the regular set with the chair and everything else. What if over in the corner there was a tree, and we put a little mat down on the floor and a pillow, and you got a little teddy bear, and you invite a child to lay down, hold on to the teddy bear, pretend you're asleep. And Santa comes up behind them holding a little present in his hand, and they take the picture. How many times have you heard about the kids staying up all night waiting for Santa? That's what we're trying to create here, that idea that this child is waiting up all night for Santa. He missed Santa, but Santa was there, and they got the picture. So he's taking a copy of that to take to his daughter. Yeah, but it's a great pose. Now here's another one from a studio that came from Santa Joe McGree out in California, and that is Peekaboo. The photographer had a bunch of gift boxes, big ones. They put the baby in the gift box, and the baby plays peekaboo with its parent. All Joe does is open the box and close it. So he puts the lid on, and then he pulls it up, and mommy goes peekaboo, and the baby's laughing. It makes a great shot, you know? Yes.
I like that. I think it's cool and different, but for pictures, the white probably stands out better.
Well, you could, yeah, the white's nice, but he uses red. I know one of the Santas down in Texas uses green. You know, yeah, you can have different color. You're not restricted to white, but the idea of gloves came about back in the 70s because a lot of the guys that were hired were, you know, factory warehouse people from the temporary service. And it was, you know, so they'd hire a guy and they'd say, well, we can get you a job working over at this warehouse for one day, but, you know, we got a job that's 20 days in a row. You could be a Santa Claus, you know, no heavy lifting. But again, you get a longshoreman type guy or whatever to be Santa. He's got a great personality, but maybe he's got tattoos. Maybe he's got ham hock hands. You know, I mean, you know, workers' hands. Gloves camouflage a lot of errors, and you know, you don't have to have a manicure and all that good stuff. You know. So anyway, so the gloves do help out a lot in that sense. So that's what Joe does. By the way, Joe is a professional magician. Used to have a Las Vegas show, actually had tigers, everything. Pre Siegfried and Roy, that's how long ago he had done it. Still works. He's out of San Diego, still does magic and everything. He is kind of, does different characters too. And I'll tell you about those characters tomorrow, because sometimes you want to do more than just, like your Salty Santa, right? Okay, some Santas actually do other work. Sometimes they become wizards, you know. Sometimes they become pirates. You know, they do different things to fill in the void in between Christmas and Christmas. There's a lot of days in between. So that's good, okay. Here's a picture I mentioned a little while ago. The little girl didn't want to get a picture with Santa. She got her arms crossed. Mommy got her this beautiful velvet outfit and red shoes and matching sunglasses, and she wants nothing to do with Santa. So what did Santa do? He mimicked her, and the mimic made the picture, made it fun, you know. They probably got a couple other photos, a little bit of smiles somewhere, but this one here, classic, a classic, you know. Here's another one. Mommy shows up and says, hey, I'd like to see, why don't Santa and I compare tummies? So the mommy and Santa are comparing tummies to see who's got a bigger tummy. Yeah, makes a little bit of fun. Now this was at a family party that I did, and each family had different pajamas. So you'll notice she and her mother are wearing stripes, okay? She's got on little reindeer, she's got trees, and these two just have t-shirts. But again, every family had different things to wear, and so we did a picture together like this, a little bit of fun. And then I got the kids, and you'll notice this one's got the reindeer, so you remember her mom was over here, you know. But I put my robe around the three kids, and they're all having a ball wearing my robe. So it makes it kind of fun. Yeah. I've actually done a visit to a school, and I had kindergartners. And all the kindergartners are there, and I came in civilian clothes. Okay? And the kids were told Mr. K was coming to class. And I came in and I rolled in my suitcase with me. And the kids are all looking, and I look like this, and of course, and he said, well, Mr. K, my name is Chris. And the kids are going, Chris, and of course, some of the kids are smart enough to put two and two together, and they're wondering if I'm Santa. I said, well, let me see. And I open up my suitcase, and it's the back of the suitcase, but then I pull out this, and I set it down, and they're all going, and in my suitcase, I have my jacket and my boots. And I let the kids all see my boots, touch my jacket, put on my jacket, that type of thing. It made it very, very unique. And I answered all kinds of questions. The kids got to ask me all the questions they wanted, and it was kind of unique. It was for my sister-in-law for a group that she was with. But again, it's so much fun, you know, and you can do that anytime during the year. It doesn't have to be Christmas. It could be middle of the school year. It could be in the springtime, whatever. So good. Here's catch and release I told you about. In other words, the photographer was all set to catch the picture. The Santa told the photographer, get ready. The little girl jumped out of Santa's lap, ran away, and all Santa had to do was go, just, oh my gosh, and pose. But it made the moment. I mean, this is a picture I can imagine seeing this on USA Today, or some newspaper or publication, that type of thing, because it is. And that was Benny Still up in Mississippi. And this is one of the unique ones. You can see the little boy's body language. And sometimes, when a child comes up to you, you can tell that, this is not going to be the regular visit just because of their body language. And that body language, does anybody have an idea what that body language is saying? Yeah. What? Very skeptical, yeah. Uh-huh. Angel, do you have something? Very doubtful. Could be that he doesn't want to be there, probably. You can't, and B, you can't give me what I want. And that's what this situation was, because this is the other half. Dad was in the military, and his wish was for Dad to come home. So it's a great picture. Great picture. Somebody said there's a video of this somewhere. And of course, I have seen a whole bunch of videos, of course, where kids are cheerleaders or at school and Dad or Mom shows up and everything. But this is the only one I've seen that was a Christmas one. It was kind of neat. So it's kind of neat stuff. So we got that. Sometimes you have special activities, special events going on, or special needs where you're brought in to be Santa, but the children have special needs. The people that you're going to see have special needs, and it may not just be children. It could be adults, okay? Often these special needs events require special set arrangements. Now, if the children have autism, you've got problems with lights and sounds and things like that that can disrupt their life. So again, you might have to lower the light levels. You might have to turn the music down or turn it off because the kids can't take that type of stuff going on. Sometimes in the malls, they will actually set up special nights. They'll work with parent associations where all the children have autism, because they have clubs and groups and things like that. So everybody is prepared for the situations. So if the children have tics or they have little problems or they're hard to handle and they get nervous around crowds and stuff like that, all the other parents are understanding of what's going on, and nobody's worried about it, and nobody's upset that the line is slow or something because a child is having problems getting a picture taken. But again, we do different things to try to make it special for them. Sometimes it's not autism. Sometimes it's muscular dystrophy or multiple sclerosis or problems where the kids are in wheelchairs or have other types of physical problems. They have crutches and things like that, where we have to compensate for them. Sometimes they take, like the pictures taken without the wheelchair, without the crutches. Sometimes you have to get down in the photo with the crutches. Did you have something you want to say?
I've got down on
Oh, yeah. Yeah. By the way, again, being at 78, getting down on your knees gets to be a little harder every year. One of the things you can do is a catcher's stand. In other words, you can't get down on your knees, and then it's not getting down on your knees; it's getting up. Okay, getting up. But you can do a catcher's stand, and that brings you down to eye to eye with the children in a wheelchair or something like that. So catcher's stand may be a little easier for some of the things that you're doing. Okay, the photographer may also need to adjust his or hers camera angles in what they're doing, okay? So that they can get the best picture. They move the camera to get the right angle and things like that, okay? Santa may need to adjust his pose to be more creative. Now, the reason I mentioned this part here, if you have somebody who's in a wheelchair, or maybe you have somebody in a bed. Some of you have done convalescent homes, okay? You go around, you visit the different members of the then they take you to that wing where everybody's in bed. You got to go into a room, and there's Alzheimer's and dementia patients, and they're confined to bed. They don't get around at all, and you got to get a picture with them, you know? I recommend there's a procedure to that. Number one, they need to send someone ahead of you to prop the patient up in the bed so that we're not taking pictures of nostrils. You know, they're not laying down flat, you know, and they get them sitting up in bed, and then you come in and take the picture. Now, if they're, sometimes they're also kind of like Stephen Hawking. Remember Stephen Hawking always had his head at an angle, and he was always kind of looking off this way? Well, if the patient was kind of locked in that, what you've got to do is you have to get around to where you're between what they're looking at. And so it looks like they're looking at you. So you change that, and then you have to move the camera to get the picture, so the picture looks like they're looking at you, even if they're locked in, you know? If they're laying in bed and they're looking off somewhere, maybe it's all just getting next to them and you're talking. Just pretend you're talking to them. But don't pretend and say dumb stuff. In other words, talk to them like a real person. They may hear you and understand you. They just can't express themselves. You know, a lot of times when they have Alzheimer's and dementia stuff, the doctors will tell you, we don't know what they comprehend and can't comprehend. Now, one of the amazing things about doing a convalescent home where they have Alzheimer's and dementia is to walk in the room and they recognize you. They go, Santy, you know, whatever. Or you come in the room singing Jingle Bells and they join you. And the nurses and everybody in the room are flabbergasted because the patient hadn't talked in months or years or whatever. And all of a sudden you turned a switch on. That childhood memory popped back up. It's very, very, very unique. But again, like I said, if they're in a wheelchair, for example, I'm going to move over this way this time. Okay. Okay, so patients in the wheelchair, okay? I can get down in a catcher's mode and be right next to them. Or maybe if there's a lot of patients in wheelchairs, and I have done that at some convalescent homes where there's a queue, 10 wheelchairs in a row, they're all going to get pictures with me. We put another chair here, and I just sit right here, and they wheel the chairs in right next to me, and we take pictures side by side. But whatever the picture is with the individual, try to make sure that you're interacting with each other. If it doesn't feel comfortable to be sitting in a chair next to them, maybe you need to get out. Maybe you just need to be able to squat next to them and have your arm around the chair like this, and you're both. Tell you what, let's look at the camera on the count of three. Let's both point at the camera, okay? Here we go. And I'm talking to a 75-year-old, you know, patient. We both look at the camera and go, yeah. And guess what? We get a picture that is better than any cheese. And we're both pointing at the camera, you know. And sometimes it's a 90-year-old. They'll do things, you know, they'll get pictures, you know, that the convalescent home loves putting them up on the board, you know. And you want things like that. That's what's fun. And that's what gets the phone calls to come back again. Or they call, I have one Santa that has like about 6 different convalescent homes. They're all part of the same company, you know, because they want him. He is so good with all the patients. So one night he's in Glendale, and the next night he's over in Pasadena, and the next night he's up in Sierra Madre. He's all over the place. But they love having him there, you know, and it makes it really, really nice for what you're doing, okay? So be creative in adjusting what you're doing. Here's Santa Glenn Johnson, and he's doing a picture with a young boy who has autism. The boy's covering his ears because of the noise, So Glenn imitated the boy. And I'm saying imitated. Some people will say he's mocking, but I don't think he's mocking. This is an appreciative type thing. They're both covering their ears to the sounds. And it makes it a fun picture for the family. Yeah. Okay, somebody was asking about pets and pet pictures, okay? Paws with Claws is kind of the nickname we give pet events. And Santas are always asked to do pet events and pet pictures. And sometimes, anybody here allergic to pets or doesn't want to do pets? You know, because I know that one of the, I got a call one time from Cherry Hill, and they had a situation where the Santa they hired for a mall, the mall had pet events every Monday night, but they didn't tell the Santa. And he had allergies. And so they had to get a replacement Santa every Monday night. So, you know, but and that was like 10, 12 years ago. I think since then they now know to make sure it's in the contracts that we may have pet events. Let the Santas know in advance so they don't get caught off guard and everything. But when you're working with pets, remember that the owners are parents and the pets are their children. There's so many people, empty nesters, you know, a lot of people, the kids have grown up and gone away. They've got their little pets. A lot of young couples, before they have children, sometimes will have a pet. You know, a lot of single people have pets. They have cats and little doggies and stuff like that. Look how many people are traveling with their pets now, too. You know, all those people love getting photos with their babies. And so that's a big, big thing. A lot of the malls try to set up pet nights because it's better to have all the pets at the same time than to try to have people bring in a pet in the middle of surprise, because if Santa is sitting with a pet and the next child is allergic, then you've got a problem. So the idea is to have all the pet stuff at one time to eliminate that thing. It's just like if you're a Santa, you can't eat peanuts. Should a child come near you that has a peanut allergy? So you gotta watch out on some of these things. Anyway, owners of pets, pets are children. Wear an old suit. This is also a good place where you have that extra jacket and suit. You wear that for the pet event, because that one's going to go out and get cleaned afterwards. It's going to get soiled. It's going to get little tinkles on it. You know, pets like to mark their territory. You know, pets get nervous just like children do. They'll throw up too. You know, they'll lose their bowels too. Yes, by accident. So you got to watch out with the pets sometimes. Okay. So anyway, wear an old suit. Have some shout wipes, terry towels, something around just in case you get a little dampness or something like that. You might want to have a pillow or a thick pad to put on your knee if somebody brings you a kitty or a cat, because cats like to dig their claws in because they're nervous, and if they want to get away, they can get away because they've already dug their claws in. So having a pillow or pad will eliminate having holes in your velvet and in your leg. Okay? A double pair of gloves. Yeah, again, or at least a thick pair of gloves, okay? Someone had recommended the white goatskin gloves. Look very nice. But why would you want to put a chew toy on your hand? Okay, so no leather gloves, okay? Leather gloves are chew toys. So you want a double pair of gloves. By the way, Band Shop, BANDSHOPPE, sells white gloves made out of like sweatshirt material, heavy fleece-lined material. The thick gloves are good for the winter, but for marching bands, they need to have white gloves. So they get them these gloves that are lined a little bit so their hands don't freeze while they're playing the tuba. BANDSHOPPE. And the other company that does the same type of stuff is American Band. These companies sell white gloves. They also sell, these gloves I'm passing around are from Band Shop. I'll pass these around. These have little rubber dots on them. They're also used for restaurants and other locations, but the rubber dots on the palm of the glove are used for carrying trays in a restaurant because nothing slips. But with children, it's also good when you have to help a little girl or something like that. Your hand doesn't slide on that velvet. So it's really nice to have these. They're nice, thick gloves. And it's also good if you have to turn the pages of a book and you're wearing your gloves, because the rubber dots on the gloves will allow you to turn the pages with your gloves on. So it works out really good. Anyway, double pair of gloves or extra and extra gloves in case your gloves get soiled or anything like that, you know. By the way, we talked about these items here, a large box or table for larger pets. You may also want to have a bird rack or something for birds. People bring their birds to get pictures with them. You really don't want to hold the bird in your hand or your arm, you know. It's nice, looks great. But what do birds do? They poop. And then you got stuff all over your glove or your clothes. One Santa down here in Florida. Anybody here in Florida know where Birdland is? Huh? Okay. Santa at Birdland. They had him holding 5 birds. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's the 5th bird? On his head. And when they took the birds away, he had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 little black and white piles in his suit. Yes. So again, be careful. This is also a good advice when you have birds. Sometimes maybe invite the owner to be in the picture. The bird will be more comfortable with the owner holding the bird than you. Okay? Any type of exotics. Invite the owner to be in the picture. Okay? Have the parent owner in the photo. Saves you a lot of headaches. You know, if you're and you know, so they bring you a big lizard or they bring you a boa constrictor or some crazy thing like that. Again, maybe the owner holding the animal is much better than you, and nobody's going to be. You're not, because sometimes the animals can feel your nervousness. Okay, and sometimes that turns on a predatory alertness in their little brain that you could be a victim. You don't want that. Let the owner be involved in the picture, okay? And have your maintenance crew on speed dial, okay? Because you will have accidents, you know. They need to have a little sawdust around or things like that, you know. A lot of times when it's a mall, they'll actually sanitize the set. Not sanitize it. First of all, they'll clear the set of any overstuffed furniture or anything that could absorb anything. Maybe bring in a park bench for the photos, a wooden bench or something like that, which was easy to clean. Sometimes they'll put down extra plastic drop cloths if there's carpeting and things like that. So the area is really nice. And then after the pet photo session, they sanitize. They take everything away, clean it up, and get ready for regular business. So you have different things that you can do with that. But have the maintenance crew nearby. Here's a couple pet pictures. This is one with a little lab. And I love this. This picture is almost 20 years old. We did a big photo shoot where we did all these models and things like that. And my daughter and son-in-law, 8, 9 years ago, went and got a white lab. And that Christmas, I sent them this picture, and they said, "When did you shoot that?" And I said, "Oh, that's not Connor. That's not your dog. It just happened to have that, you know." But anyway, but this, by the way, this dog is a professional model. We paid the owner a modeling fee. Yes, and we taught a bunch of pictures. It was a very well-mannered little dog, and it worked great with all the kids. Yeah, so we had all that fun stuff. Yeah.
If you get that right where you want it, if the photographer will give a whoop, the ears will pop up.
Oh.
But if you as Santa do it, you might get it.
Well, that's a good thing to know. Good thing to know. But this is great. By the way, all those kids you saw, all the babies you saw in all these pictures, they were all professional models. They were all paid for these photos. Models releases and everything like that. I have some pictures that I wanted to show you from Children's Hospital New York, and I can't show them to you because I'm not allowed to put them out on the internet. And this is being live streamed, so I've had to cut them from what I could show you today of children that we visited in the hospital. You know, they're only for, private use. But we took the pictures of the children and green screened them and then created different environments for the kids. Anyway, back to the pet pictures. Here we go. This is, okay, this is Santa Steve Dodd, and he's got a boa constrictor. Okay? Oh, no, here you go. But Steve was so good. Part of what Steve is doing, though, is his eyes. And he's there like this. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Oh, God. And, okay, and then look at this. And you've got to be trusting of the owners of these pets and things like that. It is crazy. Yeah. Give me a ho! Ho! Give me a ho ho! Ho ho! Give me a ho ho ho! Ho ho ho! What's it mean? Merry Christmas! It's lunchtime, everybody. For all of you at home, we're going to be going to lunch here. We'll be back at 1 o'clock Eastern Time. So there's more to come this afternoon. This afternoon, we're going to get into talking to children, the conversations with them, how to handle difficult questions, all that type of fun stuff. So we invite you to come back here to Christmas Dreams, where we're doing the School for Santas, and we're halfway through day 1. So thank you all for tuning in. I know we had like about 45 or 50 people tuned in from different areas around the country and everything. And I know that a bunch of you had some questions. So I will try to get some of those questions, and maybe a little early, like at 12:45, come on early and try to answer some of those questions for those of you who had sent them in to us, okay? In the meantime, everybody here in the classroom, you're welcome to go to lunch now, okay? Take care. Hello. Mark, what I want to do is, whenever you're ready, give me about 10 minutes to go live before we start the afternoon session, and I'll answer some of these questions that were on the. Okay, give me 5 minutes. Mark, what I want to do is, whenever you're ready, give me about 10 minutes to go live before we start the afternoon session, and I'll answer some of these questions around the. Okay, give me 5 minutes. Oh. Okay. Okay. I don't know if we got a camera on or not. Which one we got on, the center camera? Okay. Okay. Hey, everybody, how are you? It's Santa Tim. We're getting ready to start for the afternoon session, but before we get started, I thought it would be nice to thank everybody who's been watching from home. The rest of the Santas are still outside. They've had lunch, and they're having a tour right now of the everybody, how are you? Special. Santa Tim, we're getting ready to start for the afternoon session. I'm hearing myself on the screen behind me. That's good. Anyway, a lot of the Santas are outside right now, looking at the mobile unit that we send out to the hospitals and things like that for the visits with the children and such. Anyway, I wanted to thank, I got a whole list of people here who have been chatting on the side while we have been having class. I didn't see too many questions from the people that were chatting, but I did see them talking to each other back and forth and making some nice comments. I want to thank everybody for commenting about my birthday and thanking me and congratulating me. And I thank God that I am able to keep doing all this good stuff here. But let's see, we got Robert Ledbetter, we got Frank Collins, Zane Smith, who goes by the handle Santa Snow. My good buddy Dave Nelson from South Carolina. In fact, I moved from California, from Riverside to South Carolina, and a short time later, Dave moved from Riverside to South Carolina. His son is actually nearby and works there, so it was kind of neat. We've got the Master Gin. We've got Merlin Williams, who I believe is from Vader, Washington. Raymond Bradshaw from Denton, Texas. We've got Forbias from Corning, New York. Let's see, Robert Ledbetter, who goes by Santa Chris R.L., and he's from Huntington, Tennessee. Mark Hammond, Eastern Washington, Yakima Valley. And so he's on board too. Let's see, Glenn Parker from Northern Virginia. We got Santa Rex, who's been doing this for about 40 years. He's been watching today. Don DeRock, we got Merlin. We got Hyatt Friends Memories, the Yay Santa, Don Durancock, another Merlin. We have two Merlins. We have Merlin 85271, who says he likes a bench type chair. And then we have Merlin Williams 9286, who also wanted to remind everybody to have a pet brush at hand when you're working with the dogs to kind of brush the dog hair away. Anyway, I did want to thank all of you who've been watching. I think we've got about 50 people I know of that have been watching, maybe more. And if you have questions, like I said, you can put your questions into the chat, or you can email me to santa@nationalsanta.com and give me a question, and I'll be glad to respond and give you an answer. And even though sometimes I'm, not to say that I'm full of it, but I do know a lot of stuff. And if I don't know it, I probably know somebody else who can help you with your answer through the Santa community. So again, thank you all for watching. And we're going to start here. I'm going to take a 2-more-minute break here, and we'll be right back live with School for Santa's afternoon session, day 1. And if I don't know it, I probably know somebody else who can help you with your answer through the Santa community. So again, thank you all for watching. And we're going to start here. I'm going to take a 2-more-minute break here. I'm getting rid of the frosting from the donut off of my mustache. Those are so good. Okay. Well, what I'll do now is I'm going to kill this. What? Those are so good. Okay. Wrong one. Okay. Are you ready, ready, ready? You can, okay. You can't do nothing without me in there, right? Okay. We just got to wait for the camera crew. They're cleaning up the lasagna and stuff. Oh, is this Mary? Oh, Dreamer. I thought it was Mary the Christmas. Uh-huh. Got one camera ready. Just waiting for Leanne. Okay, one second. Let me. Are we ready, Mark? Okay. Hey, everybody, welcome back. Santa Tim here, and right now we want to get started off with the afternoon session. For those of you, again, I did answer or acknowledge a lot of people that thanked me earlier on the for the presentation and wished me birthday wishes and all that. But like I said, if you have questions, you can text or email me. I'd be glad to try to answer those questions. Right now, it's time for a little commercial.
Santa here, and you won't guess where I am right today. It's a very private, very secret location. But if you look behind me, you will see hundreds and hundreds of wonderful toys, all for wonderful, deserving children. And I'm at the magical Toys for Tots warehouse. This is where we store all of the toys, getting ready for the holidays. But we also try to help children in need during disasters. So sometimes during the year, we'll also get toys for them. But these are all wonderful toys donated from so many of the toy companies and from people like you who can make a donation by going to toysfortots.org. By making a donation, we can help children less fortunate. Last year, about 8 million children around the country received some of these wonderful toys. So please help the Toys for Tots. Go online right now, toysfortots.org.
I just want to mention in the 2025 campaign, that's last Christmas, Marine Corps Toys for Tots, I'm going to go back here a little bit, real quick. We had 24 million toys to 11 million children. That was what we did last year. Since 1947, we're talking 732 million toys to 325 million children. And that's all because of what the Marines started in 1947. You can help us in even greater year-round force or good. If you'd like to volunteer to donate, visit your local Toys for Tots. Well, my slides are jumping on me, I'm sorry. Volunteer to donate, contact your local campaign, visit the Toys for Tots website, www.toysfortots.org. Okay. And now we'll move on. Okay, School for Santa's afternoon. By the way, for those of you who are watching, the shirt I'm wearing is kind of busy looking. I'm an honorary member of the NASCAR pit crew for car number 3. And this is the pit crew wears these when they're not wearing their flame-proof jumpsuits and stuff. Car number 3 is from Richard Childress Racing. And 3, of course, you remember, was Dale Earnhardt's number, 3. The car is now driven by Austin Dillon, the grandson of Richard Childress. And we've actually done a bunch of things with the Marine Corps, Toys for Tots, at some of the races and stuff like that. By the way, on the back, it's Gunny Bear, our mascot. And Gunny Bear and I have also been out to a few of the races and everything. But we'd like to thank Richard Childress Racing for allowing us to have a special wrapped Toys for Tots car. And it is, sometimes during the year it actually says Bass Pro, I think. But for a couple of the races, they completely rewrap the car for the Marine Corps Toys for Tots. And we get to help promote our campaign and help raise the money or the donations to get to those 11 million children. So that's why I was wearing the shirt this morning. Yes, I have a question.
How is it as far as pay when it's something big like that, you have to travel? I can see volunteering, myself for free, but then having to travel and
Well, I have been donating my time and mileage and traveling wherever they wanted me when they wanted me. I can't do every event they want. Sometimes that's when I call a local Santa to do something. They don't budget usually the money to do it. Once in a while, somebody is very generous and covers my travel costs. Okay, but I never asked the Marine Corps for that. That's something that it says, oh, somebody's going to take care of this. Oh, okay, that's nice. My wife will be happy, But when they want me to go to NASCAR, when they want me to go to Quantico we do photo shoots there sometimes. Every couple of years we take pictures and videos at the campaign coordinating headquarters to update the website and update our social media. And then when we got the NASCAR, I actually went to North Carolina to Richard Childress Racing headquarters where they had the car. We took all the photos with it. And for those of you in class today, I actually have for all of you our official trading card with the race car on it. So I'll give all of you one of those. And it's myself and Gunny Bear and Austin Dillon in front of car number 3. But it's a beautiful car with all that red, white, and blue and Gunny Bear on it. This year it even has the 250th logo, America logo on it. So, by the way, it's also the 250th anniversary of the Marine Corps and other armed services, because they all started all about the same time. Anyway, I was actually in the Army in Vietnam, but I've been helping the Marine Corps for 17 years now. And being their Santa with the Hollywood Parade, NASCAR, at New York Stock Exchange, Grand Ole Opry, wherever they'd like me to show up and help promote the campaign. When I went to Richard Childress Racing, they actually did a video, and we replaced the pit crew with Marines. And then I was the driver. I'm waiting for that video. I haven't seen it. They took lots of pictures and everything. You know, I didn't get to drive the car, unfortunately. I just sat in the car, and the pit crew was working all around me, and they jacked it up, and I was sitting there like that. And then when they dropped it down, I gave a salute, and with the video, it looks like I'm taking off. Huh? Like this, I got right to the window and squeezed myself. And then they handed me the steering wheel, and I popped it on. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like I said, I may be 78, but I can get around. God has blessed me. Okay, we got to get going on class and everything today, but again, I want to thank you. If you are interested in volunteering for your local campaign, you can go to the website, the Toys for Tots website, and you can find your local campaign, or send me an email, and I'll be glad to connect you. Okay, that's one. Number 2, if I get a request from one of the local campaigns, and for those of you at home, I'm telling you this, if I get a call from a local campaign and they want a Santa for one of their events, I will then send the word out to all the Santas in your region asking, is anybody available on this day and this time to help out the local campaign? So that's one of the things I do. That's part of my volunteer work. Since I have a database with all of your emails and stuff on it, I can send that information out and try to help you recruit. By the way, I'll do the same thing for Christmas Dreams. If they need a Santa somewhere, they tell me where they need him, I'll send an email out to the Santas in the area and say, hey, Christmas Dreams needs a Santa to volunteer to go do this or that. And so maybe we'll put the two of you together. You know, this is something we all can do in our community. You get a volunteer request or you get something asked of you and you're booked, you can't do it, contact your local association. If not your local association, contact me. We'll try to find somebody in the area maybe can help out that group that needs a Santa. Because there's a lot of people out there that need Santas. I know a lot of military units, when they deploy people, Christmas comes along, what do they do for the kids? Isn't it neat to have a Santa be able to do a block party for all the kids whose dads or moms are assigned overseas somewhere? And that's one of the things we can do, take care of those things. Okay, let's move on. Give me a ho! Ho! Give me a ho ho! Ho ho! Give me a ho ho ho! Ho ho ho! What's it mean? Merry Christmas! Okay, so we're going to get started for the afternoon here. We're going to talk about talking. We're going to talk about talking with the children. Yes, the word talk twice in the same sentence. How's that? Okay, this is probably the most unique part of our work with the children, okay? A lot of things we do are physical. Smiling, all the different movements and things like that. But you got to think on your feet sometimes. You're going to have these kids come up to you and no visit is the same. There are a lot of things that are similar between all the visits with the kids, but no one visit is the same as another. You're going to have lots of variety. And some of these visits and the talking with the children, these are going to be the things that are going to be so special in moments in your life. Let me see if I can adjust this thing a little bit here. I don't know if that helps a little bit or not. Yeah. Is that a little better? I hope it is. Okay. Anyway, talking with the children. So, first of all, before you say anything to any children, before you talk to them, before you go out, you put the suit on and go out, I think every Santa and Mrs. Claus needs to, in your own mind, think, who are you? Okay? And this is important because once you're out there, who are you? Who are you? When you show up at the party, who are you? You're all Santa, right? Or Mrs. Claus. Okay? That means in the back of your mind, you're not Bill or Joe or Susan or Rosemary. You're Santa. You're Mrs. Claus. Now, wait a minute. Mrs. Claus could be Rosemary. See, because nobody's locking her name in. But the thing is, you have to know the character. So you need to know your background. It must be real. It must be from the heart. Okay? The children and clients will know if you're phony. So you've got to be realistic with what you're doing. Okay? Forget your old self. Forget who you were before. You're not a truck driver, you're not a laborer, you're not a mechanic, you're not a doctor, you're not a lawyer. You are Santa Claus. And you have to have the background and history of Santa Claus in your DNA, okay? You're now Santa and Mrs. Claus, and you've got to know your backstory. Some of you may have heard the term backstory. You know, you hear people talking about an actor talking about a movie or a character he's playing or she's playing, and they talk about they've had to come up with a backstory so they could understand, you know, the where the character was coming from when they made these, when they talk or when they make their presentation. So they have to know their backstory. You have to have a backstory too, a background that you can work off of, that you can use when you're with the children, and you need to know that backstory. Part of it, and it comes in different ways, okay? But it broadens your knowledge of Santa, and it also makes you more appealing. Now, why would you have a backstory? Well, what is it? Basically, it's necessary to create the illusion and the magic that you are the Santa or the Mrs. Claus, okay? And you continue the magic with the children, okay? You all have a backstory. Everybody here has a backstory. A part of it is maybe part of your real life. Part of it is going to be, of course, and a good part, is based on the history and the culture of Santa Claus, St. Nicholas, and all the things the kids know about you. You have to know those things. You have to understand those things. And you have to figure out which parts of that and how you can embody that into your backstory. Okay? It's your life and history as Santa or Mrs. Claus, plus a lot more. And your Christmas Santa Claus and toy knowledge. In other words, you need to know lots of things about Christmas, Santa Claus, and toys. That's why I mentioned that book by Tanya Gulovich, The Christmas Encyclopedia. It's wonderful to have something like that. Or the Santa Claus map, because there's lots of little tidbits of history and culture on Santa Claus that when you know those things, it makes your presence with families and other people very unique. If you're visiting with a family and they mention the fact that they're from, you know, the Ukraine, wouldn't it be neat if you knew a little bit about how they celebrate Christmas in the Ukraine? Things like that. So again, this is where your studies and knowledge, you may not get that type of question, but if you did, how do you handle it? You know? And basically, if someone asked me that and I didn't have an answer, I would probably say something, well, what's unique is that every country in the world has different customs and traditions around St. Nicholas and Santa Claus. You know, just as you know, Ukraine has their things. You know, Italy has Babbo Natale, and you've got, you know, Père Noël in France, and you've got different customs of how Santa gets there. In Italy, he goes up and down, touching his nose. You know, things like, so you can play off of the Ukraine even though you know nothing about it. So you have it's just dazzling them with your brilliance. Okay? So let's move on here. What makes a backstory? Well, backstory is composed of a couple things. Number one, it's everything a child needs to know about Santa and Mrs. Claus. Number two, they're the universally accepted facts. Widely accepted traditions, and then potentially changeable ideas. And these are things that might evolve or they change between you and you and you. In other words, different things based on your culture or where you live or things like that. And then you add into all of this personal facts. So example, if they asked you, where did you meet Mrs. Claus?
I met her at a Christmas
at a Christmas dance, okay? Where did you meet him? Okay, you have to have the same answers, okay? Okay, always have the same answers. If you know, if you're married. And again, but these are questions you could get asked, things like that. So here we go. Let's start with the universally accepted facts, okay? These are absolute, they are unchangeable. Red suit, white fur, white beard, North Pole, reindeer, sleigh. Christmas Eve, presents, knows who's naughty or nice. And of course, he says, ho, ho, ho. This is pretty much traditional worldwide because the character of Santa Claus has been transmitted via advertising and marketing to countries all over the world. The Philippines and the Asian countries did not have Santa Claus prior to World War II. They might have had St. Nicholas. There might have been a little tease of Santa Claus, but it was mostly what they knew of St. Nicholas. And most of Asia didn't have any Christianity, so they didn't even have St. Nicholas. But after World War II, one of the bottling companies took their U.S. advertising and added it to all of their international advertising. Therefore, the Coca-Cola Santa was seen everywhere. And this image is what came up there. Okay, so it was kind of unique. By the way, the reason Coca-Cola had that advantage, World War I, they basically had to shut down Coca-Cola operations because they couldn't get sugar. It was rationed. So when World War II came along, somebody, I believe it was a government elected official in Georgia or someplace, basically said, we can't, we got to help Coca-Cola out. We don't want to ration the sugar on them. And they came up with this fact that our GIs would sure get a morale booster if they could get a nice Coca-Cola while they're in the field. So Coca-Cola got a little help, and they built bottling plants in Europe and Africa and other places where they could make Coca-Cola and get it to the GIs. And after the war, guess what? What do you do with those bottling plants? Okay, Coca-Cola now still have bottling plants in other parts of the world, and they started marketing to other parts of the world. So there was an advantage to them giving away all that Coca-Cola to the GIs and the soldiers. It helped them out after the war. So it was kind of neat. Anyway, so Coca-Cola gets spread out all over. Well, everybody knows these things about Santa Claus because of that. Well, I would probably just make up an answer, but red seems to be really popular, and it's celebratory, and it's bright, and that's neat, And if you look at Christmas, I mean, what are the key colors? Green and red and silver and gold, and I like red, so Mrs. Claus may be a red suit. But I've had green suits, I've had blue suits, but red is the most popular. So that would be kind of my made-up answer that I would give them, which I just made up now. Yeah. Okay. You've got to understand, everybody watching, you drop a nickel and I'll start talking. So I can carry on and do things like this. My background, part of my background in a previous life, I was a radio news director and disc jockey. When you're doing live radio and or even live television like telethons, you have to fill dead space. You cannot stop talking. You can't have a bunch of ahs and uhs. You've got to keep going. So I learned that, and that is carried on today in the work that I do, that I can continue, inundating you with my voice, no matter whether you like it or not. Okay, why the preferred traditions are the next item, okay? And this includes elves, toys, taking pictures, filling stockings, going up and down chimneys, cookies and milk, plump and fluffy, and of course gloves, bells, and Mrs. Claus. And again, what if a child came to me and asked me, says, why do you get cookies and milk? I'd say, well, here in the United States I get cookies and milk. But if I was down visiting in Mexico, I might get tamales. I wouldn't say tamales and Dos Equis to the kids, but I'd say tamales. But there's I get different foods in different countries. If I'm in Hawaii, I'm going to get something with pineapple or macadamia nuts. If I'm down in Australia, I might get a little like barbecue because they barbecue down there. Some neat stuff, you know. If I'm in France or in England, I might get some pastries, you know. And in Norway and Finland, I get this now, porridge, oatmeal, yeah, with raisins and nuts and things like that in it. I drop out all the alcohol part. So anyway, but that's the way it goes. Do you remember earlier I mentioned to everybody about the New York Police Department being started by, Christmas? Well, in Christmas, every Christmas, the wife of the house would put out a sideboard with all kinds of food for all the men in the neighborhood and all their friends to come over and enjoy some nice treats, along with the home brewed beer, because most people brewed their own beer and their own, this is back in the early days of America. Well, guess what? If you went to visit this family and you had some things to eat and some beer, then you went next door. You had some more things to eat and some beer. And about the 10th or 12th house you got to, you might be a little tipsy. Well, you can imagine a neighborhood with like 20 or 30 guys, and they all get tipsy, and a little fight begins. And that's where the fighting started, a little bit of a mini riot, and that's where the night watchman had to call the night watchman on the next street and get help from other people. And from that, they decided they needed to get a system set up to help each other when there were problems. And they started a protection agency or protection club, and that became the New York Police Department. But it was all because of the parties at the homes. So, kind of neat. Anyway, cookies and milk is the big thing for most of us. Okay. Potentially changeable ideas are the next item, and these are open to your imagination of what you can do. And this is everything else about you. Okay? Like what? Well, for example, how about where were you born? Who are your parents? So, where were you born? Well, you could use North Pole, but you could also use where were you really born? So you could say that. You know, of course, then they would probably ask you, how did you get to the North Pole? But, these are things you can do, where were you born? Who were your parents? Things like that. Do you have brothers or sisters? Come on, button. There we go. What do your brothers or sisters do? Okay. Do you have children? Are you married? All those things, Most kids know from the stories and things like that Santa somewhere along the line did get married. Back in the 1870s, I think it was, we had the Goody Claus on a sleigh ride. That's the first time we had a mention of Mrs. Claus. Goody was the nickname, meaning good wife. And so that was the first time we saw the name of a Mrs. Claus in print. But since then, we've also had Mary, like Merry Christmas, and Holly, and other popular Christmas words used as the name for Mrs. Claus, okay? Noel is one of the names also, kind of neat. But then do you have children? So you could talk about, do you have children? Again, the kids have seen movies on TV, and sometimes in the movies, they've got Santa's daughter or Santa's son, so there are other characters. By the way, Santa has a brother. Fred, yes, So, you have all of these things out there. You need to know the answers, but you can mix them with some of your personal items, So the kids might ask you, where did you meet Mrs. Claus? How long you been married? Things like that, and you can use part of your own real life in it, And the example, you said you met her at a church event, but you could actually say what city you met in. But remember, if you're talking about the two of you, you both better have the same answer. I think it's a fun little thing to do sometime. Sit down one night after dinner, maybe you're having dessert, and why not sit down and just pretend and come up with your backstory. Talk about what you think would be a neat backstory for you as Santa or Mrs. Claus. What that you could tell the kids. And some of the things, because it is part of your real life, you're not going to forget them. At least I hope you don't forget when you got married. You know, it's kind of neat. I'm kind of lucky. I can remember when I got married because I know the date exactly and everything. My granddaughter's birthday, easy to remember. My wife's birthday, easy to remember. January 2nd. Day after New Year's. Her dad hated that. Missed that tax cutoff, because she was born 2 days late. But anyway, my granddaughter is on tax day, April 15, and her brother is September 15. So at least I got a few things made easy for me. So hopefully dementia won't make me forget those. Okay, do you have children? How did you become Santa? That's a question sometimes kids will ask you. How did you become Santa? This is where you can take from the books. You could use some of the things that are in some of the books on how people became Santa, or you could come up with your own story. You might take something from one of the movies. My dad was Santa. He did it for many, many years. When it came time for him to retire, he told me I'm taking over. So I learned to become Santa. There are also a bunch of crazy books out there on how Santa got his, job. And they show Santa doing different things in his life. One of the books has him as a pirate. Yes, working on a pirate ship as a deckhand, things like that. Somebody else has a wonderful book where Santa has many different hats. And one of the Santas in one of the schools one time made a presentation. He actually had a bag and he had every one of the hats in there. So again, Santa was not originally his job, but he was a guy and he wanted different things to do. And his first big job that he got was working as a chimney sweep. And he would go out with his tools to clean the chimneys. But he would clean a whole chimney out and he'd get done and he didn't have any dirt on his clothes. And everybody else thought he was sloughing off on the job and not cleaning the chimneys because he was always spick and span and never dirty. Even though he'd cleaned 2 or 3 chimneys that day, he never got dirty. So he left that job because everybody was jealous of him always being clean and they thought he wasn't a hard worker. Okay, so his next job, he got a job sorting the mail at the post office and delivering. And he, was pretty good at that. But he found out he could deliver mail faster if he did it at night while everyone was asleep. So he was doing such a good job that he was making the other mail carriers upset because he was making them look bad. So he left that job. But again, all these little jobs in the storybook get him to the point where he is Santa Claus. He ends up working at a zoo, taking care of the animals. And for some reason, everywhere he went around the zoo, the deer followed him. The reindeer followed him. Okay? Finally, one day he left the zoo. He got offered a job to take care of the animals in the circus, and all the reindeer followed him. Okay? At the circus, he took care of all kinds of things, and one of his jobs at the circus was that they put him in a cannon, and they made him fly through the air. You get where I'm coming from, right? Yeah, those are all the different hats that he had before the elves found him. Huh? Huh? Santa lives forever. Huh? Retired. Santa Emeritus. Santa Emeritus. By the way, I will talk about that tomorrow. But Santa Emeritus, for those of you watching, maybe you can't get around like you used to. And you may know other Santas who get restricted to maybe in a scooter or a walker or something like that. And for years they've done wonderful work as Santa, bringing joy to children and families. And now all of a sudden, the good Lord has unfortunately told them, you can't physically get around like you used to. You're going to have to cut back on your work as Santa. And it's demoralizing sometimes for some Santas because they've been bringing joy to so many families, and they've also brought joy to themselves, and now that joy is disappearing. What can you do? And I think that one of the things you can do is become Santa Emeritus. This is where you have to be truthful with the children that you don't go up and down chimneys anymore. You don't deliver toys anymore. But your brother Fred took over, or somebody else in your family took over as Santa Claus, okay? The Fred Claus thing works good, I think, for most of us. But the thing is, so I have now retired. I get to relax. I don't have to do anything. You know, I don't have to deliver the toys. I don't have to try to keep the elves in line and make sure they produce enough toys to get into the toy bag. And then, of course, answering all the letters and then checking on all of you who've been naughty or nice and everything. Oh, that's right, I forgot. Fred's making me work. I mean, I can't do a lot of work, but he wants me to check on who's naughty or nice. You know, so even though I'm in my scooter here going around and I can't deliver toys anymore, I need to find out, what list are you on? You know, and you can be with the kids. You can give them trading cards. You can do all the regular stuff that you might do with Santa. You just don't deliver presents, and you don't have to dress up in a red suit. But you can tell them you're Santa retired, Santa Emeritus. And this is great for a lot of guys. I got a call one time from a Mrs. Claus who was worried her husband was very, very depressed. You know, he'd had a stroke. He couldn't get around. And he was not going to be able to do all of his Christmas visits. He was having to call his fellow Santas and have them take over the visits to those families. He couldn't do it anymore. And she said he was really, really depressed. And so I talked to him. I talked to him about Santa Emeritus, you know. In fact, I said, you know, one of the things you could do is you could actually work it out with the Santas that you're sending to these other families, that you're going to contact the families and say, hey, I'm retiring, but I'm sending my brother Fred. You know, make a game of it. Have fun with the family. Have the kids know that you still love them. You know, especially if you've been to a family 5 or 6 or 7 or 10 years, whatever, you know, and you have to give it up. It's not only a shock for you, it's a shock for that family. So Santa Emeritus is one of those little things we can do, you know. So that's one of the little things that I push is Santa Emeritus, you know, because there's a lot of guys out there and even ladies that, you know, do all of this work, and they may be lucky. They may be around until their 90s and things like that, but, you know, the 70s come along and, you know, things slow down, you know. I worry. I've had prostate cancer, skin cancer. I've got the arthritis now and everything, but I'm still physically able to get around. I've still got, well, my wife will disagree. Well, the two of us, we always have fun. She said, yeah, I can't even follow Google on my phone, you know, to go somewhere or anything like that. So, but she forgot about, she thought that Father's Day was the week before Father's Day. We actually got in the car, loaded everything up, and drove all the way down to visit the grandkids and my daughter and son-in-law on the Saturday before Father's Day. And we got there, and my daughter says, wait a minute, Father's Day this week. even though I was following my wife, I didn't even think of it. But I just said, okay, I agreed with her. Father's Day tomorrow, you know, not knowing it's a week later. So, again, sometimes you get a little messed up. Anyway, how did you become Santa is one of the things. Were you ever a pirate? And again, there's a book about Santa having been a pirate when he was a kid. So maybe a child asks that question. Maybe a child asks, were you ever Harry Hanukkah? You know, that type of thing, you know, because again, sometimes some Santas dress up in blue suits and they're Harry Hanukkah. So again, you may have that question asked to you. You need to have answers for all of these things with kids. And if you don't have answers, you have to be able, with your brilliance, to dance around those things, okay? So let's talk a little bit more about it. Don't limit your horizons. Think outside the box. Remember that Santa and Mrs. Claus, your answers must match, okay? But by owning your own story, having a background, you're not going to be more comfortable when you sit down with the children. Oh, I forgot one more thing you might want to add. In the back of the book, there are a few pages of the most popular questions children ask. And let me see, I think it's not 247, but it's near there. Let's see, here, it's right near 258? 255. Children's frequently asked questions, and it's 3 or 4 pages of all the most popular questions. Does Santa really need snow to make Christmas deliveries? How do I get into every house? How do I get down the chimney? Have I ever got stuck in a chimney? What does Santa do when a house doesn't have a chimney? How does Santa know whether I've been naughty or nice? All those types of answers to all those types of questions. And I recommend this is one of those things that you review periodically, refresh your memory on the answers and stuff like that, because it'll make your presentations with the children much more viable when they ask those little questions that are not part of the normal, things that you might do. Pesky questions from children, I call them. Okay. Give me a ho. Ho. Give me a ho ho. Ho. Give me a ho ho ho. Oh my goodness. What does it mean? Yeah. I remember one of the Gatlinburg conventions, we had one of the Santas do a little thing. I think it was Santa True. He did a whole routine with the Santas. Give me this, give me that, give me. It was kind of neat to have the repartee back and forth. Okay. Next. Oh, we're not done talking with children. Okay. Now we're going to get into some more involved things with children. And now that we know your background story, let's talk about the actual sitting down with the children. Remember that it's an interview. It's asking a question. It's listening to the answer, okay? And then giving them an answer, okay? Asking, listening, and answering, okay? Because the children will ask you questions, and sometimes you even have to repeat their question. By repeating what they've asked for, you're confirming to them you heard what they said. Okay, and if it's a difficult question, that's always important to do. But again, it's a conversation, so it has to be both ways, back and forth, in a loop, if you want to call it, but everything there. Now, what's the length of Santa's interview? I mentioned earlier, a minute, okay? A minute to 2 minutes is pretty much average. You might get a little more time depending on, what the things are. And in that minute, though, you could ask a child their name, their age, have they been good, and what do you want for Christmas? Okay, 4 questions. But you can do that in a minute, easily, and then take a picture. So it's really not that long a visit. It's the answers you get from the children that could change the length. If the answers are more involved, in other words, their answer to you when you ask them, what do you want for Christmas? That answer. Because sometimes they may ask for the intangibles, things that are not part of the regular toy world. And you have to be able to answer those different questions and stuff like that. But the length of the interview, generally about a minute. Yes, you had a hand up? Okay. You're going to get difficult questions, okay? Now, no. We're going to talk about it this afternoon, answering difficult questions. His question was, a young boy asked Santa if he could get his father, the boy's father, to take the boy to visit his mother who lives somewhere else now. They're divorced. And that's one of the things you hope you can help with. But example, I'll talk about difficult questions in a little bit. But the key thing you have to remember is when they ask them, you say, oh, yeah, I understand that. Some families, there are divorces and things like that. And you have to know Santa's magic is toys. Okay? That's the number one thing. Santa's magic is toys. Now, I'm hoping that this could be worked out, but you got to talk to your dad and see what your dad can do, But sometimes it's difficult. But you must know this. Your dad loves you and your mom loves you both. Santa loves you too. And you change subject right there. Now, if you wanted a toy Christmas morning, what would you like? Because you don't have much time to answer that question. So you have to give them some sort of answer and then change the subject. Because you're not going to be able to fix it. So I'll talk about the difficult questions in a little bit here. And we'll get into more on that because we also have to talk about what do you say when grandma is very ill, or if daddy is off in the military, or somebody lost a job, and all kinds of difficult questions. Okay, length of the interview. Your interview must be brief when there's a long line. When there are people waiting, you kind of have to keep things cut short, okay? But again, you can answer 4 questions in a minute. Okay, and you don't have to be rushed to do it. It works very easily. Okay. Now, when the lines are shorter, you may have more time. When you're in a home, you may have more time. When you're in a home, you could have more questions also. You could ask questions like, well, how are you doing in school? What grade are you in? Okay. What's your favorite subject in school? Okay. What's the number one answer to that? Recess, yes. You know, but you ask them about how they are in school. What do they like best? What's your favorite homework? None. Yeah. But no, if you have to do homework, what do you like? You know, find out what the kids like. You know. Do you like sports? Do you play any sports? You know, you can ask them questions like that when you have more time. Okay, and that's a nice thing about showing an interest in the child. Now, when I have a child tells me they like spelling or writing or art or anything, any type of subject in school, my answer is always, "Oh, that's great." You know, I want to make them feel good about what they like the best. So often kids get shut down. You know, I am amazed at the parents who chastise their children because they didn't do well in something, instead of motivating them to do better. Oh, you only got a B in your art assignment? He says, well, you got to do better. You know, he says, I don't know why I'm even getting you art supplies. You know, their parents like that, when they should be saying, well, B, that is great. Okay, now, if I could help you, what would you need to do to get you an A? You know, you make the child feel good and want to get a better grade. You know, well, Santa can help a little bit sometimes. He may not be able to do what the parents can, but he can at least let the kids know that if they're good in art, that's fantastic. I love that. I love it when a little girl tells me she likes math. Oh, wow. I said, oh, that is great. So, you know, with math, you can be a teacher. It helps you with music. You could be a scientist. You could, you know, be all kinds of jobs, you know. Stockbroker. I mean, you could do all kinds of really neat things because you like math. You know, I want the kids to feel good about it. You know, it's very important that kids get motivation, you know, from people to do better. And Santa is one of those people that make them feel better about what they're doing. Okay, ask the right questions. That again, the 4 questions. You know, have you? Of course, like I said, what is your name? How old are you? You know, have you been good? And what do you want for Christmas? Now, in asking the right questions in your interview, your helpers can give you names, so you don't have to ask them, what is your name? Okay? So you may have that. I talked a little bit about this earlier, too. If you have the problem child that won't give you the name, you can play games with them, you know, and try to get around it. I remember back the first year I was Santa for Bullocks. That was at Christmas. During the summertime, I was a clown doing birthday parties. At the birthday party, I always show up at the birthday party. I'd come in, we'd sit. I had a merry-go-round on a truck. They would ride the merry-go-rounds, and then I would go in the house and do a little magic show. And the first thing I would do at the magic show, I'd say, oh, it's great to be here. And so you guys got some presents for me? And, of course, the kids are going, no. He says, well, it's a birthday today, and I know there was presents, and I thought you had some presents for me. It's not your birthday. The kids are all yelling at me, right? And they'll say, it's Tommy's birthday. Tommy. Oh, Tommy's birthday. Okay. And I would go over to the little girl and say, happy birthday, Tommy. And they say, no, not her. You know. And they go, well, no, I know. It's Abe Lincoln's birthday, right? The guy with the tall hat. They go, no, Washington. You know. They finally say, no, it's Tommy. And then they're all pointing, Tommy, Tommy, Tommy. And Tommy's over there getting very frustrated. You know, because I want to, finally I go over to Tommy and I say, oh, good, happy birthday, Tommy. And by then the parents in the back are all laughing too, because I got all the kids all frustrated. By the way, it uses up 5 minutes of my act, just doing that. Yes, I've only done that a little bit as Santa sometimes. I've come into a Christmas party, say, oh, it's great. I said, do you guys come for me? And I'm sitting there with this great big bag, you know. You know, but it's fun with the kids. Okay. Helpers can give you the names of the kids. Now, here's another thing you can do, though. You can ask the kids, what grade are they in? Now, you ask a child what grade they're in, just add 5. So if they say first grade, add 5, how old is the child? 6. Second grade, add 5, and they're 7. That's pretty much standard with all kids going to school. Once in a while, you're going to have a child that skipped a grade, okay? So when you say, oh, well, you're 6 years old, and they say, no, I'm 7, and you can sit there and go, oh, did I miss a birthday? You know, you can play off of it. You don't have to say, oh, I'm wrong, or the elves were wrong, or anything like that. Just say, I missed a birthday, you know. And then, of course, when you ask the kids, you say, well, you're in second grade, and you're 7 years old, and he says, oh, no, I'm only 6, you know. Okay, so that's, you know, sometimes you get those things like that, you know. But the thing is, you're going to be 7 soon, aren't you? Because, again, they probably will be 7 soon. It's great. By the way, on those kids that you go to and you say, you're in second grade, you're 7, and they say, no, I'm 8. And they said, oh, I forgot, you go to Catholic school. Anybody know that story? A lot of the parochial schools, whenever a child moved from public school to parochial school, they put them back a year. Okay? Catholic schools in California it was a very popular thing, and you always wondered why when you went to a basketball game at the Catholic high schools, their players all looked bigger and stronger than the other basketball players. It's because they were all 19 and 20 years old. Yeah, they've been put back a year or two. Crazy. Okay, anyway, knowing the grade level. Now, so first grade is 6, second grade is 7. Now, then you add, have you been good? Are you on my nice list? You know, you can add on that and have that. We even have some Santas that actually have books they bring with them, and they can open the book up and has the names of all the naughty and nice kids in it. They can show the children their name in the book. It's always kind of nice to do, okay? And but you always need to do this. Ask them if they've been good, and you want them to answer you, because that's a reinforcement. If you ask them, have you been good? They say, yes, I've been good. That's a reinforcement. It reinforces them in their own mind. They repeat that. You've been good? That's great, you know. If you have a couple extra minutes, tell me something good you've done recently, okay? And they'll probably say, oh, I helped my mom with the laundry, or I put the dishes away, or whatever. Those are reinforcements of being nice, being good, okay? And moving on. Okay, let's see. Again, remember it's an interview. Now, once you've done the name, the age, have you been nice, then you get into the part about what do you want for Christmas. This is where you're generally going to get the name of a toy or a gift that they want. And sometimes, you know, they will also give you the difficult questions. Maybe it could be divorce or it could be something like that. But generally, you ask them what they want for Christmas. Whenever they tell you what they want for Christmas, never promise it. Never tell the child, yes, okay, okay, whatever. Never promise that they're going to get that item. Number one, you don't know if the parents got it. You don't know if it's available. You don't know if it's back ordered on Amazon. You know, all those little things. So you can't promise anything, okay? Also, don't deny anything either. Don't tell them no on anything, because you don't know if they're going to get it or not. They may ask you, a little boy might ask you to get that he's going to get a .22 rifle, you know, because he's 10 years old and his dad promised him a .22 so he could go hunting with his dad for squirrels. Okay, you don't do that. The answer to that one, Santa's magic is toys. Getting a rifle, that's something your daddy would do, you know. If a child asks you for something that begins with an I, iPhone, iPad, whatever, Santa's magic is toys. iPhones, iPads, those come from parents because they have to have phone lines and internet connections and things like that. So you have to go through your parents on those. And years ago, Santa invited the parents to be givers also. You know, because I enjoy giving gifts to you at Christmas. Well, I want parents to enjoy giving things. So if you're ready for something like that, maybe your parents will get you an iPhone, but you have to ask them. I can't do it. So again, I'm pushing it back on the parent. Then the child goes to the parent, Santa said that you'll get me an iPhone. Santa said, ask your parents. But the child will go to the parent and say, Santa said you'll get me one. Kids will misinterpret everything. Okay, never promise anything. You can only promise a surprise. You could promise them a surprise. Now, that promise of surprise is also a wonderful response to children who are in economic situations. If a child, you know, a child is in a situation where economically the family is going to have a hardship, and the child is asking for something, sometimes instead of asking the child what they want for Christmas, you might offer, well, I know you've been good this year, and could I surprise you Christmas morning? That's one of the things I would like to do, is surprise you. Now, if the child asks for a particular gift, you know, acknowledge, you know, oh, that sounds nice. He says, well, let me do this. I'd like to surprise you. Change the subject and say, I'd like to surprise you on Christmas morning. I'm good at surprises. Okay? And that way you answer that. And again, with the little children that, the parents are, again, like I said, economically challenged, it's easier to say surprise. You know, surprise them with something. In 2008, we had a big economic downturn. Remember Enron and all that stuff that happened? A lot of people lost their 401ks and all that. I did a survey with some on the web with all the people who went to school, and I asked them, what kind of answers would you give families if you got questions from the kids and stuff like that? And some of the Santas came back with some really nice responses. One of the Santas, of course, mentioned that he would do the surprises, but he also mentioned if he could get up from his chair and go advise the parents of maybe places they could get help. Contact Marine Corps, Toys for Tots, contact your fire department, church, Salvation Army. There are lots of groups out there that will help you find a way to have a present or two on Christmas morning for a child. It may not be substantial. It may only be coloring books and Hot Wheels and stuff like that, but isn't it neat for the child to find a present in the morning and it says from Santa? Makes them feel so good, and you'll feel good too when you do it, If you are ever in a situation where you're talking to a reporter or someone in the media and they ask you, what do you do about situations like this when you're talking with kids that aren't going to get anything for Christmas? You can tell them, well, I hope the parents will find a way. By the way, you're with a newspaper or you're with a radio station. You can put the word out to your listeners or your readers that they could donate to the Toys for Tots or the Spark of Life at the fire department or whatever charity is in your community to help those families that need toys for their kids. You can put a sidebar on your newspaper. You can put a link on your website. All kinds of things you can do to help people. And it also gives a source for people who are looking for help. They could go to the website and find out where they can go to ask for help. So it works both ways. But again, sometimes we can't be the ones to actually take care of the family, but we can help teach other people or help direct other people on how they can help get toys to kids that are in need, things like that. But anyway, you can only promise a surprise, okay? Never tell a child no. Like I said, if the child asks for something that is not normally a Christmas item, but don't tell them no, they can't have it, because that's not your decision. That's a decision of the parent. Kids will ask for these four-wheel drive, gasoline-powered Honda terrain vehicles. Now they're getting electric scooters and electric, the electric bikes and stuff like that. And they all want things like that. But again, some of those, they're for older kids, not for the little kids. And they can be dangerous because the kids get out of control. So I think the thing is it's up to the parent to do that, not Santa. Yes?
I had a child last year ask me for a purse. I just went, oh, and asked him, I said, why would you want a purse? He told me his father was a mortician, and he had little purses up on a shelf he wasn't allowed to play with.
Oh, he wanted...
They're sampling samples. I saw him making some station wagons. I'll have to go back and check on that.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. For those of you who weren't listening, one of our Santas had a child come to him and say, Santa, I'd like a hearse. And what it was is his dad is a mortician, and he had little hearses up on a shelf. They were salesman samples. And the little boy wanted one of those hearses, and he couldn't have one. And Santa said, well, maybe there's some station wagons in the Matchbox or Hot Wheels set. Maybe I can get you one of those. And then the little boy said, can you have a casket in the back? I'm sorry, I had to repeat that just in case the people at home didn't hear that. You know, you never ever know. And children, it's the joy of doing our work, because sometimes, like Art Linkletter said, the kids say the darndest things, you know. Ed Buchart, who did Stone Mountain, Georgia for many years, wrote 2 books and everything. He has so many funny stories. You know, he has a little story with a little boy, you know, and they were comparing shoes and jackets and stuff like that. And you know, I said, well, I got boots, and you have some beautiful shoes, and I've got this beautiful red coat, and you look at that beautiful coat that your mom got you, and I like, you have suspenders too? I have suspenders, see? And he showed his suspenders, and the little boy says, yes, Santa. He says, Santa? He says, I have a penis, do you? And again, out of the blue, but what it was is the little boy had been going through potty training. And so his parents were telling, you know, so here's this little boy comparing things, and Santa Ed said he just turned crimson red. He says, my face matched my suit. You know, but again, children ask the craziest things sometimes, you know. I was at a restaurant one time, and a child did ask for a .22 rifle because he wanted to go hunting with his dad, you know, because he'd been promised he would get that. But again, that is a decision the dad makes. iPhones, iPads, electric scooters, things like that. I think if you get those requests, those are borderline, because they all require helmets and shoulder pads, and so you might want to play the borderline on that. Say, well, you know, my magic is toys, you know, and those are usually things that come from parents. So I would check with your parents on that, you know. But you know, I'll look into it, but I can't guarantee it, because my magic is toys. And change the subject. Now, is there anything else you want? You know, something else you might want. Okay. Sometimes you'll get requests for those big things, and you have to get them to lower their expectations. I hate to put anything down, but if they want a PlayStation 3, PlayStation 3, okay. Now, is there anything else you might want? And they might go to like a Hot Wheels racetrack set, okay, or something else. Something a little more reasonable that could come from Santa. You know, so you sometimes ask for 2 or 3 things, maybe one of those, and then you just throw in that last line. But I'll tell you what I will do. I will surprise you Christmas morning, because that's one of the things the elves and I love to do, is surprise all the children, you know. And again, that will make it special for those children. Okay? Any other? Yes, I see one more hand back there. What? Who had a question?
I just had a humor story. I had a little boy ask what he wanted. He said, I want a gun to shoot deer, but not your deer.
Yeah. Elf on the Shelf. I do a little bit, you know. Again, part of the Elf on the Shelf is when the children come up and they talk about their elf. Okay, they want to know, do you know my elf's name? And I go through the same joke that I had before about, you know, names or elf names. So I could say, your elf? Oh, yeah, that's Grindel. No, that's not my elf's name. Yes, Grindel is your elf. My elf is Susie. Oh, I'm sorry. Grindel is her elf name. Susie is the name you gave her. So, but when she's back at the North Pole, we call her Grindel. But she's Susie to you. But it's the same elf, you know. And Grindel says you're being pretty good, you know. And so that you can play that game with the kids on the elf, you know. Have you been to some of the web pages for the things that elves can do? Oh, dump some flour out in the kitchen floor and put your elf in it and make snow angels? Okay, I have seen stickies, yellow stickies and pink stickies, the whole kitchen, all the kitchen cupboards covered with stickies. And in the stickies, they spelled out the elf's name. You know, just fun stuff like that. You know, and now I'm seeing them do the same things with leprechauns. You know, and leprechauns visiting the homes. Anyway, let's see. Never tell a child no, okay? Again, you don't want to demoralize them. You're not in a position to tell them no. By the way, if a child says something to you and you know it's not a truth, but the child says, my daddy told me this, or my mom told me this, never correct them. Never tell them the parent is wrong. That's not your position. Sometimes parents have a reason they tell their kids certain things, and you know you don't want to correct the child, because then the child's going to go back and say, Santa told me you were lying to me. You do not want that. So again, never correct a child. You know, sometimes you just have to let it go. Let it go. But never tell a child no to a request. Remember, Santa's magic is toys. Okay? And then after you, of course, visited with them, you say goodbye. Okay? Give them a farewell and everything like that. Any questions anybody has about the interview? Okay, that's in the difficult questions coming up in a minute. Okay, no problem. He was asking a question about a child being touched or hurt, and we're going to cover that under difficult questions in just a couple minutes. So for those of you who want to know how to handle those questions and difficult questions, stick around. Don't go anywhere, because we get difficult questions and we need to know how to answer them. We need to know how to take care of the children to make them feel good, because sometimes telling them that they're going to get a certain present Christmas morning makes them feel good, but maybe they've got serious social problems that are worrying them, that are taking them down, and we need to help them feel better about certain problems, okay? So watch out on that. Okay, what to do with children that freeze up? You're going to have a child sit down on your lap, and you're going to ask them, what do you want for Christmas? And they're going to go, and they're looking at the sky. They can't say anything. They froze up. And you can't get them to say anything. Well, come on, you got to tell me what you want for Christmas. Well, I can see you looking up at the ceiling, okay, but I don't see anything up there. Okay, I'll tell you what. If you could only have one gift this Christmas, what gift would it be? Maybe you try to get the child to focus on that one gift that they might be able to have for Christmas. That might shock them, but you say one gift. Sometimes they're still frozen, and they can't. You know, if they still don't answer you, maybe then you say things, well, don't worry. Santa likes surprising you with gifts and stuff. The elves told me I have a warehouse of green and yellow socks, so I can get you some socks and some underwear. And sometimes that'll shock them, you know, into saying, oh, no, I want a PlayStation. A lot of times when a child freezes up, why do they freeze up? Their parents probably told them, you can only ask Santa for one gift. But they want a PlayStation and a bicycle, and boy, if I could get an iPad, you know, that would be great, you know. But the thing is they're told they can only ask for one thing, so they freeze up. They don't know which one to ask for. So sometimes you have to shock them to get the answer, and then if they can't get an answer ever, you just go to, well, I'll tell you what, I'll surprise you Christmas morning. That's all you can do. But you're going to get children that freeze up on you, and you just have to be able to make them feel good and get the picture and move on, okay? The next child in line is the child with the long list. Yes, this child has come to you. Now, when I started back in 1970, the long list was actually a little stack of paper, maybe 10, 12 pages, maybe 20. And they'd gone through the Sears catalog and the Montgomery Ward catalog and the Toys R Us catalog, and they'd cut out every toy that they wanted. And they glued them or scotch taped them onto the page. And now they're going to show you everything that they wanted, okay? few years later, they were bringing them out on rolls of butcher paper, or, long rolls of paper, just all kinds of stuff on them. And then they came out with the Oki Data printers when the Apple, trying to coming out, that zigzaggy paper. You get stacks of zigzaggy with all kinds of stuff on them and things like that. And it's gotten, pretty progressive. And then you get to the point where the children started coming to us and they were telling us what they wanted, and they were bringing us sheets of paper, just regular paper, just like this, but they had the photograph, the JPEG of the picture of the toy they wanted. And next to that, they had the QR code and maybe the stores and the different, sometimes the kids were really detailed. They actually had the retail price at the different stores. And here's the neat thing. No matter what time this was, whether it was the 70s, 80s, 90s, whatever, whenever a child brought me a list of paper like that, I always congratulated them. I commended them on the work that they did. This is fantastic, I let the parents know. You must be so proud. The work that he or she did to put all of this together, that was a lot of work. Of course, for a lot of the parents, it was one of those things that, get out of my hair. Go pick out what you want for Christmas or Santa. Put them on the dining room table with a pair of scissors and some Scotch tape and a stack of paper, and let them make up a list for Santa. But I always thanked the kids for what they did, and I always made sure the parents got that list back. Okay? And how I did that was, when the children would ask me for all these different things, I would say, okay, this is a beautiful list. Now, if you could only have one item in this whole list, what would it be? I asked them the same question I asked the first child. If I could only give you one gift, what would it be? So I'm trying to get them to focus. And they may not know for sure. I'll tell you what. Take your list. I want you to take it home. Look it over real good. And then I want you to pick out 3 things that you like. And you circle those 3 things and number them 1, 2, or 3. You leave that under the tree for me, okay? Now the list is going back home. So if mom or dad wants to keep it and put it away in that keepsake box, they've got that. And the child is now thinking one of these gifts. But I tell the child, and I'll surprise you Christmas morning. Okay? Now another reason I do all of that, if this child is standing over on the side, and this child comes up with a long list, and I was sitting there going, yes, a Power Ranger, okay, and a PlayStation, oh, that's nice. A bicycle, too? Oh, wow. And this child might be thinking that I'm agreeing that I'm going to give all these things to this kid. I don't want that child to feel bad. He'll go home wanting to kick himself in the bottom all the way home. So I get him to focus with the same question. If there's only one thing you could have, what would it be? And you handle both kids the same way, and again, a surprise when they go home. So it works out real good that way. Let's see what we got next. Santa's Magic is Toys. I've mentioned this numerous times. Always remember Santa's Magic is Toys. Okay? When you don't have an answer, sometimes you're going to be asked things by kids, and you really don't have an answer. I'm serious. You don't know, and you have no way to sprinkle it with reindeer dust. Reindeer dust is short for bull, what? Dazzle them with brilliance, baffle them with bull. Anyway, you don't have an answer. So what I do is it's SOS. I'm sorry, the answer is SOS. That's the secret of Santa. I can't tell you. So children ask something that, you don't have an answer for, and you want it to be classified. It's an SOS. Or maybe you call it classified instead of classified. Okay, SOS or classified. So that gives you a way to answer a question without having an answer. Okay? Technical problems. What happens when you have technical problems on the set? You need to be prepared to address those problems, okay? Example, when the line is slow. Okay, that may not be a technical problem, but that means there's no crowd. What can you do? Are you allowed to get up out of your chair? Are you allowed to wander around? Is this a time to go take a break? Cool off a little bit? Can you go over here to the kiosks around Santa's set, or the adults that are sitting at the tables around here and say hi to some of them? The main thing you have to do, though, is always be in eyesight of whoever's running the set, so they can get you back on the set when kids are there for pictures, whether you're in a mall or at a party or something like that. I've had some parties where you only have 50 kids, there's 100 people, and sometimes a lot of the people don't have kids with them. But it's nice to go over to their table and allow them to do a group picture or selfies or whatever, have some fun. Need to walk up to a group of adults and say, okay, who's on the nice list and who's on the naughty list? And they're all doing this, pointing at each other, you know. It's fun to do it with a group of little old ladies, because they not only point at each other, no, they not only point at each other, they tell you what they did. Yeah. No, I'm serious. Yeah, no. One of the ladies, she was sitting there. She said, "Who's on the naughty list?" She's on the naughty list because she's been having meetings with the mailman, and the other ladies are going, "What?" Well, they'd all also been enjoying their sherry or whatever, so kind of a little fun thing. So that's when the line is slow. You can work it around. Now, when it's time to shut down, what do you have to take care of when you're shutting down? Whoever you're working with, wherever you're working, there needs to be some sort of protocols for shutdown, where the host comes and gets you and escorts you away, where somebody tells everybody in line that you're the last person in line, and then we're going to shut down. And then again, the other thing is you make sure you got that escort to get out to your car and go home and things like that. Okay. What to do? More what to do's. Children come to you, like I said, with those different questions. What if a child comes up to you and the first thing they say is, "My friends told me there's no Santa." Okay. You're sitting there with a 7-year-old. He's on your knee or standing in front of you. He says, "My friends told me there's no Santa." How do you handle it? Well, number one, I think this child has a bit of a dilemma going on. Mom and Dad said there's a Santa. His friends, particularly the kids in the 3rd and 4th grade, are telling him that there's no Santa. You know, older kids love to ruin it for the younger kids. I don't know why. Anyway, so there's no Santa. But this child is standing in front of you. So my answer to him, number one, is well, your friend said there's no Santa. How come you're here? I mean, I feel like Santa. I got the real beard. And I'm Santa. I'm real. Are you real? You know? Yeah. Now, if I were real, what would you want for Christmas? Okay? And sometimes that's the whole thing. The friends told him no. The parents told him yes. He doesn't know who to believe. So he's going to visit you anyway. He's hedging his bets. He's going to visit you anyway. He's going to tell you what he wants. And if he gets it Christmas morning, then Santa's real. It's that simple, you know. But you're going to get that once in a while from some kids. Okay. You'll also get children visiting you who tell you that our family doesn't believe. You know, they'll come up and say, well, we don't celebrate Christmas in our house. We don't believe in Santa Claus. No. And you can't tell the child they're wrong. So you have to understand that they may not be Christian. They could be Jewish, Jehovah's Witness, could be different backgrounds or culture, things like that. And so you have to just let them know, well, I understand a lot of people have different beliefs and things that they like. Do you celebrate something at the holiday season? Find out from them. Ask them. And then whatever they answer, tell them that's great. No matter what they celebrate, let them know it's great. You know? They say they celebrate Hanukkah. That's wonderful. Hanukkah is such a special occasion. So much tradition. You got a menorah, right? Do you get to light one of the candles? You know? Do that type of thing. It's just, now I know that I'm a symbol of joy and of giving and of happiness, and I want you to have a happy, happy Hanukkah, okay? Now, also, I want to know, did you want one of our coloring books? You know? In other words, I'm going to make that child feel good when they walk away, even though they didn't ask for a toy for Christmas. Surprisingly, though, even if the children are Jewish, nowadays there's so much crossover. You'll get Jewish children whose families are a mixed family, blended family, and they may have, they may celebrate some Christmas There may be gift giving in there, even though they also celebrate Hanukkah. So you never know. Okay. When a child mentions the E word, and this is not Elmo, this is the economy. And this is, again, like I said, back in 08, we started with this. When children mention the economy, sometimes children overhear their parents talking about economic problems in the house, bills and things like that. And a child sometimes wonders how they can help out. You know? Sometimes the children get pretty deep, dark on their thinking. If I weren't here, would it be better off for mom and dad? I mean, that's how serious it can get sometimes. You have to let the kids know that, you know, it's going to be okay. Okay? I know your mom and dad are worried, but things are going to get better, you know. And then, you know, I know you want to have a nice Christmas. Now, can I surprise you on Christmas? I'd love to surprise you with something. Can I do that? Okay. That's a deal. Okay? And again, I didn't ask the child what they wanted. Because if the parents are having an economic problem, it may not be that they're going to get what they want. So I'm going to surprise them instead. And sometimes, is there anything, if they do ask me what they want, I will ask them, is there anything else you might want? Because they might ask for a PlayStation or something big, and if they've mentioned the E word, maybe it's not going to come. So I'll ask them, is there anything else you might want? And I might do that twice, because I'll get a step down on gifts that they might want. And then always offer a surprise on Christmas morning. You can always offer surprises. Here's the part you're interested in, some of you about difficult questions, okay? Our work is not always spreading joy. Although we hope we can, okay? And it is sad when a child sits on your lap or sits with you or you're talking with them and they bring you a dark part of their life, something that's affecting them socially. Listen to what the child tells you is the first thing you need to do, okay? And then the next thing you do is acknowledge that you understood what they said. So if a child comes to you talking about divorce, you may answer, well, you know, I understand that divorce is a concern to a lot of children. You know, you let the child know that. Okay. Let them know that you want to help. You know, I wish I could help with divorce, but it's not something I do because Santa's magic is toys, you know. But I'm hoping things will get better. And then you basically let them know no matter what happens, they are loved. And then you change the subject. Okay? Move on, ask about their Christmas gift. So let's go to the first one. First one is the divorce. So parents coming in, getting a divorce, you acknowledge, number one, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I know that divorce happens sometimes, and, you know, it's not easy for everybody, okay? But here, this is the key thing to remember. You have two parents who love you very, very much. And no matter what happens, you know, I'm hoping they're going to get back together, okay? But no matter what happens, they will always love you. You have two parents who love you very, very much. Santa loves you too. Change direction. And somewhere in there I might throw in Santa's magic is toys, you know. But the basic thing I'm letting them know is that I can't fix the divorce. I don't tell them that. I just let them know that I know divorce happens. Let's hope they're going to get back together. But I'm not going to promise they're going to get back together. I magically can't get them back together. So I don't mention any of that. I just let them know that they're loved by both parents. Santa loves you too. Change direction. That Santa loves you too I use in a whole bunch of these. And every time I say Santa loves you too, it means left turn. Okay? A loved one is died or is very ill. You know, children have come to me and talked about grandma dying and wanting me to bring her back. Can't bring her back. You know, there's only one person that's ever done that. You know, so we can't do that. But I have to let the child know that, you know, I can tell you miss your grandma very, very much. You know, she loved you very, very much. You know, but I'm not able to bring her back. My magic is toys. You know, but she loved you very, very much. I love you very, very much. And I'd like to know what kind of toy you would like on Christmas morning. So I've changed the subject. If it's about a loved one that's ill, again, I can't make somebody better. I understand she's ill. Let's hope the doctors can help her out and everything. You know, but my magic is toys. I'm not a doctor. I can't do those things. My magic is toys. But your sister must love you very, very much. And Santa loves you too. And what do you want for Christmas? I move on. And so that's what you do with those two there. There also be things like Mommy or Daddy lost their job. Again, my magic is toys, but I'm hoping they'll find something soon. They love you very, very much. I love you too. Change subject. Mommy or Daddy's in the military. I might throw in here, it says, I can't get them home right now. But you must be so proud of them, defending our country and taking care of us and everything. And they love you very, very much. Santa loves you too. Boom. Okay, someone is hurting me. This is probably the most difficult question when a child comes to you. Someone is hurting me. My daddy's touching me in the wrong way. Different things like that. I've never had a situation like this myself. I've never heard of one where a child actually said Daddy or Uncle Joe or anything like that. But we've had children who have reported being hurt by somebody. They won't tell Santa or anybody who it is. They just are being hurt. And it's up to somebody to find out. Unfortunately, we are not in a position to, number one, confront the child right then and there, even if it was the person who was perpetrating the crime was there at the moment the child is with you. You can't confront anybody because nobody's going to get arrested that day. Nobody's going to be taken away that day, but that child is going to be taken away back home. And if there's a confrontation between you and a parent about the whole thing, that child could be in danger. So you cannot confront the family or people that are with the child, number one. You can do two things. Number one, hopefully on the set that you're working or wherever you're at, if there are pictures being taken, if there is data being taken, that information can be collected, forwarded either through any party to the authorities for the county or whatever jurisdiction to investigate. So you can do that. That information can be forwarded that way. But it removes you from being an accuser. All you're doing is relaying the fact that the child said they're being hurt, and this is the information, all the information I have. Then the county can go investigate it. Yes? Okay. There are people, doctors, ministers, nurses, certain practitioners, anybody who's in charge of children, anybody who's in charge of senior citizens, people who depend on care from these individuals, all those individuals are required in all 50 states to report that information. Not confront, to report. Okay? You're not supposed to confront anybody because even though you report it, the police are not going to run down to the mall immediately and arrest whoever's there with them or investigate because, like I said, that child is going to go home. And if they have, if you have confronted the parent or person with them, that child could be in danger. Okay, and so you don't want that. So now that's, again, getting the information reported is the number one thing. If there is information collected, if you're at an event and it's a whole bunch of children from an elementary school, you might be able to let the teacher know. Okay, little Susie over there just told me she's being hurt. Okay, you can let the teacher know. The teacher then can maybe follow up on it. But the thing is, if you don't know who the child is with or anything like that, there's nothing you can do about the audience out there. However, there is another step, and that step is what you do with the child. You can let the child know that, Santa's, I'm sorry to hear that, I can't be there for you, at the time you might need me, but, my magic is toys, and I got to take care of that. But I know someone who can help you. Yes, there is someone who can help you. You need to tell your teacher. Tell your teacher what's happening, because the teacher's responsible and required by law to report it. So if a child goes to a teacher and says, somebody's hurting me, the teacher has to report it. And that's all you can do. By the way, that's information that was supplied by the Polly Klaas and Samantha Runyon foundations. Both those foundations were about little girls who were kidnapped and unfortunately murdered. But they started doing teachers modules to teach teachers how to recognize things and how to report them. And they also do class modules where they talk to the children in the classroom, and they tell the children, if somebody's hurting you, they tell the children in the class, if someone's hurting you, tell your teacher. Okay? We don't want you to be hurt. Tell your teacher. Yes?
Well, if you are a mandated reporter, you have been informed of that and you have received some training.
Yeah.
If you're mandated.
Yeah. The mandated is generally the nursing professions, doctors, ministers, teachers. They all have modules, training modules, and that's part of their curriculum to be a teacher, is to be trained in those modules. And I know it's through all of the elementary school grade, K through 8. I don't know if it's K through 12 or not. It's all the way through. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. It is the most difficult thing in the world to have a child come to you and say they're being hurt. Okay. What I hate is, I have one of my classes where I said, well, tell your teacher. And then the first thing I had one stand in the back who was being a wise you-know-what. He said, what if she's homeschooled? That's probably the worst case, But the thing is you want to try to help that child as much as you can. Yes?
Not to drag it out, but I have put a lot of thought into this because I was a nurse and then now I'm doing public events.
Uh-huh.
I always have a handler with me at a public event, somebody that's in the crowd, and I thought that I could have a special sticker that I give that person and tell them, go through the same thing, but then tell me which special sticker to use. Take it to that person over there and they'll get your information from you so that you can receive something special from me in the mail, and that gets them to go to my handler and give them the information without the one that's molesting them or whatever, knowing what's going on, and they can walk over there, give them the sticker, they take that information, and bam, they can go.
Okay. And that is good, but again, if there is a parent with them or something like that, they're going to want to know why the child is going over and doing that.
Well, it's to get a special prize, to make it,
But again, you got to be very, very, very careful on that, because again, nothing's going to happen that day.
Oh, I understand.
Okay? And that child's going to go home and say, now, what was this prize you were getting? Why did you go over there? Why did you do this? Why did you do that? Parents can rate their kids and break them down. You don't want that happening. You want the child just to know, when you go to school, talk to your teacher. That's the simplest thing in the world. You don't want to get involved in other ways. And you have liability then, too. The minute you get involved with, something special you're doing that is not sanctioned, you have a liability. Okay? So, example, if that child, again, you tell the child to tell the teacher, but if you're running a child over to somebody else to do a report to get information, okay, and then the child gets hurt, they're wondering, why did you do what you did and not instead tell the child to tell the teacher? In other words, they're going to, and I'm not talking about the government doing that. I'm talking about the parents who've been arrested are going to go after you for getting them in trouble. So again, it's a convoluted thing. It's so bad that so many of the children that get involved in these things, you know, you don't want to see these children have to sit in a jury or in a trial and have to testify. And of course the defense wants the child to be on the you know, grilled, you know, to try to protect the parent or the accused. You don't want the child to be confronted by the defense. So you need to go through the teachers and let the teachers report it all. Then the teacher can be the one that is the third party to testify, and their testimony has weight. Yeah. Okay, moving on. Someone is hurting me. The last item is, remember, any of these things you only have a few minutes. So often what you have to do is be able to do this smoothly and within a few minutes so that the kids are able to be treated well, feel well. What's nice is if you talk to a child after any of these things here, hopefully when they walk away, they feel comfortable that they confided in someone. They bared their soul, so to speak, and they maybe feel a little bit better. You didn't answer the problem. You didn't fix the problem, but maybe you made them feel a little bit better as they walk away, you know? And in some cases, maybe you did fix the problem. You never, ever know. Okay. Now, when you're working on the set, here's some other things you need to remember. Never promise anything. I mentioned this earlier, okay? Never say no. Be non-committal, you know? Oh, okay, that sounds like a nice item. Let me see what we can do. You know, Santa's magic is toys. Being non-committal. Wow, that's a very special request. I'm going to see what I can do because, you know, my magic is toys, you know, and usually that's something the parents do. But, you know, I'll look into it, but, you know, you might want to talk to your parents too, okay? You know, and move on, you know. Is there anything else you might want? Any toys? You know, my magic is toys, you know. Never correct or reprimand. As I said, when the children tell you something, maybe their parents said, never correct them, never reprimand them. Never scare them with that loud ho, ho, ho. And never say mom or dad. I mentioned this briefly this morning. Folks is the simplest thing to do, okay? Because it may not be mom or dad. It may be dad and a girlfriend, mom and a boyfriend. It could be the grandparents. Grandparents don't look like grandparents anymore. You know, really they don't, you know. And so again, saying folks is a lot easier, saves you from any problems or things like that. The biggest problem I have, not in this with the parents, it's the little girl that shows up. He's not a girl, he's a boy. Because he's got the long, long, long hair, and he's wearing a T-shirt and shorts, and he's like 3 or 4 years old. So you don't know if he is a boy or a girl, and you say girl, and then it's a boy. So again, that's a big problem sometimes. Okay. Here's some nevers when you're working on the job. Never flirt, drink, or smoke on the job. Okay? I'm pretty good with the second two. Huh? Yeah. As I mentioned, the never flirt, drink, or smoke. 2006, we had the Santa Convention, Discover Santa in Branson, Missouri. We had 500 Santas and wives in attendance. It was a wonderful event. Time magazine covered it. They decided to do an 8-page section in Time magazine on the convention with interviews from different Santas and photos from the convention. And they wanted some names. I gave them names of different Santas that did different things. The gentleman that handled all the workshops and my lieutenant. And they'd also found some people that they had interviewed or met during the convention. And they interviewed Santa Tim Mack. Now, Tim Mack had been my kind of runner and right hand for a lot of things around the convention. On stage, they'd say, now, ladies and gentlemen, here he is, Santa Tim. And I get ready to come up, and he'd run on stage. Hi, I'm here. And he said, oh, the other Santa Tim. Oh, I don't know where he is right now, you know. And then they said, no, we want Santa Tim, the guy with the red shoes. I had red shoes that I would wear. The last day of the convention, I gave him the red shoes to wear. So when they said they wanted Santa Tim, he ran up on stage again. He says, well, look, I got the red shoes, you know. Anyway, they interviewed him. 45-minute interview with Time Magazine. About 5 minutes after he finished the interview, the reporter called back to talk to his wife, or talk to him. And Dana, his wife, answers the phone. He said, oh, he's a bit indisposed. He'll be, I'm sure, it's a long interview, And he says, oh, that's okay. Oh, wait a minute. I says, well, while I'm waiting for him, he says, you're his Mrs. Claus? Yes, uh-huh. What's it like being Mrs. Claus to Santa? What's it like being a wife of a Santa? And her answer was, well, Santa is a chick magnet. Time Magazine came out, and there was one mention of Santa Tim Mack. The paragraph began, we spoke to the wife of Santa Tim Mack, who said, Santa is a chick magnet. And then the story went off into all of the different suits and wardrobe that Santas were wearing. Because some of the Santas kind of looked like pimps in their red zoot suits, red hats with white fur trim around the top, And so it was kind of a fun thing. But that line lasted for a long time. Poor Tim, 45-minute interview, talking about his work with children and everything. Nothing in the Time Magazine article, Yeah. So you gotta watch out. By the way, I'm amazed at how many times a reporter calls to do a news story, starts doing the news story, interviews a couple people, and one Santa somewhere mentions something completely different from what the basic interviews were, and all of a sudden the story completely changes. Okay? Because we had one where they were interviewing Santas wanting to know, how did you get the calling? How did you get the calling? They get to like Santa number 8, and he decides to talk about Santas who've been arrested. Guess what? That's what the article was. The article was all about different Santas around the country who'd been arrested. Because the reporter was looking for something that was sensational. And that was more sensational than, how did you get your start? So it was the Hershey, Pennsylvania Santa, and it was some Santa out, not even a Santa, it was a guy who rented a suit and then kidnapped his kids from his ex, But the reporter put all those things together in the story, and that was a Christmas story. Yeah, right, okay. Never flirt, drink, or smoke, okay? Stay away from it. Anybody smoke? Like that, okay. Don't answer a cell phone on the job. Don't get involved with sales. Even though you may have a piece of the action, stay away from it. Let the other people handle it all, okay? Don't bring up religion or politics while you're on the set or while you're working. Now, if you're doing an event at a church, you're with your friends, that's a different thing. But the thing is when you're out in the public and everything else, you don't know who you're talking with, what's going on. I would steer clear of getting into, religion and politics and St. Nicholas versus this or that or whatever. And politics, definitely stay away from. Okay? Santa is not the Democratic Party. Santa is not the Republican Party. Santa is the Christmas party. Okay? So that's the easy thing to do on that. If you have Facebook and you do want to talk politics, have separate accounts and do not friend yourself. Okay? So Joe Blow is over here, Santa Joe is over there. Different things. My philosophy on it, I stay away from it completely. Nothing on my Facebook pages, Instagram, or anything else. It's not worth the headache of getting it. I love talking politics, but I do most of it with my wife, because we both agree on the same things. So that works good, Huh? It's surprisingly, I do, but the thing is, surprisingly, we both have the same the same feelings. I mean, that's another reason why we got out of New York. Yeah, it just, it just wasn't worth it where we were. And by the way, moving from New York to South Carolina, we saved $15,000 a year just in property tax, let alone everything else that went on. So it was a damn good move. Yeah. Okay. Don't bring up religion or politics. Wow, that microphone got close there. Don't talk openly with the media. When you are working and the media comes up to you in the middle of a job, don't immediately open up and start talking to them and answering everything that they want. Maybe you don't know what their story is going to be about. Maybe they do want to do the story on the Santas that have been arrested. You don't want to be a part of that story. So what you want to do is, whoever comes to you from the media, they want to interview you, let them go to the host of the event that you're doing, the sponsor of the event. Let them talk to them first. If the story is to be about you and your interaction with children and how you work, it's going to come back to you. But you don't want to be part of a negative news story. And that happens sometimes. There'll be a news story about, like example, unfortunately we had a Santa here in Florida that did a naughty thing. And immediately reporters were calling myself and other leaders in our Santa industry wanting to know, how did this happen? Why did we let this man become a Santa? All these different things. Now, we had no control over all of that. You know, anybody can become a Santa. You can buy a suit, you can grow a beard, you can buy a beard, you can, you know, and you can get hired by photo companies and other people like that and do a great job. Nobody knew this about this person, and he was a minister too, you know. But the thing is they're asking all these questions. We really don't want to be part of that story. But we did talk to him about the fact that we have an oath in our industry, and we abide by that oath, you know, being supporters of children and families. And it's unfortunate that somebody casts this dark shadow over all of us. You know, that's all we could say. We don't want to get into any reason or why. But the thing is, reporters end up calling all kinds of people wanting to know stuff. We had a Santa in Rhode Island who was molested by a lady sitting on his lap. So I get a phone call from somebody wanting to know, what do I teach the Santas to protect themselves from a lady sitting on Santa's lap and molesting him? And I said, never happened before. Never, you know. The Santas are taught about being good to the children, having their hands in the photos, and never having any problems or anything like that. But the story ended up getting blown out of proportion by Howard Stern and some other people, you know, about, you know, Santa, you know, getting involved with a lady who molested him, and they're trying to make the Santa look bad. They actually put his picture in the chair on the front page of a newspaper with a piece of black tape across his eyes. That was their way of protecting him, you know. So you never know what's going to happen. So be careful. Don't talk openly with the media. Send them to the host. If it's going to be about you, it's going to come back. Tomorrow, when we talk about marketing and publicity and promoting yourself, I'm going to talk to you about how you can promote yourself, how you can send a news release out to your local radio, TV, newspaper, telling them about you and your work, and maybe get them to do a story about you. Okay? So we'll talk about that tomorrow. But that's proactive. You know, this here is more of a defensive type thing, and you want to steer clear of it. Okay. Training your helpers. How are we doing on time? We're coming up on 3. Good. On training your helpers, helpers' attitude can help you when the kids and the families are coming up to you. If the helpers are dressed up a little bit in elfish type outfits, or, you know, little hats or ugly sweaters or something like that, their inhibitions seem to relax a little, and they become more into the party or the event. And that's a nice thing to have when you're doing things with the families. So their attitude and personality can set the stage. They become part of your show, okay? If there's a training session for the photographer and the helpers and you, I recommend you go to that training session. And then you go to page 247 of the book, where I have Santa's handy hints for working with groups. I also have that as a download on the school website. It's a PDF. You can download it. You can give that PDF to whoever's hosting the meeting. And it gives you handy hints for working with groups. And that would be handy hints for your helpers and how to work with you. And they may not use any of the information. Yet I've had Santas tell me they gave the information to the manager at the mall, and she ran the whole meeting based on that sheet of paper. In other words, it was everything there she needed to tell her people how to work with all the audience and the crowds who are going to come to the mall. So again, it's handy hints. It comes from years of experience, and so it's there for your use. I don't it is copyrighted, I guess you would call it, because it's in my book, but it's free for you to give out to anybody. Other handy hints that are in there are handy hints you can give to a client when coming to their home to visit, handy hints for them to take their kids to the mall to see Santa, all kinds of handy hints, want people's lives to be simpler and easier. Those handy hints are also in the book I gave you this morning, the little book. There's a section in there with all the handy hints. So they're all there for you for your use. Give me a ho! Ho! Give me a ho ho! Ho, ho! Give me a ho ho ho! Ho, ho, ho! What does it mean? Okay, got you to quiet down. Okay. We're going to take a little break here. And we'll come back in we'll be back here at 3 o'clock. And that's noon on West Coast time, okay? Yeah, the handy hints are in here too. Not yet. Waiting for everybody to get back in here. They're all out there enjoying the cookies. Huh? You're here, Angel. Yes, you're good. You want to roust them up? Yes. Leanne, the Santa Wrangler. Huh? Enforcer, okay, yeah. Out in LA, you call him a Wrangler. I'm the Santa Wrangler. I will get calls when they need 40 Santas for a TV show. You know. Done that twice. For the Mentalist and for, what was it? Can't remember the name of it now. Not Remington Steele, Castle. What?
The only thing I want to do is if they want a Santa. I don't want to be an actor.
Yeah. Well, no, I would on the Mentalist, they wanted to recreate the Santa Claus convention where the two Santas were fighting with each other, which was basically the early days of A-Orbs when Nick Trolley and I were fighting. And one of them gets killed, you know, so they have to find the murderer. And we ended up getting 40 Santas to work at Warner Brothers on a Tuesday before Thanksgiving, or before Halloween. Or no, it was the Friday before Halloween. All the people working at Warner Brothers were all dressed in Halloween costumes. And here on the back lot are 40 Santas in all different style of dress. Some like this, and some of them in their full outfits and wardrobe and everything else. Yeah, it was kind of a fun thing. Try something different here. This is the way I'm supposed to wear this thing. You just bought on Temu? Just from Temu, just for this, okay. I don't know if that's better or not. Okay, before we get started, real quick, I did not arrange for dinner tonight. We originally were going to do that, but since we had the lunch today, and we have a lunch tomorrow that we're setting up, the lunch tomorrow is going to be what, chicken fingers? Chicken tenders? Okay, and those are from Magoo's? From Magoo's, okay. So that'll be tomorrow. And so you're on your own tonight for dinner. So powwow, find out what you want, pull out your Google and do those types of things. Let's see, what other housekeeping did I want to do? Oh, I forgot to mention I have a bunch of stuff on the table over here. So if anybody's interested, I have a business card holder, some makeup, a couple buckles, some watches, things like that. You can look on those on the when we finish up this afternoon and everything. Okay. Okay, Mark, we're ready. Hey, we're good here. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Let me go ahead and get our screen set up here if I can. It'll pop up there. There, we got that out of the way. Okay. So I hope, now again, like I said to everybody that's watching, if you have questions about anything I discussed here earlier, comments, suggestions, anything like that, it's santa@nationalsanta.com. You can send me an email, and I will get back to you on that. Or you can send me a text, and that number is 631-871-4901, okay? So you can text me or, email me about that type of stuff and everything. So we'll get onto that. So any questions from any of you in here about talking to the children? So, by the way, you notice I changed. Actually, this is a much cooler shirt than the than the NASCAR shirt. The NASCAR shirt's polyester, holds all the heat in. This is a cotton like bowling shirt. And we actually were going to do this for one of the conventions. This was going to be what the committee would wear. But the convention got canceled, so I had the sample shirt, and I just decided to make it a school shirt. So it's been one of my popular things that I like. Okay, let's talk about your image as Santa or Mrs. Claus. Your image is very important. I mean, you have all of this that you're doing with the children and the families, but sometimes they talk about first impressions count. Okay, and your image is the first impression those children are going to have when you walk into the door, when you show up at their home. Okay, and you want to look great. Okay, so you want to take care of your image, okay? Your image is Santa Claus. Know what the audience is expecting, okay? Now, if you have a picture of yourself that you've sent to the client, you had better well look like that picture, okay? I have had Santas, heaven forbid, send my picture to a client. Oh yeah. Well, Santa's coming to your house, and it's my picture. And then they show up, okay? And they're nothing. Now, this is 15 years ago, so I was a little younger, okay? But they look nothing like me. I have also had Santas who have gone through drastic changes in their own lives. I had a Santa. He had a beautiful picture, beautiful resume, everything going. I got him booked for a job not knowing that his marriage had fallen apart. He'd gone a little deep and lost a lot of weight. He showed up 100 pounds lighter than he did in his picture. And the lady that's not the Santa you promised me. You know, you have to look like you tell your customer. So realism is important. Make sure that your pictures are up to date, that you look like what you're advertising. Truth in advertising is what I'm saying. Okay, but know what the audience is expecting. They're expecting what? They're expecting Santa, a good Santa, a nice Santa, a clean Santa. Okay, what are they expecting? The genuine thing. They want a genuine Santa. They may have in their mind Tim Allen or Edmund Gwynn or somebody else. They certainly don't have Billy Bob Thornton in their mind. Okay, okay. Some of them would probably like to have Kurt Russell show up. Yeah, Okay, but the thing is, they want the genuine thing, okay? Good wardrobe, okay? Doesn't have to be the most expensive, the most fantastic, sparkling, whatever, okay? Well-groomed, clean and neat. And I must say, all of you guys look great today. All of you. Clean and neat, And I'm serious, all of you could go out right now. I don't think any of you have to have any work done. Okay, now you might want to brighten up a bit, whiten up a bit, whatever, but the thing is, you all look great. So don't feel like you have to keep up with me or anybody else in this room. You will do well in your own area, your own ballpark. Now, when you decide to compete for a job with one of the other guys, that may be a problem because the client is the one that makes the decision. The client has in their mind Tim Allen, Evan Gwynn, Kurt Russell, whatever, and that's what they're looking for. Sometimes they homogenize that into a look. But again, or the Coca-Cola Santa too. You've got that to compete with and look. But again, well-groomed, okay? And by the way, doesn't matter whether you have hair or don't, okay? You put the hat on and no one knows, so you don't have to worry. See, you took your hat off at the right time. Yeah. Oh, yeah, but what's fun is you've done this and you've fluffed up the edges and you got little things sticking up there. Okay. Anyway, well-groomed, active and alert. This is another thing. You've got to be up. Okay? I don't think you have to be, bouncing off the walls and that type of up, but you need to be active and alert, cognizant of everything that's going on. Santa is also, you have a chance to be a little witty at times. I don't know if any of you think of yourselves as witty, But sometimes you can have little witticisms and things like that you can use that make it fun for what you're doing with the elves and stuff like that. You know, you could actually show up at a party driving your own vehicle. You know, and they say, "How come you're driving that?" And he says, "Well, I had to drive something." He says, "The elves can't drive this; they can't see over the steering wheel." So that's a little witty thing. By the way, I stole that from a Santa here in Florida. There was a Santa here in Florida who's a teamster. He drives tractors. He does transport, delivering cars. And one of the, I don't know what city it was in, but one of the local, one of the cities, they hired him to deliver Mercedes-Benz cars on Christmas Day. And the TV station, the morning show, followed him. You know, it wasn't a Sunday, it was like a weekday, so they have the regular morning show. So the morning show sent out a mobile crew to follow him in the truck. And he pulls up in the street, right in the middle of a big street in a housing tract. He gets out of the cab, and he's in a full Santa suit, and he's going around, and he's starting to, he's getting ready to flip some levers and things like that. And his line to the cameraman was, "I was going to have the elves do this, but they can't see over the steering wheel." So he had little jokes about that. Then he proceeded to take the Mercedes out of the truck, put it in somebody's driveway, opened up the cab, took out a big bow, put it on top, went to the front door and presented the keys. And they put it all in the morning news. And they did that, I think, 2 years in a row. And then the third year, he just drove the little flatbed, just delivering a single car. But the thing is they make it a fun type of thing. And the car dealership, of course, got tons of mileage out of it because it was their dealership, Anyway, exciting and positive alert. These are things you have to think about, which also means getting enough sleep, keeping yourself in good condition, very, very important, okay? And you're going to give them a magical experience, and that's what they want. They want that magical experience. They want that excitement. They want something that they're going to take pictures of, and it's going to be that benchmark, something that their children and they are going to remember for the rest of their lives. So you want to have that, okay? Everything is seen. Everything you do, no matter where you go, particularly if you are 24/7, 365. In other words, if you look like this with this little white beard, whether or not you're wearing red or not, you could be typecast as Santa. People might look at you and say, "I wonder," How many of you are not dressed as Santa? You're someplace, somebody comes up to you and asks you. You get that once in a while, don't you? Okay? And how do you handle it? First thing I do is I turn around and say, "Well, I'm the Santa for the Marine Corps," and I give them my card, which has got a QR on the back, and they can find me, By the way, they can give that card to their kids. There's no phone number on it or anything like that. But they go to that QR, and it gets my website and the Marine Corps and the toy and the NASCAR site. So they get all of them together in one. But everything is seen. People see everything. You're driving down the freeway, and they go by your car, and then you see the car stop or slow down. They saw Santa in the car, and they're probably getting the camera out or a phone out trying to take a picture of you. They see you. You better not be picking your nose, okay? Okay? Everything is seen, okay? You better not, when you're out in public, you better not be caught scratching in the wrong place. Okay? Everything is seen, okay? Okay. The way you walk, your posture, your wardrobe, what you're wearing. So even if you're not in Santa gear, you want to be clean and neat. If I'm mowing the lawn and I'm hot and sweaty and I got to run to Home Depot to get something, believe me, I go in the house, I brush my hair, I check to make sure everything looks good, there's no food hanging in my beard, and I put on a golf shirt over my sweaty shirt, and I look presentable when I go to the, I may only be wearing, shorts and flip-flops, but the thing is, I look good with my nice Hawaiian-type shirt. And usually it has a little Christmassy look to it or something like that, so it makes it nice, okay? But my wardrobe is important. My grooming, again, every morning I get up, I brush everything, make sure everything looks good. I try to keep my mustache combed and parted, even if it gets matted. I will get up in the morning and make sure that the part in my mustache is straightened down and looks good. And if my beard is getting to look a little raggy, I will pull out my curling iron and do a little extra curl to to freshen it up and make it look presentable to everybody I see. You know, I don't want to go out looking scraggly. You know, the only time I do that is when I come out of the pool. You know, okay? And this is 24/7, 365. 24/7, 365. Remember, every phone is a camera now. Every phone can take a picture. And the cameras are getting smaller and smaller and smaller. You know, the smallest cameras now are just, I don't have it here right now, but basically 1/8 of an inch on the end of a wire. That's a camera. That's small. So they can put an 1/8 of an inch hole in a wall, stick the wire through, and all it is an 1/8 of an inch sticking out. That's a camera. And it's the full camera that you would get out of this. Okay? They now have the 1/8 of an inch camera on a cable that goes over the top of your computer and sits in the middle of your screen. So when you're doing a video call, the camera is right in the middle of the screen instead of at the top of the screen. You get little tiny things because the cameras are getting smaller and smaller and smaller. They're almost like an LED chip. They're really amazing. Okay, so remember, every phone is a camera. Let's talk about Santa's magic suit, because this is what makes you who you are. You like that, huh? But by the way, no, but the thing is, like I said, they mentioned Tim Allen, Evan Gwynn, and Kurt Russell. They rarely ever mention Sir Richard Attenborough. You know, but again, he did The Miracle on 34th Street. By the way, how many saw that movie? Okay. Remember I mentioned Phil Wentz, the Santa's Village in Chicago? He has the sleigh and reindeer from that movie. Yeah. He restored them all. So he's quite a collector. I think he needs to start his own museum, but I don't know what he's got. So many neat things. He's got stuff that was created for Santa's Village. He found they were going to discard. He got it. He said, "No, we're going to throw it away." Well, can I have it? Yeah, sure. It was artwork painted by Disney artists. It actually has the WDE, Walt Disney Enterprises signatories on the back and everything from when they did the artwork for Santa's Village back in the 50s. And he has those. So he's got some neat stuff. So kind of, he's one guy, like I said, he's forgotten more about Santa than I know. And I'm also a bit envious because he's got all these wonderful little toys. You know, it's so great. Anyway, Richard Attenborough did the Santa for this, and it was kind of neat. But the reason we want to show you about this, about the wardrobe, is this was written in The Miracle on 34th Street. When Valentine Davies wrote the screenplay for the movie, he talked about a scene where he wanted to emphasize that Chris's suit was superior to the Macy's suit, the Santa in the mall, in the department store suit. If you remember the original movie with Edmund Gwynn, he was in the locker room, and the young Albert is sweeping the floor, and he comes out, "Hey, Chris," he says, "Hey, that's a great suit." And of course, Chris says, "Yes, this is my own suit. Much better than the one that Macy's has," you know. And he was trying to emphasize that. So for this movie, they went into all those little details about the buttons, the ring on his finger, all those little things. By the way, this is a copy of The Ring. And this is from Eileen Strom. She stopped action that movie, that film clip. She stopped it, copied it, carved it. Yes, You watch out, my elves will be coming for you, okay? Anyway, you pass it around and show it to them. You can buy them from Eileen. She has them available in silver, gold plate, and of course, 2 versions of solid gold. She also has a ring for Mrs. Claus. And they're on my website, okay? Okay, and you go to, and you type in Santa's wardrobe. Santa's wardrobe online, and that's where you'll find them. And we have them down there. Again, it is kind of neat. Let me get back here for that. But anyway, that's the ring that he has, and she made those up, and she sells those. She also makes beautiful buckles and other items, but she specializes in jewelry for Santa, and it's really quality stuff. It's really nice. Okay, moving on. How do you know Santa's a man? Well, if you read the screen a minute ago, it told you that he's perfectly comfortable wearing the same suit every day, okay? No woman would ever be caught wearing the same outfit 2 days in a row, okay? So that's about Santa. Santa's always known for wearing red, 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 red. I remember a couple of years ago they did a Chevrolet commercial, and at the audition, and we were all reading the script, and the script was that Santa's there with Mrs. Claus and the salesman, and the line was, the salesman says, "Well, I have this beautiful, red, crew cab truck," and Santa says, "I'm a little tired of red." That was the joke that Chevy had in it, but I didn't get that commercial, so I'm not worried about it. Okay. But women are attracted to men who wear red. Thus, the reason to wear a chick magnet. Yes, it's true. A survey was done, yes, and the survey was done by the University of Rochester, and we found that women view men in red as in a higher status, more likely to make more money, and more likely to climb the social ladder. The lead author, Andrew Elliott, a professor of psychology, reported. It's this high-status judgment that leads to the attraction. They further went on that they interviewed 288 female and 25 male undergraduates, looking at photos of a man in which his shirt was digitally colored either red or another color. The women said the red shirt made the man appear more powerful, attractive, and sexually desirable. However, it didn't make him more likable or more sociable. Truth of the fact, red is a prime color. Red will attract more people than black or white or other colors. It's a prime color. In the 1880s, when color printing became a big thing, the printers started printing advertising stuff. They printed postcards. You could buy postcards, color pictures in the postcards. At Christmas, they had Christmas postcards. And they had St. Nicholas. And St. Nicholas was seen in blue and purple and red robes. It was kind of the St. Nicholas look. The cards that were red, they sold more cards. More people bought the red cards. Thus, the advertisers realized that red was a key color, and more of the pictures as they went down through the years of Santa Claus or St. Nicholas had red instead of blue or purple, because blue or purple didn't sell. So they just got rid of those, okay? And that's the way the red went, okay? When Nast created Santa Claus in 1862, the look of Santa Claus, the image that we saw, head to toe in fur, it was just black and white. They didn't have color in those days. It wasn't until the 1880s when they did color, and in the 1880s, guess what? They asked Nast to illustrate an edition of Night Before Christmas using his illustrations, and they were colorized, and they had Santa in a red suit. So again, that was 1880s. And of course, it wasn't until 50 years later that the Coca-Cola Santa came about. So again, red is a popular item. They've also done the same surveys with young ladies in cocktail dresses to say which young lady is more attractive. 2 girls, black cocktail dress, red cocktail dress. They would look at certain pictures, they'd have the 2 girls change dresses. Whoever was wearing the red dress got more votes. So it's just the prime color. Why do you think Coca-Cola and McDonald's and everybody else uses red in their advertising? Target, red is prime color. Next to that, to support it, yellow, or just black and white. But prime color, it's red. It's something magical about it drawing our attention. You know, so anyway, so now you guys know why we wear red. Okay, Santa and Mrs. C's wardrobe. Okay, it should fit properly. Okay, it, not too baggy, not too tight. You know, something comfortable. Not too long, not too short. Example: if I were to buy a box suit or a suit off the internet, I would have to order at least a 2X, okay? Now, if I got a 2X, it would probably be for somebody that could be 6 foot tall. They're not gonna, they don't go by that, they go by the girth. So it's a 2X. So then I'd have to have the sleeves shortened and the legs shortened, because that's all I could get. But sometimes that works good. If you get a good price and good quality, then you just have it tailored to fit. You know, that works great. And sometimes it's a couple $100 less than going to Adele or San Mattello or one of the bigger custom companies. Okay? Order your suits slightly larger than tailored to your body. Don't go overboard. Don't get too fancy. You could have some little accoutrements, little brocade ribbons, appliques to the wrists and things like that, but you don't want too much. You don't want anything that will take away too much from what you look like, okay? And so again, don't go overboard, not too fancy. I've had Santas that have gone way overboard. They have hand-tooled leather belt, hand-tooled leather suspenders, bells down the suspenders, bells around the belt, bells on their boots, bells on their hat. They've got pins on their hat. And you know, just they look like a Philippine taxi. You know, have you ever seen one of those? They just got everything on them, every bell and whistle you can think of. And so you don't want too much. A little is okay. You could have a little pin that says "Believe," or one of these nice Star of Star in the East. You know, have you seen that pin? It's really nice. It has a religious message, but it's really clean and pretty. So you have that type of thing. You can have, like I have a poinsettia on my hat, okay? Now, I have gone a little overboard on mine, but not heavy. All of my wardrobe has Swarovski crystals on it, okay? And I did that when I was doing the Hollywood Parade. And my daughter is the former vice president of Swarovski. So I had resources to help me get to that. You can buy these, though, at Michael's. You can buy the tool and do it yourself. You can add the crystals. It makes it nice. But I have that. I have over 5,000 crystals on my robe. I have snowflakes with white crystals all over the snowflakes. And I have other little things on there with, and of course, the red crystals all over the velvet. And then my regular Santa suit and my Coca-Cola Santa suit, I have crystals all over. On the Coca-Cola Santa suit, I also have a star pattern in the velvet, and then down the seam I have crystals all the way down the seam here. Makes it very, very nice. If you're fortunate enough to see a picture of Bing Crosby and Danny Kaye, and of course Rose Clooney and Vera Ellen, their outfits were covered with rhinestones and sequins in all kinds of beautiful patterns. When they converted it to television, the kinescopes, they took the movie and converted it for TV, some of those little details were lost. But if you go online and you search for that movie and see some of the publicity stills that were taken by the studio, you can see all the beautiful artwork in their wardrobe. It was gorgeous. So I started doing that with the Swarovski and came out pretty nice for me. It's very fancy, but it's also subliminal in a way. In other words, if you weren't really looking for it, you don't notice it. It's only when I kind of turn a little bit, you get a little spark, you know, and so it's kind of neat in that regards. So that's what I've done. But try not to go too fancy, okay? Okay. it should, what? I used to have a pouch. Okay, that was it was a nice little leather pouch. I could put business cards and trading cards in and everything. But after 15 years, it wore out, and I never found another one like it, so I haven't since then. However, there's my watch. There's my keys. Yeah, they're all right here in my bag. And so I have this. Also in here, I have some magic and some other things. And I'll show you these tomorrow when we talk about entertainment. Because that I carry everything in that. And that's a nice side bag. And I don't have to try to dig into my own pockets. So what's in my pocket, maybe my cell phone. And over in this pocket, a wallet, credit cards and stuff like that. But you can't get to them because it's my coat. So but they're safe, they're mine, they're not in there. I could put my phone in there if I thought I needed it in there, but usually I don't. In fact, usually I turn my phone off. Okay, like I'm doing right now. Okay, whatever you're wearing, clean, pressed, and bright. Okay, boots and belt polished. Okay, boots and belt need to be polished. Think of yourself as royalty, because you are. You're the head of a massive international organization, you know, headquartered at the top of the world, you know, with open, free access to every country and every home in the world. Nobody has that except Santa Claus. So again, you're royalty. Okay. Suspenders and vests are great for camouflage. Outside of the Santa suit, when you've got to go out and do something, suspenders and vests can cover a lot of imperfect body shapes, you know. If you've got a lot of fluff, and you've got an inner tube or a spare tire, a vest or Hawaiian shirt will cover it. You know, suspenders to hold the pants up and a vest over it. Sebastian Cabot was known for being, he was called Mr. Fluffy by some of the people in the studio because he was a large man, but he was real fluffy and soft in this area here, okay, because of the extra weight and stuff. But he wore real nice tailored slacks. The slacks were actually wide at the bottom, stovepipe, okay, which gave him a straighter look, not pegged, you know, not skinny jeans. Nobody here better own skinny jeans except him, okay? You're the only one on, well, maybe Angel. Angel could have skinny jeans, okay? The rest of us, stay away from them. Cargo pants. Cargo pants have like a stovepipe leg. Those are great for a stout or heavy set guy because it gives you a straighter look. That's what Sebastian Cabot had. And then he had suspenders to hold the pants up and then a nice vest that came over, and he could actually turn around inside that vest. In other words, he always looked clean and neat. So he had a straight line, or not a straight line, but a smooth line to his body. And that's what heavy-set men need, you know. Works out really great. So again, suspenders and vests to camouflage. And then again, like I said, clean, polished boots, belts. You know, you want it to look great. You know, take care of it all. Yes? Florida is not known for having the coldest winters, correct.
I was up in Georgia and one I used to live with gave me a Santa suit, a professional made Santa suit. And it fit, but it's lined and everything, and it's hot. It's heated.
Uh-huh.
Can you get away with wearing the coat in and then just having the vest and suspenders maybe underneath?
Yes. And what I actually recommend is not really wearing a regular Santa coat, more of wearing the three-quarter coat, what I call the continental coat. I'll show you some pictures of some samples of Santa outfits and wardrobe, and why some Santas do this. The robe type thing, and particularly California, Florida, Texas, states that have the warm heat all the time year round, even in December, you get stupid 90-degree temperature days out of the blue. The thing is trying to go out and be Santa in a full traditional Santa suit, you could die. You could overheat. Okay, so you need to have alternatives. Some Santas have come up with suits that have venting in them instead of a lining. The lining is the lacing or whatever, or netting. You know, so it's a liner. It gives the jacket some shape, but allows air to flow through. I've seen Santas that have the jackets with the flap that comes down the back where air can come in on the back of the jacket, like some hunting jackets and stuff like that. So they've done some neat designs and stuff like that. But the best I have seen for any of those areas where it's warm is where you can wear your Santa pants, nice shirt, a vest, and a robe over it, but not a full-length robe, 3/4. Continental coat, I call it. I designed it, along with the Dell. I'll show it to you in a little bit. But the thing is, it's the 3/4 coat. You can come in, it looks formal, your Santa hat, you take pictures and everything. You take it off, now you're in your shirt sleeves and vest, and you do your storytelling. You do the formal pictures with the red jacket and everything, but then you can take it off. Plus, when you're getting ready to leave, you're not wearing it. You hang it up on the back of the car or whatever, and you go off in your shirt sleeves. You know, that's what you want when you're in the warm weather. You don't need, and if you're doing any type of off-season work, you don't want to, you know, not Christmas, but, you know, before that. I do my first photo shoots in August, you know, and those will be up in New York, and that's going to be fun, you know. So I have to have, I've actually done commercials in Mexico City in July. Oh yeah, fun. We did. We ended up shooting most of it at night, just to take advantage of the fact that it was about 10 degrees cooler than the daytime. Okay, Santa suit continued. Suit maintenance and care. This is an important thing. You need to have some source to clean your suits. I have some Santas that told me they wash them in the washing machine. Good luck, okay? Some suits you can do that too. Most of them you can't. And if you want a suit to keep its shape, you want it to keep the quality that the tailor or the maker put into it, it's usually dry cleaning that you want to have done to it. Even though dry cleaning is also tumbling and everything else, they know how to steam it and take care of it, okay? What? And hats too, yes, okay. Now, I do my hats, I don't have to wash at the dry cleaner that much. I will hand wash my hats. Oh, yeah. Well, I hand wash this. What it is I can basically hand wash my makeup comes off in here. But what I do for the lining inside my hat there, oh, where is it? I moved it over here. Well, let me start first about dry cleaning and storage. Contact your fellow Santas. Find out where they take their suits. See if somebody's got a good dry cleaner that does a nice job on their suit that, you know, hopefully doesn't charge too much either. But the thing is you want to find a good dry cleaner. If you can't find a good dry cleaner, find a dry cleaner and go in and talk to them. But they better have a plant right on site. You don't want to go into a dry cleaner where they take everything, put it in a bag, and put it in a truck and ship it out. You want that plant, that equipment right there where they're going to actually clean it right there. And you talk to them about the fact that you want it cleaned first batch of chemicals if you can, so there's no dirt or residue that would then darken or tint the fur, number one. Number two, you want it cool. You don't want any heat, because heat will take this fake fur and it'll singe just like hair. If it gets too much heat, ruins the fur, so you don't want that. Okay, now if you can find a dry cleaner that will do that, that's great. I have one. I had found a couple in California, and I found one right where I live in Somerville. And they take care of my suits and everything else for me and do a pretty good job. And I've only lost a few of my Swarovskis, you know, in the wash. I mean, they're going to come off sometimes. But the thing is because it is tumbled. It is tumbled, you know. Now, the other thing you can do is try to keep your wardrobe sanitized yourself. That means after you wear it, you need to spray it. You need to kill the germs in it, kill, and everything. I always wear an Under Armour shirt, like the shirt I'm wearing here, okay? Over that, I wear a cotton shirt. The Under Armour shirt takes the moisture away from the body out to the outer edge of the Under Armour, and then it's absorbed by the cotton. And from the cotton, it then evaporates, okay? Then I put on the suit and the suspenders, or the pants and the suspenders, and then my coat. This shirt is going to absorb, I wear a long sleeve. It's going to absorb most of my perspiration. And it will, and instead of it being absorbed by the lining in my Santa jacket or my Santa coat. Okay, I have got what I do now where I can rotate my coats and my robes between the events I do, so I don't wear the same thing every day. So when I get done at the end of the day, I hang my suit up, I turn it inside out, I spray it with Lysol. Okay, some people spray them with a mixture of vodka and water. They're the same thing. You want to kill the germs. You want to kill the germs because the germs are what create the odors. Okay, and like I said, the other reason I use the Lysol all the time is because you're in contact with so many people. You need to reduce the field of germs around you so you don't catch colds and bugs and things like that. I go out and do an event in New York City, I might see 5,000 that day because I'm doing New York Stock Exchange or I'm doing something Times Square or NASDAQ or whatever. And when I do the New York Stock Exchange tree lighting, there's 10,000 people there, and I'm working the crowds and doing the tree lighting. So when I get back to my hotel, everything gets sprayed with Lysol, turned inside out, sprayed with Lysol, and I'm in the shower. And I shower and lather up and wash everything off. Because if there's any germs in my hair, my beard, whatever, I want it washed away before I get into bed. Very important. That's also good for your health. So think about that. Even if you were doing mall work or you're doing a big community event and there's 500 kids, that's 500 kids and parents where you could catch germs. I hate to say it, some people don't like to mess their beard up too much, but the thing is, you get done at the end of the day, take a full shower, wash it all out, protect yourself. Alan Kinney, one of the Santas out in California, talked to me about that. He wasn't doing that, and he was getting sick every Christmas. He would get, after a week or two of work, he would catch a cold or a flu or anything. He started taking showers every night after he got done working, and it all disappeared. Yes. Yes, I do. I usually take Airborne or one of those, and of course I take my regular vitamins. I have my medications the doctor gives me, and then I take AREDS for my multivitamin. I have to take a magnesium for my cramps and so many crazy things. Like I said, I don't have it here. I have a bottle of Aleve somewhere, but for my arthritis, and. But I have to take vitamin E and, Huh? No? I have some Santas I know take supplements to help the hair growth and help, hair from falling out. I actually have changed my hair treatments. I used to do my hair every 3 weeks, 4 weeks. But now this is my natural hair color, so I don't have to. And this year my beard is about 1.5 inches longer than it was last year, only because I haven't bleached it that much. So, the less I bleach it, the more length I have. Because every time I bleach it, the treatment damages your hair. So the less I have to bleach it, the better off I am. I could actually, I think I could sneak by even more, but my wife sees the little crowns of color pop up along the edge of my head, and she says, "You need to bleach." And I put the hat on, you can't see it. But anyway, okay, I was talking about perspiration and everything else. Another thing is on my hat, one of the things I have here. Anyone ever see one of these? This is, if I can get it undone here, this is a sweatband. I bought it on Amazon. They were made for baseball caps too. Guys that had baseball caps that sweat a lot, you know. But the basic idea of that is I put that in there. The makeup comes off on it instead of on my on the velvet. Now, even if it comes off on the velvet, I'll sit there and I can actually take and wash that. I'm very careful about it because I can take my whole hat, pull it inside out like this, and then just sit there and just, you know, hand wash this with a terry cloth and some soap and get all the makeup out of there. And I rinse it, even though this is all wet, it'll dry. And if it has any color in here, I'll wash this, and I just wash it with, you know, a light shampoo. I also have some what they call bear shampoo. It's for teddy bears. It's made for fake fur. So I've got it's a shampoo I found, which helps sometimes. But basically, this fur here is three years old, I think. 3 years old. So, but this is the shorter fur that Adele does. It's a much shorter fur. Okay. The last 5 years? The last 10 years? That hat is 15 years old. I put fur on it twice. So what I do is put new fur on. So a year ago, I had fur put on one suit. And last year I had fur put on the other suit. And this year I will probably, not this Christmas, but after Christmas, I'll send in my robe and have her do new fur on the robe. And the only reason I do that is the robe, the bottom, my big robe goes all the way to almost to the floor. It's 6 inches from the floor, but it seems to get a lot of dirt, dust traffic just from walking. And I walk through New York City, Times Square, up and down hotel elevators, escalators. You pick up dust and dirt, and I'm constantly trying to clean it. So it does, after a while, it gets a little gray looking, and so it needs to be freshened up. But that's her shorter fur, which is the Disney, she calls it a Disney fur. Okay, she has a longer fur. Adele of Hollywood. Adele. All my suits are from Adele. I was originally from LA. I was the Hollywood Parade Santa. 2003, she did my first suit, you know, and then in 2005, I got the Hollywood Parade. So she did my suit for that parade. We did a Coca-Cola suit with a robe, with a shawl collar, you know, really nice rig. Huh? Yeah. And then but I've had the fur replaced twice on each suit. But the suits are both 2003, 2005. They're 20 years old. But you would never know it when you see the suits. I've had zipper replaced in one of them. I've had the buttons re-sewn. In other words, tightened up. You know, the threads wear out and you don't want it because you button them and unbutton them up. So I had her tighten up all the button loopings and things like that. And then double check the seams. And on one of them, I had her redo the crotch because I it out. So, you know, I hang down too low. And then I did like this and it got at the wrong angle and shredded it. So, and eeny, meeny, miny. No buttons, no zippers on the pants. I have no zippers. I'm forgetful. My suspenders just clip on. Yeah. They're just fireman suspenders. Big red fireman suspenders, big clips. Clip right on. Yeah. I have one set that's more elastic and easy. One is a more canvas type, a little heavier. You know, but they're both good sets. Okay. Anyway, find a good dry cleaner. You know, see if you can check with other Santas, find out what they've got, where they go, what they do. At the end of the season, you should have your suit cleaned if you can. double bag it. That's 2 plastic bags. Maybe throw a mothball or cedar block in it and everything like that. Just give it a little something. Just before the season begins, take it out, have them repress it, steam it. Freshen it for you. Okay? And you're ready to roll. But if you're not using it, pack it up. But make sure when you pack it up, it's double bagged or in one of these nice wardrobe bags that breathes a little bit. Put in a cedar block or some other stuff like that. Something that's really protected. Something that no bugs will get into, but that it will keep its freshness. You want to have that, okay? So, and I have 2 Santa suits, red, regular and a Coca-Cola, and I have a Marine camo suit. In other words, it's Marine Corps camo with fur zippers and everything that Adele made for me that I wear for all the Marine Corps events. I have 1 long robe. Everything else I sold off at the Gatlinburg Convention or wherever because I don't wear them. I have a lot of golf shirts, a lot of, and a lot of Hawaiian shirts, and that's it now. I have 2 pairs of dress boots. One is a Buccaneer style boot, and one is a special zip up on the side boot with gold tops on it, and I can use it for dressy, ceremonial stuff. And I've simplified my life. As I've gotten older, I don't. At one time I had a 20-foot rack in my house filled with all of my clothes. I had 8 Santa suits, 3 robes. I had all kinds of. I have a kilt. I got the full Scottish Santa look. That type of look, I have a chef's outfit. I have a doctor's jacket. Now, I use those in New York when I'm at the hotel. I'm the chef at the hotel. I wear my chef's outfit. Because we'll have a breakfast with Santa, I'm cooking omelets. So it's fun stuff. That's when I have fun doing it. I've even shown up on the cruise ship in my chef's outfit. I go around from table to table at guests I have never met. I pull out a spoon and I say, "Hello, I'm S. Claus. I'm your executive taster. Can I chase your vichyssoise?" Kind of a fun, and that's what it says. It says S. Claus, executive taster. So it's kind of fun. Okay, I got to move on. Or I'm going to get in. Find the right dry cleaner. Check with your fellow Santas. In your home, you need a dressing area, and you need one with a mirror. In your dressing area, you should have everything you need to dress up as Santa or Mrs. Claus. Your entire wardrobe, everything you need. Don't hold back. You want your whole wardrobe there. And in other words, have all your stuff in the same place. Don't have it all over the house. Keep it together. That way, when you get a phone call for an emergency run, you can go right to that area, be dressed, and out the door. I've had times when I didn't have time to put on do all the curling iron and stuff like that, but I'll fake it. I'll get a curling iron real quick and get the coat on and out the door. I can run and do a quickie if I have to. Usually it's an emergency. It's like a Make-A-Wish or something like that. I rarely do run out the door at the last minute because it's a paid gig or something like that. But you want a mirror also, so you can look at yourself, make sure you look good, just in case Mrs. Claus is not there to critique you. Okay? This is Santa Claus from Washington State. That's his legal name, Santa Claus. He had a nice velvet outfit, but he had a breastplate done on it. It does button up, but it has this nice, I think it's called a jacquard pattern. It's really nice looking on it. The neat thing about, see that button with the reindeer head? That cost $3. The reindeer head was $1, the button was $2. The button is a plastic disc. She got it, well, they're gone now, Sally's. And then the reindeer was a charm, a flat, cheap charm that they cut the ring off and they just super glued it over the front of the button. So it made it kind of a nice thing. Okay. Let's see who else we got here. This is Ed Fox from New York. He's wearing a 3/4 coat. The quarter I'm talking about, This is from Adele. Okay, it's 3/4. He's got a heavy fur. You can also have the same coat done with only a 4-inch band of fur on it. But it's 3/4. Goes to the knees. Wears it with a matching vest and a shirt. Bingo. And, of course, a Santa hat. But he's not wearing a hat because he's like me. We got great-looking hair. You know, so... Sorry. Anyway, this is Alan Kinney. Now, Alan is in his 80s now. He's a very thin Santa, a former hippie, basket weaver, all kinds of little things. This is an unlined velvet duster or 3/4 type jacket, but very lightweight, easy to wear over a vest and a shirt. Perfect because he lives in Palm Desert. Okay? Even worse than being down here in Florida. Very, very hot down there. You'll have 100-degree days in November and December. So again, it makes it great for him. This is Jim Williams here in Florida. This is the inside of his business card. In other words, it's a business card, but when you open it up, he's got all these pictures of himself in different outfits. What do you want me to wear to your party? They tell him, and that's what he can do. So it's kind of a neat piece of advertising. This is Bill and Calais and his wife, and she made these outfits. These are simplicity patterns. She found some velvet and made them herself. Her trim is ostrich feather, so it's very lightweight. Don't have to have fur, you know. And she's wearing a nice dress with a shawl. By the way, for the Mrs. Clauses, I don't know, you know this. Do you know where the best place is to get a new shawl? After Christmas? Tree skirts. Tree skirts make the most, some of the tree skirts, the designs on them, the trim on them, and everything else, you couldn't pay the money. They might be $30, but if you had to have someone make something like it, it costs you $100, $150. You can take it and put a little clasp on it, and it becomes a shawl. Some ladies have actually put the ostrich feather around it and things like that. But again, tree skirts work great for making a great shawl. Okay? This is Barry and Lisa Walsberg, and these are outfits from Adele's. Barry is 6'4", big man, okay? You'll notice he has extra belt loops on his pants because the bigger you are around here, you need belt loops up here. Otherwise, your belt buckle's going to go, okay? So you need the extra belt loops. So that's what he's got. Also, because he's so tall, he made sure that all of his fur was 6-inch. Because he was big enough, 6-inch looked good on his size. On my size, 4-inch looks great, you know? So again, I go that route, okay? And it's got a nice buckle and everything. She's wearing red gloves, as you can see. Now, Santa Bruce and Sandy, they went a little overboard, but they had their outfits made in Europe. They own an entertainment company. They supply the bounce houses and things like that out in Orange County, California. And he had his outfit made. I'm trying to remember Belgium, I think. Hers was made in London, but again, ostrich feather on hers. That jacket is built into the dress. It's not separate. His is all separate, and he found this. He said in Russia. It's a mace like a drum major would have, you know, really nice and everything. But again, he lives in San Clemente, California. I cannot see him wearing it anywhere in Orange County, California. It's just too hot there, just like me in here, okay? But that's what he's got, okay? Charlie and Vicky Markey, a nice velvet outfit. He's got a beautiful belt buckle. She's got a nice jacket that was made. It's double-breasted, okay? And looks very, very nice. This is a Carol Channing wig, you know, like she had, you know, when she would wear, and a little bouffant hat on top. And neat story about these two. Vicky was a registered nurse, and she was in Ohio. And the hospital, she was also a puppeteer and entertainer to all the kids in the hospital and stuff. And they decided to send her to the Charles W. Howard School so she could become a Mrs. Claus, because they wanted her to do Mrs. Claus around the hospital. Charlie is a Santa Claus, okay? He's a widower. He's at the Charles W. Howard School. By the way, she's also a widow. And the Valens put them together and said, okay, we want you to play act as Santa and Mrs. Claus and do a little thing together. So they did a little thing together. 6 months later, they were married. They are missionaries with the Billy Graham organization. They travel around, and every country he goes to, he's Papa Noel. You know, he's ho-ho, you know, wherever they go. So it's a great thing. Okay, this is Jim Wingren up in Alaska. This is a Russian-type look. He's got the crown on the top and everything, the Santa, but lots of brocade and embroidery in the jacket. The fur coming down like ermine with the little black, you know, spots it and everything like that. Very classy looking type thing. Jim was the manager of the Christmas store in Ketchikan. He's now since moved back home to South Dakota. Julie and Brian Campbell. Julie made these outfits. These, again, are patterns. I don't know if they're McCall's of Simplicity, but she made them herself. And she has a nice little red dress with an apron and a green cloak. He's got his outfit. He doesn't wear fur on the top because it gets all messy. So he just blouses the pants over his boots. Okay? And this is what they look like indoors. And you can see the same outfit. Now, she doesn't have the... And for her sleeves, she made her sleeves puffy. The reason she did the puffy sleeves, she's thinner than he is. She wanted to balance it out. So by having the puffy sleeves, it added a little more width to her up on top when she was, you know, next to this big guy. You know, to balance them out in the picture and everything. So it's good. Okay? Here's John Chisholm. And John has this wonderful outfit. This is, again, Adele's 3/4 coat. It has some gold trim around the edges, right in the edge of the fur. A vest. The vest has some gold trim on it, gold buttons. Same materials, the vest, the pants, the robe, the hat, and then a white shirt. But he can take that robe off, and he's still in character, and he can do storytelling. And here's another picture of John. Okay? And this is the chapel in Demre, Turkey, the Chapel of Nicholas, where he was the bishop. I said, John, that is fantastic. He said, when were you there? Oh, never been there, he says. This is Photoshopped by my web guy. But it's a great picture. I said, you know, I wish I had thought of that. But again, it looks wonderful. Okay. This is Felix Estridge from down in Texas. Felix is wearing knickers and a vest. Okay? Again, great for indoors in the home. He's down in Texas, so it's warm weather. That's a wonderful outfit to wear when you're with the kids and the families and things like that. He's got knee socks. His shoes, both he and I did the same thing. We found these shoes at Target. They were Mossimo or Mossimo. They were black shoes with a big, like Geppetto's shoes from Pinocchio, right? And then we put the gold buckles on them, made them look really nice. And here's another shot of him. Again, different set of knickers, different vest. This vest is embroidered with reindeer flying on it. He's got a little gold chain, you know, with his pocket watch. He has his beard permed. So I thought. He said, nope, that's natural. I go, he's got this nice, beautiful curly beard and everything. And again, he's got a nice hat and everything like that. And then, so his agent sent these pictures to a company, and he was hired, and he has been for the last 4 years, the official Santa at Neiman Marcus in Texas. And here he is wearing their outfit, red shirt, patterned poinsettia vest, little pillow, green gloves, and he has the ring on the green glove. So that's his outfit. But you'll notice the jacket's right here. So when the customer wants that in the full suit, he can put the jacket on and take a picture with them.
That was the question I had is, do people really mind dressing, taking the cape off and then, doing the sit on the lap?
Once you do the pictures, then you take the jacket off. You don't do the pictures unless you tell them you don't do that. You know, you're just going to do the picture. Yeah, the thing is, you don't want to be putting it on, taking it off, putting it on, taking it off, putting it on, taking it off. You either do it or don't do it. You do all the kids without it or all the kids with it. Don't get into the trying to, especially if you're a party where you got 3 different families and one says, "Oh, we want the coat on." "Oh, we don't need the coat. It's okay." You know, no, just do it all the same. Save yourself a headache. You know, but again, I would get all the pictures done first, and then say, and if it's time for storytelling, you take the coat off for storytelling. You know, huh? You could have a different coat made. Yeah, some Santas go with a wool coat. Everybody says wool. Guess what? There are wools that breathe. They're much nicer than some of the velvets. Some of the velvets are polyester, or they're so tightly woven they don't breathe. And then so you get hot. And on top of that, like my hat that I was passing around, that hat is lined with rayon. That's a rayon lining. It's nice and shiny and pretty, but it holds the heat in. Yeah. Okay. What should a Santa buy first? Okay. Well, let's talk about that. Okay. The traditional suit is the #1 item most Santas buy. Okay. This is the traditional suit, as you can see here in the picture. Okay. This is fur down the front, fur around the collar and the cuffs and around the waist, down at the bottom of the coat. You've got matching hat with fur, basic black belt, and black boots. So that's a basic Santa look. No special attachments, no special accessories, you know. Again, and I like a real leather belt if you can get that. That adds a whole lot. Even if this were corduroy or velvet or something like corduroy or wool or a fleece, it's nice with a real belt on it, okay? Now, if you were getting a second suit, now, there's some philosophy from some people of what you should do for a second suit. Some feel a second suit should be a traditional look, but maybe a different material, a little classier, a little fancier, tuxedo, whatever. In this case, it's a different material. This was a crushed velvet. It doesn't, to me, crushed velvet doesn't turn me on. I had one for a while, but, you know, again, I got rid of it. It wasn't that popular. It didn't photograph as well as just a solid red. Okay, and that's why I decided to go with just solid red. Okay, traditional style. Again, the matching hat, black belt, black boots. Okay, or your second suit, maybe go with a Coca-Cola suit. Same red material as the first suit. So the pants match, the velvet and the jacket match, the hats match, but instead of fur down the front, it's got buttons down the front. And this is nicer. By the way, teeny bit cooler because you've eliminated this whole bit of insulation with this fur down the front. So this is a teeny bit cooler. Also, on this one, I had it with a detachable collar because I would wear a robe over it. So when I did the parade in Hollywood, which I needed a full robe, I wore this suit and the robe over it. Okay, so the robe had lots of fur on it. I didn't need another fur collar and extra fur around my neck in California, and at that time. So anyway, same material as #1, buttons down the front, fur collar and trim. The fur collar is optional. I could remove it. It was Velcroed on. Matching hat, and if you're a Coca-Cola Santa, if you're a Coca-Cola purist, Hayden Sundblom's Santa had brown belt, brown boots, brown gloves. Okay, that was the leather gloves. So that's what Hayden Sundblom had. So in this case, I'm all black, okay? Then there's the Continental coat. Now this is the first Continental coat that I did, which was squared off on the bottom here. And this is all looks like a mink panels, but it's all fur down here. This was originally designed with a zipper to have a belt around it. So it was a 3/4 length with a belt. I was going to wear that. I got a call to do that crazy commercial in Mexico City at night, or in July, and I got down there with my different wardrobe. They liked this jacket, and they said, "Can you wear this open?" And they got me a gold lame vest and I had to go out and film the commercial, and I was so much cooler because the air could get in under the robe in that hot weather. So when I got back to LA, I had Adele take the zipper out, take the belt loops off, and made it just a 3/4 coat like that, and started wearing it with a vest. And then we decided to mass produce it for other Santas, and we redesigned it where we took regular fur, but we scooped it at an angle to give it a little more styled look, and using the regular fur. Also, the scoop worked best with the plain fur. This fur here had squares and blocks on it, and so it was better off that way. So that's what we had. Continental coat, 3/4 length, fur collar and cuffs, worn with the shirt and vest, black boots, matching hat, okay? And then here's the neat thing. What? What kind of pants? There's a regular pants, and I tucked them into the top of the boot. No fur on top of the boot. And there's a reason I had no fur on the top of the boot, because I also wore it with another hat. Okay? And in California, the second Saturday of December is the Day of the Horse. And I would do equestrian events. You don't want fur when you're tromping around an equestrian arena, because all that dirt is kicking up, and that fur just is like a magnet. Take all that dirt. So again, and like some of the Santas don't wear fur near snow, because it just gets dirty when they go out. Yes. No, those are Buccaneer boots. No, those are from Reineck boots. Reineck is his name. He did Gene Autry's boots and Roy Rogers' boots and all kinds of stuff. But the problem with him was that you order them and you have to wait 9 months. So then I went over to Capri, and Capri was a lot faster, only about a month, and Capri could put zippers. So I have zippers in the sides of my boots with Capri. Capri does all of Disney's stuff. So I believe Capri is also in the back of that book. Yeah, check. If not, I'll give it to you. Capri, C-A-P-R-I. And Oscar Navarro was the owner of Capri. His nephew is now running the company. But they still do all of Disney's shoes and boots for all of the cartoon characters, all the theme characters, all their Broadway shows, everybody, you know. So when you saw, so they're in there, and they're in Fullerton, California. They don't have a showroom anymore, or a retail front, but they have the shop, and they still make boots and stuff like that. Also, if you are fortunate enough to go to Gatlinburg next spring, there's going to be a couple of vendors there, and one of them is there's another shoe company out of Texas that does a lot of custom work now too, and they do all kinds of. We got some good vendors to make quality stuff. You get a good pair of boots. Like I have my original Capri boots. They're 20 years old. I've had them resold. They'll last me until I die. They're good, you know. Mine zip up. Now the other thing I did, I went into Capri when I was making my order and working with other Santas and stuff, and I walked in, and here were a dozen pairs of lavender suede boots, all tapered dance boots. They were for Prince Charming by Disney. And around the top was an 1.5-inch band of gold lame leather. So that was what he would wear in the parades as he went down. If you've ever seen them come down the street, they do, you know, they go, dot, 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 dot. You know, they do that strut with their, you know, as they're walking down the street. And that's what Prince Charming would do. And his boots actually zipped up the back. So you didn't even see the zipper. I went to Oscar and I said, could you put that gold around the top of my boot? Sure. So I have a gold band around the top of my boots. The fur usually covers it. But once in a while, when I'm doing something, I don't wear the fur, and I have that gold band. It's very dressy. Looks nice on the boot, you know. The fur is like a garter. Yeah, in other words, I put the pants on, I pull the garter of fur up, put the boots on, tuck the pants in, pull the fur back down over the top of the boot. Bingo. And it holds your pants down in your boot, and it looks nice. The nice thing, pants can be washed separately, Fur can be washed separately, so you don't have to worry about throwing your pants and your fur in the washer or dry cleaner or whatever. Okay, I also could change the pants, and I went and had a pair of green velvet pants done to wear for a different thing. So kind of neat. Okay, the royal robe. For some of the events I do, I use a long robe, full length. This is one of the royal robes. I've sold this one at Gatlinburg. I have another one that has all the snowflakes and beautiful designs on it. But this one was done with an extra long sleeve. So when I'm in the parades and I'm waving, it's like a flag. Okay, so I can wave to people and see it really great. And again, I wore it over the Coca-Cola suit. So again, big sleeves, fur collar and cuffs, worn over the traditional suit, matching hat, basic black belt. By the way, when Adele made this, she also made me a separate shawl to go over the top of this. So, I mean, when I put it on the first year in the parade, I looked like Henry VIII. Big. But I wanted that look because the Santa the year before wasn't real bearded, but he was 6 foot and 350 pounds. Now, I was only 5'6" and 210, but I wanted to look big like him. But again, we don't have to compare him because he's not there. So I'm sitting up on top of the float. Nobody knows size-wise how to compare the two of us. So I looked just as wide as he did. So that's why I did that. And I thank Victor Nevada because Victor Nevada had a robe and a shawl that he wore up in Canada. And it looked really terrific, royal, nice, and I like that. By the way, sometimes we're not always original. We see something that somebody else did and we borrow that. It works good for a lot of us. Okay. What to add to your suit? You can add real boots. If you can't afford real boots, you can go online and for $60 you can buy vinyl boots that look like real boots. They don't have great arch supports, but you can put Dr. Scholl's in them and help boost it up. And they zip up. They look real. They look real. And they're great for bad weather also because they're vinyl. They don't get messed up in water and mud and things like that. You can just hose them off. But again, they do have them. And they also make them in a pirate style. And you can get them with fur or without fur. So again, you just go online and you can check Santa Planet and a couple other websites, even Amazon. Type in Santa boots, and you'll see different things pop up on you. It's amazing what you can find when you Google. Real boots, real leather belt. Again, there are a lot of great people that make leather belts out there. There's a couple that you'll see at the Gatlinburg event, but you can also find people online that will make Santa belts. And they're very reasonable, some of them under $100, good quality. And then all you have to do is put a good buckle on it. Some of them actually sell some nice buckles with them, or you can go to Eileen Strom or one of the other vendors that have buckles and toys for Santa and things like that. They have some really nice quality stuff that you can add to your belts. Special trim. This may be where you want to, next to your fur, you want a little brocade or something added to the suit. Again, as I mentioned earlier, please do not go overboard. A little bit is fine. An inch wide, maybe on a robe, 1.5 inches wide, but nothing more than that. And you don't need it all over the place. And if you're going to have little gold trim here and there, you don't need brocade suspenders and all kinds of other things to detract from it. You want things to look nice, but you want it to look neat and organized and clean. Your royalty. Your royalty. Okay? Padding. Anybody here need? Well, yeah, we got angels here. You wear padding? Okay. How much do you weigh? 280. And how tall are you? Okay, you don't need padding. You don't. I mean, take your suit and blouse it out. Just pull it out a little bit. Blouse it out. You can get by without padding. Okay. If you want padding, that's fine. But the thing is, you can get by without it. Because again, it's not a necessity. But if you feel you're too thin, then maybe you want to get padding. Down here in Florida, maybe a cooling vest adds that extra inch or so that you need to keep you cool and give you a little extra size or something like that. By the way, the shirt with the vest, with the robe, looks bigger than a regular jacket. So know that too. The robe can actually add more girth to what you look like. Peasant shirts, poet shirt. Yeah, you can get those. Adele's has some in satin and everything. I recommend the cotton ones. You know, I actually was fortunate. I was over in Switzerland and found some really nice shirts like that at an Oktoberfest clearance. Yeah. I went and bought a tan suede lederhosen embroidered with a stag on the front for $40. It was after Oktoberfest, and it was an H&M store, and I went in, and they were liquidating. And they had the poet shirt with the bone buttons down the front and the lederhosen, you know, and so I had to buy them, you know. I don't actually gone in, huh? I've only worn it twice, but it's a beautiful, beautiful pair of lederhosen. And again, when you've got that white, the stag is embroidered in white on the tan lederhosen, so it's really nice. Yeah. Pins, trim, and accessories. You can wear pins and trim and accessories, but in moderation. Maybe a pin on a jacket, okay? Or a pin or an applique on the hat. But that's all you really need. You don't need a ton of stuff. You really don't. Yes? No? Where have you heard that? Well, maybe Bass Pro. In other words, if somebody's going to switch over on wardrobe, that's their decision. Number one, let me explain. If Bass Pro decides they want all their Santas to wear bib overalls, they're probably going to have to buy bib overalls for all their Santas because the Santas don't have those overalls in their inventory. Okay? And for them to require them to wear the bib overalls would require them to buy them as a uniform for the Santas. They can't say, we'll only hire you if you have bib overalls. They can't do that. So if they want bib overalls and they want their Santas to have a particular corporate look, which is going to be Santa fisherman overalls, you know, then they can, and guess what? There's a website called Santa Bibs, and they sell red bib overalls. Yes, huh? Oh, yes. Actually, it's a company called Game Bibs, G-A-M-E Bibs. They make bibs for universities and schools in school colors. I started doing red bibs 20 years ago, but I couldn't get them dyed dark enough. And then Game Bibs came along, and I contacted them and said, can you make an all-red one? And they said, yes. A month later, they had their own website called Santa Bibs. And they make solid red bib overalls. And they know how to, and they make them right. So, but remember, when you order bib overalls, measure around the biggest part here, not down here. I got these Santas that think that they're a 35-inch or 40-inch waist when they're a 48, you know, up here, near, above the navel. So again, measure up here, because the overalls are a tube. And you get a 34, and you can't get in the tube. Yeah, you got to have a 48. Anyway, pins, trims, and accessories. But Game Bibs and Santa Bibs are where you can find the bibs. But yeah, some places do stuff like that. But when a company or a corporation decides that they're going to have a special theme, they generally have to create the look. Example, in New York, Bloomingdale's decided to have Wicked Santa. In other words, a Wizard of Oz green, emerald green Santa suit. So the Santa that works there they had to make him a custom suit to be the Wicked Santa, to tie in with Wicked. So that's what he has. For 2 years he's worn it. I don't know if they're having him do it again this year or not. But they had to have a custom-made suit, and they didn't go to Adele. They went to a Broadway costumer. The suit cost him $4,000 to have it made, but the brocades and everything that he's wearing are some of the materials they used for some of the Wizard and things like that in the Broadway show. So it's real fancy. Okay. You need a toy bag. Now, if you're going to private parties and special events, you need a toy bag to put all your toys in. And let me see what I'm at here. Oh, I'm getting close here. Okay. Toy bag to put all your toys in. 24 by 36, approximately. It should be large enough to put a 35-gallon trash bag inside. So get yourself a 35-gallon trash bag, measure it, have your bag made a little bit bigger. So when you pick up a 35-gallon trash bag of toys, you can just drop it inside. Okay? That's simple. Why do I say that? Because you tell the customer, I can bring in anything that fits inside a 35-gallon trash bag. You have them put their presents in the 35-gallon trash bag, ready for you when you get there. Then you just pick it up and put it in your bag. And if it's too big or too heavy, then you transfer it. But the thing is, you know approximately what you can bring in. And 35-gallon trash bag is, pretty much what you can carry. I'm worried this year about my arthritis, trying to pick up my bag and everything. And I'm thinking about putting a loop on, having a loop put on my bag where I can put my whole hand through the loop like a handle and picking it up. Because I can't close these two fingers around stuff. They won't take a load. But I can do it with these three fingers. But if I do a whole loop, it's great. The other thing I can do with the loop is sometimes I can move the loop all the way to my wrist and have something on my wrist to pick it up. So I'm trying to think of different things, that will make it easier for me to continue picking up a 35-gallon trash bag, that type of thing. But a good toy bag, maybe made out of the same velvet as your suit, so it looks nice. Undergarments, moisture wicking. Now the T-shirts I buy are the Cool 32s, which I believe come from Costco. It's either Costco or BJ's. I think it's Costco. Cool 32. And they're moisture wicking. They carry the moisture away from your body. Under Armour's the same thing. But, it works great. Okay. What are your wardrobe ideas and your plans? That's the key thing to remember. To get the right costumes, the right wardrobe, and what you need. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about physical condition. Wardrobe is one part of your image. Your physical condition or physical image is also very important to what you're doing as Santa or Mrs. Claus when you go out there. Invest in your personal health is what I'm trying to say, okay? And you've heard me talk about all my little maladies, but the thing is, I really try to keep on top of everything that happens to me and figure out how do I cope with it, how do I manage it, how do I continue. We all have to do this. So you will have to do it eventually if you're not doing it already. But invest in your personal health. Take care of yourself. Be active and alert, okay? I recommend you do stretching exercises, walking exercises. I get up in the morning, I put my leg up on the bed, and I start doing stretching exercises. It's good for these legs back here. It gets me conditioned. If you're going out to do some walking or anything like that, they recommend you do a little stretching before you go out and walk. It's good for you. Lean up against a door jamb and do some stretching exercises and things like that. Like I said, I get up in the morning, I just sit on the edge of the bed, put a leg up and stretch, and then put this leg up and stretch, and then do other little things. I also wear elastic knee braces, Tommy Copper knee braces, because I have some weak knee problems. I don't have to have my knees replaced, but every once in a while I got to watch out because I get a little stiff and a little, pains in there. Putting the braces on gets rid of those, so it works out good for me. But I do stretching, I exercise, and then I walk my dog. Take her out, walk her down to the corner, around the block, whatever is necessary. I probably get in a mile a day, not much, but walking is good for you. If you can do more than a mile, if you can do a couple miles a day, that'd be great. I'm talking Phil Wentz. Phil Wentz was doing like 5 miles a day, 10 miles sometimes. Again, it's good for the cardio, okay? Good for the stress on the body, because when your cardio is working good, your body can handle stress. The extra hours, the time, and things like that. So it's very, very good. George Burns did an exercise video at 90 years. Okay, it was actually a stretching exercises, just simple stretching. But he'd been a dancer. And that's why he could still do all the TV shows and things that he did. Did you ever notice when George Burns ever did a TV show, he did everything standing up? He didn't have to sit down because he was in good shape. He walked a lot. He did stretching exercises. It worked out better for him to do a stand-up than to sit down in a chair. Of course, I got to thinking probably if he sat in a chair, he probably couldn't get up. But, you know, you never know. But the thing is, he did everything standing up. But stretching, exercise, and walking is very important to your body and getting around and doing all the things you got to do with the kids and the families. Your diet is important. Eat properly, okay? Now, your doctor is always telling you this, right? All these different things about your diet, but it's very, very important. You want to have a good diet. You want to take your vitamins and all the other things you need to have. Drink plenty of liquids. One of the biggest problems seniors have is dehydration. So you need to drink plenty of liquids, okay? And Gatorades and things like that with your electrolytes in them are also very handy to help you out. And then getting enough sleep. That is, you want to get enough sleep so that you're rested and able to take care of the day and do all the good things you got to do, okay? Physical look and image. What a child sees, okay? And I didn't bring it with me. Oh, what a bad boy I am. But take yourself a mirror, a little, like a little mirror you might hold. Hold it underneath your chin and look down. And what do you see? You see your nose hairs, right? Okay. Get them trimmed, okay? Take care of your nose. You don't want the child to see nose hairs, so do the mirror test, okay? These are conditions that are turnoffs to kids. Remember, that child is right here in your face. You're looking right at them. They see nose hairs, they're going, ah! Okay? And if you, Well, I'm lucky my hair covers it. Yeah. Okay, yeah. But the thing is, yeah, if you got hair in your ears, get rid of them, okay? Other conditions, simple things. Nose hair, ear hairs, okay? How about advanced items? Moles and warts, you know? You got to take care of little things like that. I have skin cancer, so I'm constantly having to be treated for my skin cancer. I've had basal cells and squamous cells, and I actually had to have plastic surgery on my nose 3 months ago. Okay, they actually did a skin graft and cut out some of the skin in front of my ear and plastered it right here on the side of my nose. But what great doctors, because I can still work and nobody can really tell that I had any work done, you know. I mean, if you look close, you can tell, but, you know, it's great to have that type of stuff. And by the way, mine's done by the VA, but they refer me to the Medical University of South Carolina, and they do, their plastic surgeons do the advanced work here. When I have, like, this was a squamous cell, they took it off the other day. So I get that. I get basal cells all over me. I'm a blonde-haired, blue-eyed kid who baked himself in the 60s and 70s. In Vietnam, I roasted myself, you know. So again, I have to take care of all that because I'm going to get skin cancer the rest of my life. Okay, if you have that problem, now's the time to take care of them because you'll be healed by Christmas. But if you wait any longer, you're going to have to wait until after Christmas because you want everything to heal up fast. Okay. Blemishes, skin conditions, skin cancer. By the way, there are some skin cancer treatments that are actually chemical peels. You can mix up chemicals and put them on, and they'll take some of the light cancers off of you, burn them off like a skin peel. Okay? And then bad breath and broken smile. You want to try to take care of those things because if you've got broken teeth or anything like that, you're going to have bad breath. You want to take care of that. You want to get things taken care of, get parcels or whatever. I know I was looking, we got somebody that, and I'm wearing a parcel now. In fact, we have a dental assistant in the back corner. And one of the things I'll be doing this next week is I wear a full plate on top. Well, I just found a crack in it. So I got to go in and get a new plate, you know. So it's, you know, Didn't want that. I wasn't looking to do that this year, but I've got to do it now. So again, you have to take care of things like that. Okay. Well, Santa, you should not eat on the job, should not be drinking on the job, should not be smoking on the job, should not be sleeping on the job, should not be scratching on the job. Okay? Eating, don't eat. However, if you're hypoglycemic, if you have to have a little nosh, something, because your body's supposed to have a little something to keep going, have it prepared. Small bite-sized pieces, something you can get in the pie hole with no crumbs falling anywhere, okay? So you want something like that. Drinking on the job, stay away from that, but if you need to have water, if you need to have Gatorade or some electrolytes or something like that, by all means, it's important to have that. By the way, you can now get Gatorades clear. In other words, there's no cherry coloring in them or anything like that, so you won't get any red or anything on your beard or anything like that. Yet it still tastes like cherry. So you can get stuff like that now, which makes it a little easier. Smoking, you don't want. Sleeping, no sleeping. You know. Remember I talked about Ed Buchard, Stone Mountain? Ed, in one of his books, talks about falling asleep in the chair at Stone Mountain. He's sitting there asleep. By the way, Ed was a great guy. He was a former minister. He was a colonel in the Marine Corps. And then when he got out, he became a minister, all kinds of. Anyway, so he's sleeping. And a little boy comes up, tugs on his shirt. And he's sleeping. And the kid tugs again. Amen. Yeah. But again, you know, and knowing he was a minister, but that was one of the funny stories he put in his book about being asleep and then waking up and then pretending that he was praying. You know, it was good. Okay. Don't scratch either. You remember, every phone is a camera. You don't want people catching you doing something wrong, okay? And then don't chew gum either. Stay away from chewing gum. It looks terrible. Okay. During the season, there's some other no-nos for us. Number one, you cannot eat or drink certain things. How about pizza, ribs, marinara sauce, lasagna? Okay, this wasn't Christmas, okay, so we're lucky, Leanne. But you have to be very careful about the red marinara sauce and stuff like that, okay? Anything with garlic, because the kids will smell it. By the way, you have some garlic, something with a lot of garlic, it can stay with you for a couple days. So you want to steer clear of it. You don't want the kids going back to mom and dad saying, "Oh, he smells like Uncle Harry." You know, you don't want that. Okay, so stay away from garlic, okay? Nuts and peanuts. I recommend this because of children with allergies. You don't want to do that, okay? Stay away from nuts and peanuts. Oh, also, stay away from Cheetos and Fritos, okay? Fritos, because like garlic, the odor of Fritos will stay with you for a while. And Cheetos, of course, you have that orange stuff all over you for a while also. So stay away from those two, okay? And certain alcohols, too. You know, some Santas have said, you know, when a doctor said, hey, a little glass of wine before I go to bed is good for me or something like that. Hey, fine. I think everything in moderation is important. But again, remember, certain alcohols come back. Their odors stay with you. You know, you think vodka has no odor, but guess what? Certain people can smell vodka a day later because guess what? It comes out in your perspiration. It does. The scent of the distillery comes out in your perspiration. Yes, Angel. Oh, you mean the adhesives? Oh, yes. Yeah. That Gordon Bailey, who we lost 2 years ago, was an expert on makeup and everything. And what it is how many people have remember watching an old TV show or an old movie with some actors and the mustache would fall off? And it was a comedy show, right? They're laughing about the mustache falling off. Back in vaudeville, you know, actors would pay all kinds of characters, right? And they put on a beard or a mustache to play a character or something like that. And they do the show at, you know, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Then they would go have dinner and a couple drinks. Yeah. And maybe a couple more drinks, whatever. And they come back and do the 7 o'clock show, right? And they put the mustache on and everything. But by then, they're perspiring and the alcohol starts seeping out. And it dissolves the glue that was holding the mustache on. So the mustache falls off. So that was a big joke on a lot of TV shows, why you'd see comedians' mustaches falling off. But the behind the scenes, the fact was that all the actors that did this or had this happen to them were all alcoholics. They all drank between shows. That was part of the life they had in those days. Anyway, certain alcohols will dissolve it. That's why a lot of guys went to latex glues to kind of glue some stuff on. But the reason I know about this also is because some of the guys renting Santa outfits and beards would come back to the costume store and complain that the beard and the eyebrows and everything kept falling off. That's because they went to a party and they were drinking lots of alcohol and they were sweating and it was coming back out and nothing they glued on would stay on. You know, but they were blaming the costume people for it, not because selling them imperfect glue, you know, something like that. Okay, thank you, Angela, for that thing. By the way, also stay away from colored drinks and Gatorade and stuff like that. Okay. Yes, you can. Mint, breath strips, that type of thing. By the way, you know those little candy canes? The little tiny ones? Slap that on the table, and now you got 10 dinner mints. Okay. When dining or getting a snack, okay, here's the thing to remember. Cut your fruit bite size, okay? Something that fits into your pie hole without getting all over your face, okay? Use a straw for beverages. I don't care what that guy on Fox News says. Waters, real men don't use straws. Yes, we do. We use straws because we got to protect the beard, you know. Okay. Keep food and beverages away from your beard and mustache. And, you know, the mustache cup was designed for that, but sometimes it doesn't always protect the beard also. So again, straws are very, very important. By the way, how many people here use shower caps? Did you know you can use 2 shower caps? You put one on your head and one over your beard, and you can take a shower. And sometimes you don't have to wash your beard every day. It saves a little bit. Okay. Except during the season. During the season I wash every day. Personal looks and hair and makeup. I would like to do something special. We're getting a little late here. What time is it? It is, About 4:45, and we're going to end at 5 o'clock, and I want to do the Santa Claus oath. So what I'd like to do is tomorrow morning when we get started, I would like to do a little piece on your beard and hair and things like that. And I thought it might be fun to get a couple volunteers. Maybe one for a mustache, okay? Maybe one for a beard. And I'll show you how to curl a beard and how to style a mustache. And we'll do that first thing tomorrow morning when we come in for the school. Does that sound good? How about you people at home? Is that okay? I didn't hear you. Oh, okay, good. Okay, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do a teeny bit of jump ahead, it's called. Go right here and come back in here. What happened is I talked too much this afternoon. Okay? So here's the end of day 1. The other thing I will also talk about tomorrow morning is makeup. Although we don't wear makeup that much, Leon McBride talked about it being photo-friendly. So we'll talk about some photo-friendly makeup that you can wear and things to make you pop a little bit more in photographs. So with a little beard curling, mustache curling, a little bit of photo-friendly makeup on, you can enhance your look. And that's what we'll talk about first thing tomorrow morning. Then we'll cover a little bit about getting a head start on the holidays. And then we'll get into the rest of the training tomorrow, which will be all about business. Getting started in your business. We're going to talk about setting your rates, your contracts, and all those types of things you need to be a successful Santa and Mrs. Claus. So that is it for today. However, all of us here, and for those of you at home who want to listen in, we are going to invite everybody here to take the Santa Claus oath. This is something that came about back in about 2008. Santas all across the country have, about 4,000 now, have signed and taken the oath and signed up for it. And this is our allegiance to each other, allegiance to your fellow Santas in the Santa community. So I'm going to do it this time. We're going to pass out to everyone here. And I've got a few to go over on this side of the room. A couple here. A couple here. Do you have a pen? And this is each one of these certificates you have is your certificate to keep. You sign it, you keep it, okay? This is the master sign-in sheet. Each of you sign this. This is going to be shipped to the Santa Claus Oath Foundation and put in the master book. Okay, so I'm going to give this to everybody here, okay? You're going to sign it, please. If you want to print your name under it, you're welcome to do that also. Okay. There was a period within the Santa industry when we had a bit of turmoil, and it's already starting on me, so I'm going to go back a second.
Did you find a smaller font?
What?
Did you find a smaller font?
On that or here? Huh? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yes, thank you. Thank you. What? Okay, yes. Actually, this was... Well, guess what? I'm going to put it on the screen for you to read in a minute, okay? So you won't have to worry too much about it. But we had a little turmoil in the Santa Claus industry back in 07, 08, and there was a lot of arguments going on between Santas and such. And out of that, some people said we need to have a stronger body, a stronger affiliation to each other. And Phil Wentz sat down and wrote the Santa Claus Oath. And Gatlinburg in 08 was the first time we as a group recited it. And since then, groups all over the United States, different Santa associations, regional groups, and at every one of my schools, we recite the Santa Claus Oath. This is our pledge to what we do as Santas and Mrs. Claus, and our pledge to each other, our affiliation to everybody, and how we agree to carry on the traditions of St. Nicholas. Since the oath was created, they have also created a Mrs. Claus pledge and a Knights of St. Nicholas creed. So those are also available now for reciting. And so like when you go to Gatlinburg, there'll be actually, after the oath, there'll also be a Mrs. Claus, their pledge. And then there's a ceremony that'll be held a little later where we induct individuals into the Knights of St. Nicholas. And they will be anointed and the sword laid on their shoulder. And we'll recite that creed there. So we have that type of stuff. So now you have one in front of you. I know it's tiny print and it's hard to read, but I'll have it on the screen also. So maybe you can read it up here. And I'll read it aloud, loud enough so maybe you don't have to recite. You can just listen to me. How's that? Okay. Okay, please join me. Again, our good friend Phil Wentz wrote this. Let's see if we can get this to move on here. The Santa Claus Oath by Phil Wentz, Philip L. Wentz. Okay. I will seek knowledge to be well-versed in the mysteries of bringing Christmas cheer and goodwill to all the people that I encounter in my journeys and travels. I shall be dedicated to hearing the secret dreams of both children and adults. I understand that the true and only gift I can give as Santa is myself. I acknowledge that some of the requests I will hear will be difficult and sad. I know in these difficulties there lies an opportunity to bring a spirit of warmth, understanding, and compassion. I know the real reason for the season and know that I'm blessed to be able to be part of it. I realize that I belong to a brotherhood and will be supportive, honest, and show fellowship to my peers. I promise to use my powers to create happiness, spread love, and make fantasies come to life in the true and sincere tradition of the Santa Claus legend. I pledge myself to these principles as a descendant of St. Nicholas, the gift giver of Myra. There you go, everybody. Thank you for reciting the oath. I hope you're all signing the page for the book. We are done for the day. For all of you at home, that was Santa Claus Pledge. You can also find that under the Santa Claus Oath. They have their own website, and it's a wonderful, wonderful thing that we all do. I thank all of you for tuning in today to this special live streaming. Unfortunately, this is not being saved, so it will not be repeated. However, tomorrow we will have day 2, starting at 8 o'clock in the morning, and I hope all of you have the link to that. And if not, you can just go to YouTube and type in School for Santas, and you should be able to find the link for this broadcast tomorrow. Thank you much, and God bless you all.